Hello, hello, hello. You are very welcome to the Overlap Rugby Podcast. I am Daragh, this here is Shane.
Hello.
Two brothers talking all things rugby from the point of view of Leinster and Ireland. This is episode number 111, 111, and we're delighted to be with you, and it is a huge week of rugby that we have coming for you. We have 10 games to preview this week, including some class clashes, some big tier 1 matches, some big tier 2 matches in what is a festival of rugby taking place in the November internationals. We'll do our best not to go overboard on all the times. I don't know how long this show is going to be, but we're going to do our best to sort of run through them all as best we can. Probably not going to be able to go into the same detail as we always are, but it's going to be a lot of fun, and there is a lot to get to this week.
Definitely, yeah. We're going to start by taking a quick look back on last weekend's action. We had two kind of blowout games, really. We had Scotland beating Tonga, and we had the All Blacks impressively stuffing Wales in Cardiff, putting 50 on them. So we'll look back on those two games before looking ahead to some of the great fixtures. We're going to go in chronological order through them, but there are some great matchups this weekend. We have like the likes of Ireland, Japan, Wales, Springboks is one, Argentina facing France, and Scotland and Australia on the Sunday as well, not one to be overlooked either.
Oh, far from it. And then some lovely matches in between as well, some tier 2 games. It's going to be a lot of good games this weekend and throughout the month, and we'll be trying to bring it to you here on the show. We're also going to check in with the women's game. There were some big games last weekend, huge TV audience and live audience for England and New Zealand. Yeah. England putting up a statement win there last week. We'll check in on all of those games as well. In the women's rugby, we're also going to touch base with club footy going on in Europe, although that's kind of going on ice a little bit as these November internationals are run through. And then we will, of course, wrap up the show, as we always do, with all the rugby news of the week.
That's right. And if you do want to see us go in-depth on Ireland's chances this autumn as well, we actually guested over on BS Rugby, Brandon Smith Rugby there as well. So that video is down there. We go on for about an hour about our own charges, and there are prospects for them, and hope so. We will drop the link in the description down below if you want to check that out for detail on Ireland.
Be sure to check out Brandon's channel as well. He does a load of good stuff, including lots of live commentary on games, if that's a way that you want to consume your games as well. Let's say he does a very good job of doing that. And we were delighted to guest on his show, so be sure to check that out too. And if you enjoy our stuff, be sure to like the videos, share it with any of your rugby loving friends, and drop a comment down as well. We do enjoy getting a good discussion going on in our comments section. True. And be sure to subscribe if you haven't already as well. To the show. Yeah, I think
that's that. Without any more ado.
I would just apologise for what is today a happy content dump Friday to you. Yes. We're going to be dropping an awful lot of videos on you today, so this is the first of very many. We're going to be just cutting up the show and popping out all the previews to all the games. Yep. So just so you can take a look at whatever you're interested in, I guess. But apologies for that. But yes, you're right. We're going to move on and talk autumn internationals.
That's right. Yeah. It's that time of year again. Southern Hemisphere Giants coming up north to take on the Six Nations sides. That's what's box office. But then also in the background there are a few, as you were highlighting, some very interesting tier 2 clashes as well, that are just as interesting stylistically as well. You've some interesting ones that we will get through. All of this weekend is particularly stacked, in fact, and with just so much good rugby, and it's going to be tough to try and consume it all from our point of view.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely going to be an illustrative month of rugby, because we've seen over the last, really since COVID, a lot of, first of all, no rugby, and then a lot of isolated rugby going on in isolated bubbles in pockets around the world. And we've seen sort of how South America has been bubbling away, doing its own thing in the tier 2 context, and how they sort of pulled ahead of North America. Now we're going to be able to see in a tier 2 context how they get on going to Europe, where they've traditionally not done so well, but there's been such improvement there. It'll be interesting to see those matchups. And then of course in the tier 1 context, these big 3 Tri-Nations teams. So rugby championship teams, no disrespect to Argentina, but the big 3 of Australia, New Zealand and South Africa coming up north to take on the Six Nations sides.
Currently the top 3 sitting in the world rankings as well, so that matches up historical precedent too.
We watched the Six Nations. It was a great competition. It was super close. There's a whisker between those 5 teams at the top of that. And likewise in the Rugby Championship, it feels like there's not a huge amount between the top 3 there either as well. Like the Wallabies are so good. The Springboks can match it with the All Blacks. The All Blacks probably just a little bit on top at the moment, but the 3 of them are so good. where do the Six Nations teams lie in that context? And the All Blacks put down a serious marker on the Six Nations champs last week. It'll be interesting to see if that's a trendsetter for the series in general.
Yeah, we can only hope not, but don't know. There's so much to get into. Do we want to just get in? Start off by going through. We're going to review some of those games. We're going to start with Scotland Tonga. Which was a decent kind of festival of rugby for the Scots. Easy win to start off their autumn campaign. Always nice scoring 60 at home and whatnot, and a few lovely tries. The likes of the two wingers getting 6 between them, starting with Rufus McLean grabbing a very, very nice pair of tries in the first 15 minutes, including an electric left foot step to finish one of them. And it was nice to see their back line purring even in the absence of Finn Russell. You had guys like Kinghorn actually played a pretty solid game at 10, and that's illustrated by having 6 tries for your wingers. It just means they're pulling strings well. Yeah, and Kyle Steyn, who had buried the lead there, 4 tries. He becomes the first Scot since was it Hastings back in the 90s to score 4 tries for Scotland, which is an impressive showing. A lovely achievement, and yet you're right to highlight that Rufus McLean did look electric, and it'll be very interesting to see how those winger spots play out. Obviously Darcy Graham, we know his quality. Duhan van der Merwe coming back into the squad. Sure. They definitely have lovely stocks in the wide channels, and just if they play the game the right way. I love watching this team play. They scored, even when they're beating a tier 2 team, there's ways to do it and ways not to do it. They scored 3 tries in the first half off set piece, straight off scrums and lineouts, 4 in total in the game. First phase strike move. It was a funny one because it was only in the second half when they started getting their big muscular tries that in the tight, which is very often the inverse for a big tier 1 nation. You can kind of lean on your physicality and end up barreling them over a few times from short range before the pretty tries end up happening later on when you've softened them up a bit. It was kind of the inverse of that, where they went to strike quickly with speed, and as soon as they did up the tempo, they were fracturing the line left, right and centre. It is true that the Tongans were disoriented. They're kind of a hodgepodge outfit, and then they were kind of made for having that happen to them. But I just think that the Scottish approach to the game at the moment, they've got all their nuts and bolts, their ducks in a row. They're solid at set piece. We'll talk about them as well in the context of their big challenge against Australia. But the way that they attack and their willingness to attack from everywhere, and their usage of set piece as a launch pad for what they try to do with the ball is so correct in the way they're seeing the game, that really I think if they sort out their sort of clutch issues, you kind of gloss over in the Six Nations. They had a rough game against Ireland, but outside of that, extremely unlucky to lose to Wales. 1 in Twickenham, 1 in Paris. They were close to the best team in that competition. They really were. And they're just putting it together really nicely. And I just, as much as this was a mismatch blowout, I was very impressed by what the Scots brought to it. Very much so. Guys like Richie in the back row were very, very good at set piece and in the breakdown in terms of tidying things up, as you say, doing nuts and bolts things. A few great qualities like McLean getting tries on debut. You always want that, but even Pierre Schoeman, his first cap for Scotland, grabs a try from close range. That's what the All Blacks tend to be very, very good at doing that. When you have a debutant, they end up getting him a try, and the Scots doing that. Schoeman's going to be a big player for them as well. Rory Sutherland is out now for this tour, and Schoeman has a big chance to sort of lock down potentially. He's a very good scrummager, good scrummager at club level, and if he can make that step up, because it's going to be steady steps up over the course of this autumn. Not too steady. He's got Taniela Tupou waiting in the wings this weekend, but as tough as they come, to be honest. So a massive step up, but generally very, very nice Scottish showing. Just to highlight Kinghorn as well, because the place kicks, I know he was getting her kind of a bit of stick for. A few of them hooked, a few of them pushed. He's not a goal kicker. What do you want from him? He actually he drove a nice tempo. His passing was on point, and a lovely cross kick for one of Staines' tries as well. So it was this is a good option. What he is a very, very handy second distributor. And playing him at 10 in a game like this helps to hone those skills. It does. It's not a question of him being a 10 option really. Not as far as unless you're Six Nations game. No, but in talking about injury, it'll serve him well in things like World Cup squads when you're trying to weigh up, as they were this season. It's who do you bring, who do you not bring? Well, this guy can slot in at 10 or do things like that. Good string to have to your bow. So generally very, very impressive from the Scots. From Tonga's point of view, there were a few things that were impressive. Some of James Fiva's kicking was stellar. Some of those threes were rangy threes, and he nailed them all. Were they the right option? Possibly not. Possibly so. I don't know if they would have got the try. Double figures. They did get to double figures. They did grab a try. Congrats to was it Lollahea and the tight head? I think it was. David Lollahea for grabbing their only score of the game. But yeah, they're like, I'm going to cut them all kinds of slack because I know that this is just, it's going to be tough for them, and there is a bit of a kind of a blanket behind it of just like, this is a bit of a hodgepodge. They're just fulfilling these fixtures even though it doesn't make full sense to do it. And at that, all I was expecting was a few defiant tackles. Guys like Fafita on the wing, Walter Fafita had a good game, eye-catching moments with ball in hand, kept sitting down poor Darcy Graham in a very mismatch of
they put
power.
an absolute shot in the build-up to Rufus McLean's opening try that I thought might have forced a knock on, but they said it went backwards off the Scot and then became a try to Scotland. Kind of a classic good bad play from Tonga where they make the big hit and then the line is fractured and then the try comes in. But they are bloody physical and they do give it their all when they're out there.
They do. I couldn't deny that. The thing that was evident was that once the Scots upped the tempo a little, which they did all the time very, very well, particularly off first phase as you're highlighting, but the line just fractured very, very quickly as soon as that happened. And it's understandable. They're kind of a little bit barbarians-y in terms of their preparations. Yeah,
no question. But listen, that kicked off the weekend emphatically from a Scottish point of view, but the main show last weekend, which all eyes were on, was at the Principality Stadium in Cardiff, where Wales lost an ugly game.
They did.
16-54 it finished. First and foremost, what a performance this was from the All Blacks. They are relentless.
Just awesome.
From the first whistle, it felt like Wales were creaking. It really did. They racked up an 18-6 half-time lead, exchanged a couple of tries each way. The other side of that, Will Jordan obviously with the pick of the scores in that little period.
That was great.
Took a 20
of kicking, loose kicking, and actually what was funny about that score was that they'd kicked loosely just before Enrico Ioane came tearing and nearly sithed through as well.
Yes, both.
And then they got it back and then kicked it loosely again, and this time they found Will Jordan and it was curtains.
Both poor kicks from the base from Thomas Williams, which was it was kind of criminal. But Wales did fight back, and it was a 28-16 lead for the All Blacks with 20 minutes to go when they put on the accelerator, and they had already kind of broken Wales, and then they obviously blew out the score, as we know they can do. The first, it's interesting, you see a score like this and the first thing you think of is offense. You think of that Severis try with the basketball. It had all of those sort of All Black moments to it. But this started with the defence. This was the key matchup.
Swallowed Wales up. It started, the opening thing that happened was poor Anscombe fresh back into the game facing the All Blacks and throwing it straight to Bowden Barrett to trot in unopposed. Which is never a good plan.
No, it was brutal, but from an All Blacks point of view, it was so clinical and brilliant, and that was where they used their speed advantage. We talked in the build-up to the game about using their speed advantage on offense, defending maybe to contain a little bit, holding your width, perhaps more a little like how Australia would contain them. But no, they backed their pace advantage when they were on the defensive side of the ball.
Shot out of line, gave no time, no space, and the execution did suffer for it.
The shooting was great. I mean, Bowden had a couple of shots off set piece. TJ, I was going to say, TJ from the backfield, what a clever little innovation that is. He's in the backfield covering the kick. The second the pass goes out and the kick's not on, 3 or 4 times in the game, he came flying up from the backfield
on his own, and the rest of the line stayed coherent.
He left no spaces. No spaces to be attacked. He just came out of the line. It was like a zero risk pressure blitz that worked time and time again. And Wales obviously didn't struggle to adjust, but it was a masterstroke in defensive play from the All Blacks that set the template for the rest of the game. Likewise at line out.
Line out, that was one of the main, in hindsight looking at it, it is a shellacking, it's 54-16, but there were moments when Wales were in the game, and there was one period in particular where they had a sequence of around 3 or 4 lineouts that they could have attacked off of. One of them was in the 22, then they lost that one, and they got another one further back just before half time, and they blew every single one of the lineout in very similar fashion. It was an overthrow by Elias. Well, it was an overthrow, but it was also just a mistimed throw, because the ball was passing where the target man was as the target man was descending as well. So it's like
that was true on one of them. But I think early doors, Retallick got up a couple of times and really gave Elias the wibbles. And he struggled for the rest of the game, and that unravelled them, because their scrum weren't able to get an edge. Wyn Jones was struggling and slipping as well, and once their own line out ball was going to pot without much pressure coming on from the All Blacks, there was no recourse for it. Indeed, and the scrum was magic again from the All Blacks. This is the scary thing, is that you think that you're in is to attack their scrum, and Wales would have thought that with Wyn Jones out there. Wyn Jones was a mightily frustrated man in this game. He was whinging to refs, but he wasn't getting his own way, and he wasn't holding his feet. He wasn't being able to put on any pressure. Nepo Lalala, who is going to make headlines for dropping a try and getting himself yellow carded. But actually, he had a really good game at tight head. Other than that, he was pretty spot on, and his scrummaging was on fire. Joe Moody dealt Thomas Francis a lesson. It was physical, and really, once they'd taken away the set piece and the offense of Wales, there wasn't a whole lot left.
The confidence in the offense was gone as soon as that pick was thrown, which was very early in the game.
Indeed,
we're going to go wide. What? No, we're not. From then on, they were just raggedy in terms of confidence, whereas the All Blacks were just growing into it.
And
there was probably a little bit too much reverence on the All Blacks' part in terms of they might have been more. Sometimes they do that with Tier 1 opposition, whereas if those were red Tonga jerseys instead, then maybe they would.
Well, the rain came down.
They did. That did happen, and it did make a difference in terms of their approach. And they
played a narrow game. Yeah. It became an Ardi Savia game, and he did it so well. He was just all over those fringes, dominating the contact areas. And then in the second half, they got to score some lovely tries. Bowden Barrett, massive congrats to him.
Yes,
2 tries
on the 100th cap. That's the way you do it in style. 2 picks to bookend the Test match, Man of the Match award already sewn up as you're running in your last try.
ALB, his little ball on ALB's try is an absolute peach as well. The pump fake, which just sells Reece Priestland, and then the perfectly weighted floater over the top.
Little basketball
and
pass,
just a lovely little touch from Havili. Classic All Black skills. Just in one motion, we're going to catch, straighten, sell, and give in an instant, and he's just so technically perfect off the left hand. Havili,
pretty undefendable from that range when they have the numbers as they did.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Their reading of the game is sensational, and obviously they had that Severise try with the basketball plays, which is classic All Black stuff.
It was also just slightly hungry. They caught literally the whole Welsh backfield. I rewatched that play a few times. Every single one of them has a bit of a clanger in that little sequence, because first off, McNichol shoots up to try and shut it down, and then when he doesn't shut it down, he hits a man where the ball isn't in, and he goes down in that contact rather than tracking Reece, so he's out of the play, and the other two oversell themselves, and Artie makes fools out of them as well, and it's just... it's lovely All Blacks catch pass stuff in the narrow
it's
channels.
Basketball. I mean, honestly, it's what the US team, as you say, should be looking at. It's like look at basketball as your inspiration, because the All Blacks have trained with basketball teams, and when they play a little bit of basketball,
Czech's Wallabies were highlighting that as well, as looking at basketball skills. There are different ways to pass a ball. It doesn't have to be the spin pass or the pop pass. It can be over the top, whatever's on.
Anyway that gets it done. Obviously, from Wales's point of view, it was ugly from the start. They were up against it, and losing Alan Wynne-Jones really hurt them at the set piece.
I was going to say that was really unfortunate to see. It was the same thing as we saw in that Japan game at the start of summer, where he's clutching the thing. It seems to happen in that contact with Jordy Barrett, and he knew straight away. And it's just it's not good. Not a good start to their campaign at all.
No, indeed. And they just, in that middle third of the pitch, and the mismatch of Anscombe, Johnny Williams and Jonathan Davis from a speed point of view compared to the All Blacks was kind of shocking. I mean, when you look back at that Anscombe pick, because I watched that one a few times, just pausing the screen to see what he got, it was really tough to see what, he basically had a split second, and it was crazy because it was first phase off the line out, and I checked to see, because there's 20 metres of gap between them, and the All Blacks cannot jump until the ball leaves the line out. They were onside. All of them were onside. They timed it perfectly. And then Anscombe gets the ball. His mistake, probably, that they didn't adjust to, is that he's taking it a little too flat. He runs an aggressive line. It's an aggressive pass from Thomas Williams. But he gets the ball, and he has no options. Really no options at all. He doesn't have time to drop it onto the toe. He's got Cody Taylor in his face, and his choices basically are, I'm going to get smashed by Cody Taylor, or I can feed the ball to Johnny Williams on the short ball, who's being lined up by Papali'i as we speak, or I can try to get it out there to the second runner, which ended up being the Bodie pick. When he's looking, you can see that it's kind of on. He could have tried to fizz it past Bowden, but really Bowden's in there, and then the only other option is to kind of float a Hail Mary out there to Jonathan Davis, who himself is marked by ALB.
Or if it goes further out, Rico could be picking that one as well.
It's just, there was not a lot of options. They were
probably generally, given that it was a pick, get smashed is the right option rather than the shoveling
but
crap.
It's so hard to do on a second's notice. Probably the biggest critique you can make, rather than that pick itself, which was just a shocking start to the match with just how aggressive that All Black defence was was that they didn't adjust.
Yeah.
And actually, in particular, Anscombe didn't adjust.
He looked way off
They
pace, so he did.
put together like some little sequences in the first half where they were playing some industrious stuff, and then when the ball got to Anscombe, he was just determined to go wide. He just wanted to go wide. There was nothing out there ever.
Yeah.
Like really, what they had to do, the way to adjust, and they did in the second half. Priestland came on and they were a little better.
They were.
Sitting deeper with the grubber kick was a great option. That little space is in behind if the All Blacks are going to be that aggressive.
Yeah.
And then also just hard cuts and short balls, and once or twice they breached the line
and
with
a
little
few
short balls.
little wiper kicks, as they called it as well. Priestland did have a good showing. Had the showing of a guy who's been playing Premiership footy and is a bit up to speed, whereas Anscombe, it was good to see him back out there on the pitch, but he was kind of giving me shades of poor Ross Byrne out of his depth over in Twickenham that day for Ireland. And I was just looking at it like, he's a little bit off the pace, and the All Blacks are the paciest team around right now, and that was going to keep paying dividends for them. And then once they couldn't get their offense purring, it was kind of over before it ever got going, really. Like kicking those trees to stay in theoretical touch, it was only theoretical.
The Welsh commentary was funny. It's talking about it like, it's a 12-point game, and I was kind of I was just not there with them. Like, this is not a 12-point game. This is going to be.
It's like give me 2 seconds there now. Yeah.
I mean, I do think that the worst play of the game was from Ryan Elias, who had a really rough day at the office.
He had a few good carries in the loose, but he was tough.
He did the Hooper error. They scored their one try of the game, and off the restart, they kicked the exit kick, and he gives away a penalty for not retreating. And that Hooper did the exact same thing against the All Blacks in one of the blowouts. It was Michael Hooper's worst play of the year by far. And it is a knife in the heart. It's all they need is that little invitation, and really did contribute to the score blowing up.
You see the Welsh pack go, and the All Blacks just prick up.
The ref screamed at him. He kept running, and then he turned around, and the ref pinned him, and he went, and it was like, no, you cannot do that, especially when he had missed a few throws today. I mean, it was really it was rough from the start, but obviously losing Alan Wynne-Jones, no set piece, the leadership core of the team wasn't there.
Silver linings, Basham played very, very well.
He did.
He was getting attention from the Kiwi commentators who I watched it with. Who was going, remember the name? You started like a house on fire. Some great steals, some great tackles, and brilliant hitting of the line. One of their few clean line breaks came through him, and he managed to not die with the pill that time, but throw a good pass as well.
Yeah, he
got good skills. He's a good
filling
prospect.
that seven jersey, which has obviously become such a coveted jersey. You look at Martin Williams, Sam Warburton, Justin Tipperick, and he seems well able to fill those shoes. It was a very good debut, special debut in fact.
I would say so. The caveat is that like very often when a team is outmatched, their 7 is their best player by hustle alone, because they have to do so much hustle in games like that.
That's true, but he was everywhere.
He was doing more than that. He was.
He had two turnovers and a forced knock on,
and a clean line break and a few completed passes. It was a very, very good showing from him. But I'm fishing for silver linings because it was a rough day out in Cardiff, and credit to the All Blacks, because however off Wales are, and they were without their Premiership players, which is the caveat. So it kind of looked a little bit like that game. That was reminding me. It looked like some of those World Cup warm up games that we end up playing that are silly in advance of it, where you see like teams in various stages of development going toe to toe in a game of not quite proper top level intensity, I would argue, although the New Zealand are bringing intensity to literally every fixture, even if they're facing USA Eagles or Tongans across the way, they're bringing that zip, and Wales were not able to handle it.
I would say as well, and I know the Welsh would be making this point, is that they were a little harshly treated by the whistle. There were just a couple of decisions went against them that were harsh. The Bowden Barrett deliberate knock on was a complete yellow card. And I couldn't believe the conversation they were having about the tracking defender when this was a chaos play and then actually fractured the line, and he just sticks a hand out there and knocks it on, and then the ensuing conversation was like blowing my mind. It's like, no, what? This is nonsense. It's just a yellow. You didn't even need the TMO for it. And so he got away with that one. And then the other one that was harsh after about 20 minutes was when they'd done some industrious work and pinned the All Blacks back, and then they called it back for Josh Adams mistiming his jump.
That was a harsh one. The Kiwis had their sympathies on that one as well, because it was like it was a fair contest. They both went up for the ball.
He mistimed it a little bit and collided with the man.
What happened to the both players are dynamic in the air rule?
I think what they said was that he was kind of being cynical.
They judged that he went past the ball deliberately to take out the runner, which I just didn't see, because the ball came down near enough the breadbasket that it seemed dubious.
It was a nonsense call.
But the caveat to that is like, the game was not going to be different, but but for the swing of those two penalties. It wasn't a couple of whistles that separated the teams.
And I don't think that Laulala's yellow should have been a red either. Actually, it was it was one of those ones where the replay makes it look a lot worse than it is, because actually in the same contact but off a different tackler, Ross Moriarty did his shoulder, and you could see he's screaming, but the impact of the collision is on the shoulder, and what Laulala's doing is actually wrapping the ball, and as his head comes through, it just kind of collides with the elbow, but there's really nothing in it, and like it's a harsh yellow, in fact. I was gonna say that it was on the harsher end of, like, it could you could have mitigated it to a penalty only. I don't think a red was in the offing. I think maybe yellow is probably fair, but yeah, no, that was just an unfortunate one for Laulala, as you were saying, because he nearly got that. He hasn't scored for the All Blacks despite playing loads of games, and he won't get any closer than that one. And then he got yellow carded. But as you say, he actually did his job very good game,
very, very well. And the All Blacks comfortably superior in that one, and putting down a statement win in Cardiff in their first game on European soil in 2021. They're very, very impressive. Like, scoring 50 in Cardiff, regardless of any of the stuff you'll say about Wales not being up to the pitch or not having all their players available. Like, scoring 50 in Cardiff is very, very tough to do.
It's an absolute marker. It's Ireland and France quaking in their boots.
It is.
And someone else quaking in their boots this week, and that is Italy.
Oh yes, we'll move on to that now. Sticking with the All Blacks, but yes, Italy have the pleasure of hosting the mighty All Blacks this week and facing down the Haka and trying not to pee themselves. It's going to be taking place in the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Kickoff is 1 p.m. That's 2 p.m. local time, 1 p.m. over here. That's Saturday. This Saturday, November 8th. In the referee for this game is Carl Dixon of the English. He's English, of the RFU. of the English. Assistant referees Mike Adamson and Sam Grove White, both Scottish, and Tom Foley, also English, is the TMO as well for this one. It's a game that's going to be on this week. It's going to be good to see Italy back in action after it's a rough time of it at the Six Nations, but they're still sort of a developing side. I think they can take a lot of confidence from what Benetton were doing in their absence, winning the Rainbow Cup. There are people in this squad who've won silverware now, which is definitely a fun dynamic. That is true. We obviously missed out on the last game that these two were supposed to make play at the World Cup. It was a 0-0 draw in Japan as a result of the typhoon. Italy's best ever, coming off their best ever showing against the All Blacks in that 0-0 draw, courtesy of Typhoon Hagibis, back in the simpler times when typhoon trouble was the only thing that could cancel a rugby game. What times they used to be. But a few interesting stats about it. The two sides have been in the same pool in 5 of the 8 Rugby World Cups, which is quite interesting. They meet each other all the time. A lot of games against each other. Too much if you're an Italian fan. Yeah, I would say so. New Zealand's highest score ever and their biggest winning margin, that was 101, their highest score against Italy, and 98 the win was on English soil in the Rugby World Cup match in 99. And it's a slight curiosity is that New Zealand's away / neutral record is actually better than their home record in this fixture. They've played 14 times in total, with the All Blacks winning all of them, but their biggest winning margins tend to come either on Italian soil or in neutral grounds in the World Cup.
There you go. One of the other interesting points on the All Blacks as they look into this game, it'll definitely be something they're targeting. They have scored 89 tries so far this year, and they have 3 games left to become the first side ever to get 100 tries in a calendar year.
That's so not good for Italy, kind of stat. Because they're going to be facing other teams after, and they're like, alright, we'll bank on our 10 tries against Italy.
Well, I mean, they've 11 tries to go in 3 games. They're on course to smash that record.
Yeah.
I mean, gee whiz, they have been excellent this year. I mean, you can talk about the opposition they faced, but I mean, they have been absolutely superb.
Yeah, and, great to watch. Great to watch when they're flowing.
It's a scary prospect for Italy. We are going to start just looking at Italy and their point of view and their season as it begins. We do have their squad, and there is some points of optimism in it. They got a very good tight head in Marco Riccioni, who's been
picked up by Saracens, and he's
playing
looking
very
good.
well. He's scrummaging aggressively at Premiership level against big English props and doing a good job of it, winning penalties.
Good. And I like Sheriff Traore as well, who's been there for a while of Benetton. I think he's coming. I think he's like 26, 27 now, so he's coming into good prop vintage now as well. They do have some good talent in the pack. Like that Benetton pack is pretty good. Yeah. You're gonna guys like Russo who are gonna be worked hard in this game, very much so. Set piece, just throughout. Like as is always the case with Italy, their back row unit is their best asset and is very, very good. They actually have 3 or 4 or 5 options.
Lamaro has been in special form for Benetton. Like he had a really, really good Rainbow Cup. I remember him lighting it up. He was the best player on the pitch when they beat the Bulls in that that game, all over them, and definitely can be heroic. It might be teed up to be another one of those games you're talking about where the beaten side has a heroic 7.
Number 7 doing all kinds of great plays in a losing effort. Could be.
Lamaro can be that guy for sure. And then Negri's obviously a class player himself. And then you've got the really exciting halfback partnership of Varney and Garbisi, 20 and 21 respectively.
Awesome. That is the future. It's the now of Italy rugby, but it is also the future of them. Garbisi picked up obviously by Montpellier, who are playing some decent rugby for the first time in a fair few seasons themselves, and due in no small part to his inclusion. He's a good passer and a good runner of the football. Varney is the same, good passer, good runner. The kicking game for both is what's sometimes a little lacking, and they are improving on it. Remains to be seen.
They have Carlo Cana on the bench, and personally I'd love to see him in the team as he was during the Six Nations, just because they have Brex in there with Zatanon in the midfield.
It just means their kicking options are a little bit slight, and they will, like, as much as you'll want to attack and you'll ideally want to keep the ball, like that All Black defence.
This defence is crazy.
It's so crazy. So they're going to be forced to kick at least some of the time, if not all of the time.
You would think. I am excited to see the back three though, because for the last while we've been without Minozzi. He's been injured and then he wasn't playing, and actually since Monty Ioane has broken in the side, I'm not sure I've even seen him play with Minozzi. The two of them are in a team now this week, and they are two lightning attacking players.
They are very, very good players.
Fleet-footed, all offense, speed, aggression. The two of them have it in spades, and they'll take a try if it's there. So I am excited to see if those two can get anything off. Obviously, rough game to start, but just in general, I'm delighted to see those two guys together. I definitely think that gives Italy a real chance to score some tries going forward. Just be a team that hunts tries. They're obviously preparing for a decent, like a big enough game against Uruguay coming up at the end of the month. They do like to flex their muscles against tier 2 teams and make a point of not being,
to quash some of the chat, because they know if the day of reckoning comes when they lose one of those games, then all of the chat comes in. Then the Six Nations, why are they there kind of chat.
But I'm not sure if I see it in honesty. I think they're a well put together side. They've got some good URC experience. They've won the Rainbow Cup, and they have they have some decent talent. So they'll definitely be looking to give this a hunt. As far as the game itself is concerned, I know you're always giving out about them for taking threes. How do you deal with a team like the All Blacks?
Well, you got to spend more time attacking them than defending them. Like that's the folly is what Argentina did. Like Argentina are much better at tackling and defending in general than Italy. And yet they show the folly of Italy. You can't give the All Blacks 60+% of possession willingly and expect to not get massacred, because you will get massacred. So Italy need to be brave and try to hold the pill and try to like some of those back row guys we were talking about are great. The issue is if they've already each made 6 or 7 tackles on hungry All Blacks before they even get a chance to get their carry game going, then there's just zero chance of them getting any success, bar kind of picking off a very lax All Blacks, kind of like when they're going for their 60th point of the game and they're throwing round the back passes, you might get a pick at that stage, but the game's already over. I would like to see them, when they have the energy about them, to try and set about attacking the All Blacks for a time and try to pin them back into their territory and try to just play the game as best you can, try and control that while you can, because they will ultimately kind of struggle with the pace that the All Blacks do, and they will tire and they will get looser. So at the beginning I'd like to see them be brave. And
obviously it depends on what you see, and Garbisi is touted for a young man as a very good reader of the game. If the All Blacks are presenting that same hyper aggressive picture, you can't go doing an Anscombe on it and trying it. Like, I know you want Minozzi on the ball and you want Monty Ioane on the ball, but if it's not there, it's not there. They do need to be sort of punching holes around the fringes, using your Negris, but also just when the All Blacks are coming up like this, hard cuts, running hard, aggressive Damien Del Indy style cut lines through the middle of them is
which,
kind
to
of
be fair, Brex can run that line.
Brex, Zanon, they all have a decent read on it. Obviously it's on Garbisi and Varney to direct it all, but just running those tight little carries, trying to punch some holes, resourcing the rucks, and trying to go through some phases against them and open up some space.
Lots should come off Varney to begin with. To be honest, as much as I like Garbisi and I think his kicking acumen is probably superior to Varney, so I'd like to see them kick a bit more off Garbisi off 10. But as far as playing to begin with, you need to sit those All Black midfielders down before you try to engage with them. Like if you're just going to go off the top and go wide, they will get swallowed up by the speed difference, because Breck, like that particular centre centre pairing they've picked is one of their own slower options. Like they have had quicker centres in the past.
Emma's pretty quick.
Yeah, no,
he is.
So it's like no, I'm talking about Italy. Italy's the centre pairing of Rex and
right, you are.
Yeah, they're quite big and physical and defensive minded, more so than like they've had Campagnaro in there. They've had Carlo at 10 or 12 to do a 10-12 thing. So this is one of their slightly stockier options in midfield. They're not going to be able to get around the All Black midfield. So off nine, and Varney's running game as well, because that, as is often highlighted, with that width that the All Blacks are capable to keep on defence and that pressure that they do with the 9 kind of coming around the side, there is option, like a running scrum half is a good asset to have against the against the All Blacks.
Around the ruck, probe the short side if it's there. That might be how you get your Monty Ioane in the game, going back to short side. And obviously if they're flying up, little dinks in behind from Garbisi, but only if it's on, not kicking chaos balls away. The kicks are high tariff. They are, and they need to be accurate. They're going to probably end up kicking a lot of ball in this game, because I'd imagine their offense will be stifled a fair bit in the middle third and everywhere else, but it needs to be with purpose and proactive, because if at the second you're like hauling it away just for a reprieve, that's not a reprieve. No. You're like, that's just a try very quickly. And limiting the chaos opportunities for the All Blacks is important. Fronting up in the tight is going to be important. They are going to bring on Bram Steyn, which is definitely going to be a benefit to them.
Good to see him back out there from an Italian point of view. He's another one of those great assets, and he does mix it at the top level of tier 1 in terms of physicality and heft and just work rate, but it's very often not enough in terms of what the whole team is doing cohesively.
Just to look at it from the All Blacks point of view, they have named their team as well, rung the changes, but geez, the squad is still extremely strong. George Bauer, Dane Coles, Tyrrell Lomack make up the front row. We got Tupou Vai and Josh Lord, who gets a start.
Good to see him, big man in there.
Luke Jacobson, Sam Kane back in the starting team at 7.
Good to see him return.
Luke Jacobson, who's had a really good season at 6, and then Hoskins Satutu gets his chance. Weber and Moonga in at 9 and 10, Tupaya and Nenor in the centres, and then George Bridge, Sever Reese and Damien McKenzie back in.
They're going to run riot. I know. It's such a good team.
Shannon Frizzell back on the bench as well after a spell aside, and Sam Whitelock as well to bring on Asofu Amua, who is a lethal player. You've probably flown under the radar how good he is, and he's going to come in after Dane Coles has been lighting it up. I mean, it's just relentless playmaking, and I think they're going to go out as they did in the US game and just look to have fun and really challenge themselves and try and win their matchups.
With that, like with the resting of the midfield, and you have Quintupaya and Braden Enor, like that doesn't change it. Like Enor can play the wing as well. They're so fast, those players, like just so fast in the midfield is what they're bringing this year, and it's yielding results on both sides of the ball. They've got a little bit of like what top level club sides have, where they're rotating their assets. Like the guys are so hungry when they come on there, and they're hunting things like that 100th try in a season thing, which is very much the kind of feather that the All Blacks like to get for their cap. I see a bit of a bloodbath here. The All Blacks will not really be changing the script at all. They're going to come to play, come to run at the Italians, come to test them with ball in hand, and will very likely break them. To be honest, they're going to bring speed on every side of the ball. They're going to bring aggression in set piece. They've been very aggressive in their defensive end of their set piece. They've been contesting lineouts very well, driving in scrums very well. Bauer has been a really good find this season. Good to see him back in there. So I think they'll be confident in their ability to take the Italians on everywhere, and all of that is leading to getting the ball in their hands and then giving Damien McKenzie and the like some space to work with, and it'll yield all kinds of results.
Yeah, indeed. Huge chance for some players to try and force their way into the main team for the last 2 games of the season as well. By how much do you reckon?
I don't know. I'm wondering now. Like the only risk for the All Blacks is that if they rock up at like 60 or 70% and maybe get a few shots from those game Italians and end up a bit sore, a bit bruised, possibly even cough up a try or two. But it's still, even if they were at 70%, it would still be a question of how much. And to be honest, I don't think that's the All Blacks we're going to see, because anytime there's been a mismatch this season where they're confidently the better team, they keep Capo Elpanga in the back pocket. They just come out and Kamate and kill them. Just kill them unrelentingly. It could be 100 again. You don't know. Like it's
I'm going to say it's not going to be that.
Probably not. I think Italy are a little better than that. I think they are a fair bit better than that, but it's still on the All Blacks. How much do they want to score? Quite a lot, I'd imagine. Yeah, like looking at Italy, their last time they had a win against Tier 1 opposition was in 2016 against South Africa.
Yeah, and you look back at how badly, as much as you look for positivity and you hope for improvement, the Six Nations, again, went really badly for them, really south in every game. And this team are light years seemingly above every Six Nations team on the evidence of what we're seeing. So yeah, no, something.
All Blacks lots, Italy not so many.
Yeah, well, hopefully Italy get to the teens as Tonga did against Scotland.
The mini goal that I'd have for them is to score 20 points. You're against Tier 1 opposition. They're going to play an attacking game, try to score 20 points.
Ask.
It is a big ask. Yeah. It's easier if you score 3 tries. If you kick threes with your
few,
ask. I know, but if you kick threes 3, 6, 9 in the first 30 minutes where you think
then you might get to 12.
Yeah.
Anyway, but it'll be
get to 20 points. That's a mini goal.
I'll say 71-12. There you go.
I'll say a very, very frustrating 71-6.
Both going for 71 for the All Blacks. Take the over or under on that.
That's our spread. It might be a little under on that. Maybe the rain comes down. I don't know.
Maybe.
But no, the All Blacks looking very, very good. Very good.
Yes, indeed. But we are going to park the All Blacks for this week and have a look at their opponents for next week. Our own charges, Ireland.
Yes.
Back in action this weekend, hosting Japan at the Aviva Stadium, Lansdowne Road, Dublin. 1 p.m. kickoff in the afternoon. We're going to be there.
Yes, that's right.
It's going to be great. It's to be refereed by Nika Amashukeli, who is the Georgian ref.
Yes.
And also, by the way, the most jacked ref you'll ever see.
That's right.
And he's a good ref, and I was watching him at Rugby Europe level, and it's great to see some more diversity.
Some pathway forward for some of these other refs.
Yeah, indeed. Well, when you look at how the standard of refereeing in the top tier rugby has been, you wonder why we're limiting ourselves to so few pools to choose from. So it's great to see a little more diversity in the tier 1 reffing. And I think this guy's a good ref, so congratulations to him. I hope he goes well.
Yeah.
Damon Murphy and Pierre Brousset are going to be helping him out in the touchline with Eric Gozan in as TMO. The sides have met 9 times overall, with Ireland winning 8. And I don't know, when was that defeat? I don't know.
I can't remember. I blanked it from my memory.
No, in fact,
don't drop it in the comments though.
Japan obviously beating Ireland in the pool stage
1912,
in 2019.
Yeah.
Do you?
I do.
There you go.
Burned into my brain somewhere in the repressed file.
Yeah. Obviously, last time out, Ireland edged 9-try Thriller at the Aviva Stadium in the summer. It was one of the more exciting games of the summer series. Definitely good for the neutral. A little hard on the hearts of the Irish fans.
It was very hard on the hearts of the Irish. Like they're a very tough team. They're a tough team to get your head around or contain for a whole game. Japan, they come to play, and the Wallabies demonstrated a week or so ago that they can mix it.
They're hard to put to bed.
Yeah,
for sure, no question. And it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, Ireland with the return of their Lions and their top team. Yeah. They have named their side for this week. It's not been without a bit of consternation from the Irish fans. Very, very Leinster heavy. Yeah. They've gone with Andrew Porter, who's now gone to loosehead. Ronan Kelleher, special kind of form at hooker. Tadhg Furlong at tight head. Tadhg Byrne, James Ryan in as locks. Caelan Doris, Josh van der Fleer and Jack Conan make up an explosive all Leinster back row.
True.
Then they've got Whiskey, Jameson Gibson Park at 9, partnering Johnny Sexton, that club partnership. Bundy Aki comes in from Connacht with Gary Ringrose in the absence of Robbie Henshaw. Yeah. And then the back 3 of James Lowe, Andrew Conway and Hugo Keenan. Yeah. With some explosive players on the bench as well. Dan Sheehan, I'm excited to see. Biggie and Henderson, Peter O'Mahony to come on, very, very good. And Conor Murray, obviously experienced there. Keith Earls and Joey Carberry covering 10 as well. It's definitely a strong team. It's definitely an explosive team. I love the sort of loose forwards. We've picked basically 4, Tadhg Byrne alongside them in the row. I think for this match it makes a lot of sense to have Tadhg Byrne, Doris, Josh and Jack all in there, because they're going to do the bulk of the work, and they're going to be what determines whether we win this game.
They're some of the forwards we have capable of moving at the speed that Japan want to play the game at as well, so it's a horses for courses thing as well. It's a rangy kind of very mobile pack as well as being physical.
And Ronan Kelleher himself functions a bit like a loose forward, so I think in that 5 you really do have an explosive group of players who are going to be trying to basically undo everything Japan want to do, beat them in the contact on both sides of the ball.
Slow their ball.
And in Tadhg Byrne and and Daragh in particular, you have two guys who do look for the jackal,
They do.
which is
Even
crucial.
Porter and Kelleher look for the jackal in the front row, so it's like, they have useful assets.
The jackal will be very important in this game.
Yeah.
Ireland need to stop Japan on the ball. They need to not drive them back, but also if Japan get themselves isolated with their sort of romantic plays, Ireland need to be hunting that ball and turning it over and not allowing Japan to get any kind of momentum on the ball.
Truly. No, it starts at the contact area, as it oft does for Ireland, but this one particularly stylistically it makes sense that they need to be physical, technical, but also slow tackles, which way that takes. That can be a tackle that starts as a maul attempt, then the knee goes to floor, they release them, but it's slow. It means that the ruck is therefore cleared a little bit later, and it gives the line time to set, because like there's no Robbie Henshaw out there who is a defensive leader in the back line. They're going to want to disrupt the tempo of the Japanese at source, and that'll involve good aggression at the set piece as well, which is something that Paul O'Connell has had his fingerprints all over during the Six Nations. They were conceding a few penalties for jumping across and playing the man in the air, but that was a symptom of just them going for it nearly all the time. When they get the read, they go for it, and guys like Byrne are good jumpers even at the last minute, and they can get up there and disrupt. James Ryan, who didn't start his career doing that, but he has started doing that this season, particularly over the last year.
Yeah, and it's a good job for him, because he has been for him to be leading the line out now is kind of something. Ian Henderson has been calling the line outs. He's on the bench. Peter O'Mahony's on the bench. So obviously, if the line out goes
if the
line out goes to pot, or if they're just not competing as they want to in that area, they do have two very good operators to bring in. But it's kind of a test of where James Ryan is at. Can he run the line out as smoothly as Ireland want him to and need him to in the future?
Yeah.
That's going to be a good challenge. I think, it's as you say, it's about winning the contact zone, getting on top of them at set piece, and I would definitely be targeting, from a defensive point of view, being sort of way more sort of, what would be the word, just stingy in terms of what they give up. I want to see, like, the way the game is going these days, it's a little more about pressure than it is about sort of the containment that Ireland have been doing. They've been doing a sort of a defence that isn't aggressive, that's kind of reactive instead of proactive. It's more about getting out of the line. They have some really good shooters. They have Bundy Aki and Josh van der Fleer, who Josh van der Fleer will lead the line all day on the inside. Bundy Aki and Gary Ringrose, who's had a great start to the season in defence, but granted at URC level.
He's up against Lafayette, which is a
heck of a job. But Ireland, the way that modern defences are going, the ones that are having the most success are the aggressive pressure defences, the blitzing defences.
The ones that the one that Leinster are bringing in, it is a very Leinster-centric team, is a kind of a numbered up version where the tackler tackles, releases straight away and bounces back up to get back into the line and be pillar, and then it allows them to keep 13 or so men on their feet, and then they do blitz on the inside through Josh van der Fleer, bring that pressure tight, but then the rest of them kind of do a little drift and passing thing. It's very good for Leinster at URC level.
But it's a lower level, and you do end up with situations where there's like 2-on-2s in about 10 metres of space, and that can sometimes be all Japan needs. And it feels a bit like the obvious thing to say is that you play a containment defence to not put too much pressure on your wingers, because you don't want, like, if you're blitzing, your winger's going to come up, and obviously that's been a huge issue for James Lowe in his time in the Ireland jersey, flying out of the line
had his issues
and getting the reads wrong, and Keith Earls as well, and like they all do it. But when the team is cohesively blitzing, actually the wingers can often be less exposed because the 13 is doing it on his inside, and when you're bringing that much pressure, it's just much more difficult for the opposition to execute at any kind of a level and to actually find space. Whereas sometimes when you're allowing the opposition to go through multiple phases, then you can end up with a situation where there's a 2-on-2 and Low on the edge, or the winger on the edge is kind of just a little bit frantic on their feet, and then they shoot up when no one else is shooting up, and that's where Ireland have been getting caught on the edge pretty much time and time again, match after match. So I really am looking, especially ahead of the All Blacks next week, but against this very classy offence as well, what are Ireland doing on defence? Are they going to change it? Are they going to go to a more aggressive pressure defence, using their loose forwards to get on top of teams, trusting Gary Ringrose to shoot from 13, trusting Josh to get up and be aggressive? That's what I want to see from the Ireland defence, and that's definitely a point that I think they should be emphasising and focusing on this week.
It's a curious dry run for the All Blacks, because stylistically Japan do have a similar ethos and a similar kind of way they want to play the game. It's fast, it's technical, and it's very, very attacking based. There are levels to this game, but as far as a dry run for an All Black test, you could do a lot worse than facing Japan the week before. Like you say, defence is a huge factor because Ireland have dominated possession. Their pack has been mighty in all of their games this year, and yet they have coughed up soft scores. They were better at not doing that during the summer in their Tier 2 games, they
coughed up plenty against Japan.
That's what I was going to caveat. It's like that's the one Tier 1 game they couldn't contain. It was a changed side, but they couldn't contain them. They're loose kicks. That is still a very bad habit of this Irish team, is just out of ideas. Why not kick the ball away?
Yeah, I think I like to think that Sexton in a 10 will bring him much more control. And actually I like the fact that he's surrounded by Leinster, so he can kind of keep doing what he's been implementing in Leinster, which is quite a lovely looking attack.
True.
They're moving the ball very well. They're mixing it up really, really well, and they're letting Sexton dictate things and find spaces.
They're letting some of their more aggressive back row forwards range out there and be further out in the line. You might see Jack Conan pop up out in the wing,
playing centre, absolutely, and that's definitely something that you're going to hope to see, because from a ball playing point of view, Conan and Tadhg Beirne are probably potentially two of our better distributing options. They're lovely footballers.
This is it, and it sits people down, and it means they're going to win those collisions more often than not when they're lined up against backs out there, and they have good footwork and speed to cope and handle that. I'd like to see a little bit more of that, playing them in different areas. Like, as much as some of what our offense has done has been nice, and we saw in that England game kind of two different sides to what Ireland want to do with the ball, and I would love to see them kick on from that. There was the Jack Conan try, which was kind of cut straight from the Joe Schmidt school book, playbook of just super patient, like 30 plus phases that included like starting in the middle third, phase, crossfield kick, gathered into the 22, phase, and eventually Conan pick and jam over, which is just great discipline, great technique to be able to resource those rooks time and time again and finally find the space. That is one aspect of this Irish offence that is very good, when they're patient and accurate like that. But then the other one, which was the Keith Earls try from that one, is such a vital cog as well, because it was just off a line out on the 22 metre line, over the back, inside ball, using Conan's great hands to kind of isolate that.
It was a little deeper than the 22, actually. It was near enough halfway, in fact.
But just giving that hole for a winger to go through, and a one strike move try. It would be lovely to see the offence be efficient like that and score not only the multi-phase tries that are kind of the hallmark of them, where they're going back and forth and doing this and working the ball so much and making the defence make so many tackles. It's nice when you can get scores that are a bit cheaper than that, and the All Blacks demonstrate that.
Oh, indeed, and so you don't even have to look as far as the All Blacks. Look at Scotland. Look at Scotland and how they use their set piece, whereas for Ireland, for the last couple of years, it's great to see them working in. I hope to see more of it, but for the last couple of years, really, since the last year of Joe Schmidt, 90 to 95% of Irish set pieces, both line out and scrums, have been a hit up from 12. Just all of them. That's just what you do off set pieces. It's wrong, it's bad, and hopefully we're going to adjust and be a little smarter than we have been. From Japan's point of view, the visiting team, who we obviously aren't rooting for, but
it's tough to dislike them though.
Oh, it is.
Jamie Joseph's a very smart man. He will definitely have a plan to attack Ireland, and we saw even over the summer, but obviously in that World Cup game as well, how effective they can be against us, and what a good kind of counterweight they are to us, because as much as Ireland will try to wrestle control and try to dictate the game for most of the game, the reactive and the kind of nature of their offensive instincts means Japan can afford to soak and be reactive, because if they can defend well and accurately and technically repel those runners with low chop tackles, then once the ball gets loose, or if they can pounce on a loose ball, they will transition very quickly.
Be the more clinical team and punish Ireland when they make mistakes and drop the ball, like a great soaking, counter-attacking All Black team. Absolutely right. Huge job for the loose forward combination from Japan as well. James Moore even in a lock, but Labuschagne and Himeno at 7 and 8. Huge players for them. They're up against really top drawer loose forwards in the Ireland team, explosive, physical, and good on the ball. If they can disrupt them, if they can frustrate them, if they can get Ireland slowing down and attack, I think Gibson Park as well, because Gibson Park, while he is a good tempo setting scrum half, he can be got at. And I definitely think that if Japan are to have purchases on defence and stop Ireland from doing what they want to do on the ball, it'll involve making it a little messy and then getting after him.
And
forcing mistakes
similarly Sexton, because one of the mistakes they made in that game that they ultimately lost the Wallabies was not pressuring the halfbacks enough. I think in Quaid and Tate McDermott, they just gave them too much time to do what they wanted to do with the ball, and ultimately it ended up costing them because the guys are bigger guys. Like sometimes they will be on the wrong side of the contacts and the collision zone here. They're just a physically smaller team, so they got to bring that energy and that hustle and that like just sheer, like at their very best they're super technical, so they're always on the ref's side because they're very technical. Like they with the way they scrummage, they can be the beneficiaries of kind of sloppy teams setting up wrong, and they're very compact and low. But similarly in the tackle zone, just go low, and like you don't have to worry as much about the offloading here as you would against the All Blacks or against even the Wallabies. Now that being said, from an Irish point of view, I would like to see the forwards riding contacts and getting their hands free and getting the balls free more often, it's particularly in this game.
We know more often, but we don't do that.
Not going to happen as often as I'd like it to. I think it's a good in for Ireland in this particular context, but Japan should be hedging with just stopping the runner. Chop them down, make them go through another phase, and the more phases we go through, the more likely we are to throw a loose pass or just kick the ball away.
And I would love to look. I'd like, obviously Bundyaki and Gary Ringrose has had his issues on defence, isolating him, trying to get Lafayette
1v1 with runners either side. Absolutely. And
Kotaro Matsushima at fullback, that's an exciting selection.
It is. He needs to be aware to the fact that the aerial game will be prevalent in Dublin. It always is. Ireland with Sexton will bring a varied and very persistent kicking game that will test him all day, and he'll have to have his wingers in tow and mind that pendulum, because occasionally, like in that World Cup, like I think it was Russia in their opening game, caused them all kinds of problems with the high ball as well, even if Matsushima was on the field that day as well. So you can't allow Ireland that in, because they do love that. Like when the bombs start working for Ireland, the tails go up and then the pack starts looking imperious.
But if they kick a little loosely, he's a great man to have back there. Matsushima, lovely offensive instincts, great on the counter attack, and I like him as a fullback in this multi-phase. They obviously don't have Fukuoka anymore on the wing, but I do like him as another option. Like I actually think Fafita has done okay, and it'd be interesting to see
in that high ball context he was flawless against Oz. To be honest,
I do like bringing Matsushima's pace in from fullback in the multi-phase, just coming in, sweeping. You talk about isolating Gary Ringrose, and when Ireland get a little narrow, that's when they can get a little vulnerable, and I just love him sweeping from deep, picking the right lines to try and get to the edge of the Irish defence.
Lafayette, he'll find him.
Exactly, because Lafayette is such a neat distributor. You can pick a late run and fracture the Irish defence, and we've seen that the Irish defence, when you bring a bit of speed and a bit of smarts, you can open them up. We saw France do it with very limited opportunities. They still did it.
Saw Wales do it.
We saw Wales do it. I mean, absolutely. Japan should be fancying it against the Irish edge defence in particular, keeping it away from the contact as best as possible. Ruck avoidance, KBA, all of that stuff is very, very much what Japan will be about. They changed somewhat. They've definitely evolved a little bit from that World Cup team. As you said, no Fukuoka, and now Matsushima back in the backfield on his own a bit. Their pace is slightly lessened in the wide channels. They aren't quite as lightning quick as they were in the World Cup out there, but their offensive maul looks a lot better. Their pack look a little bit less shocked by physicality and more robust in terms of defending set piece and stuff like that. So they are building to try and address some of the things that came unstuck for them when they met the Springboks in that quarter final. It's a very sensible evolution that we're seeing, and even like guys like Tamora coming on at 15 to give them two kicking options as well, where they sometimes kind of found territory sometimes hard to come by in top level games. These are good variations that are just the hallmark of a smart guy. Like Jamie Joseph is a very smart coach, and this is a very skillful team, and top league is full of pros now, so I think they are still progressing very nicely, and they're a danger for anyone. They're a good team, no doubt about it. How do we see this one going in Dublin?
I would like to see us controlled a bit more than we did in summer, and be able to maybe win by more than a score by being physical. I back our pack in this matchup, I do, and I back them to not be gassing out in the Fukuoka heat. I think it'll be the November in Dublin factor will mean that there won't be any fatigue issues. I think at their very best, the back row we picked and the pack we picked is so mobile but also so fit. Like Josh van der Fleer does 80 minutes at a frightening clip week in, week out.
Ron Kelleher looks scary good these days.
Sheehan off the bench as well. Like I think there's a lot of power there. I would like to see us scrum aggressively for penalties as well, which we weren't always doing last season, but the club sides have started doing that at the beginning of this season. I'd like to see us be able to dictate the tempo of the game and maybe get the offensive stuff is secondary. I'd like to see our defense contain them by controlling the tempo, which would start at the contact zone and start at the thing. But it is a dry run for the All Blacks.
I'm hearing what you'd like to see.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you think?
Probably an annoying shootout that we end up winning, but it's like, God,
That would bode poorly for next week if that's what happens. I don't know either. I don't know. Look, it's the opening game of the season. Japan are scary. We don't really know where Ireland are. We're hoping that they come to town with the right attitude and play a good game.
It'll be the first time in front of a home crowd, which will make a difference to that in terms of fighting.
Yeah, except they're struggling to move tickets for it, which is weird.
That is a shame.
It is a shame. And it's like if it's a flat crowd and a non-full of Eva, and all of a sudden Japan come to play. I'm definitely a little scared by this game. I'm so blinded when it comes to predicting an Ireland game that I can't even venture a guess. I hope we win. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, I'll pick a score. Will I? I'll say. 30 points to 21?
Yeah, something like that is what I've seen as well. What I would like to see is 30 points to 14, but
it could be 30-28.
Yeah, it could very easily be 30-28. That was what we saw was a humdinger in the summer, and it'll be two.
One of the games of the weekend, I think.
One of the games of the weekend, but stylistically it's great because they do like to play two very different games themselves, and there's push and pull, and both sides have purple patches, and it tends to look very interesting when either is attacking or defending. So I'm going to be optimistic and say we win by more than a score, because I hope that we do.
Yeah. Alright, well, with that we are going to park that game, our own charges, and try and put our emotions back into a little bottle and move on and look at some of the other rugby that's going ahead. The next game, chronologically speaking, is Spain taking on Fiji.
Yes.
Now this is obviously a tier 2 clash, one that you might know is going on. It is going to be broadcast by World Rugby. This is in the university complex in Madrid. It's obviously taking place on the Saturday. It's going to be a 3 o'clock kickoff our time, or 4 o'clock local time in Spain. And Jaco Peyper is taking the game with Chris Busby and Ludovic Kjaer on the sidelines, with Alan Falzone from Italy on TMO duty. It's definitely I was surprised even to see that this game was going ahead. I think it's Spain's first game or game against their highest opposition since I think in this century. Highest ranked opposition. They really don't tend to get these games.
Wow.
And the unfortunate shame of it is that they don't actually have a lot of their French-based players. I saw the tier 2 account was flagging this and saying it's just a curiosity that the way the power dynamics work is that Georgia have actually worked themselves quite a friendly negotiation. Their players aren't playing in the top couture this week, despite the fact that they don't have a game.
Yeah.
Their players are training with them in Georgia, whereas Spain have a game which is one of their biggest, or at least their game against the best opposition they've played for forever, and they don't actually have most of the players. So they don't. So they're missing a huge chunk of players for this game, and that obviously is going to hamper them to some extent.
True.
The two sides have met just once before. Back in 1999, it was a 39-20 victory for Fiji back then.
There you go.
It is a good opportunity for Los Leones. They come off a performance last week where they actually pushed Italy A all the way. That was an Italy A team that had some it was full of URC players. It was just like the
pro players anyway.
Yeah, pro players, solid URC talent, and they took an 8-0 lead and then conceded 13 points in about 10 minutes, and then that was it. That was the only conceding that they did in the game. They lost it 13-11 in the end.
Tight one.
It was a tight one. Yep. They didn't concede any yellow cards. They played a nice game. They scored a nice try with an attacking kick.
Very good. All of that is positive reports.
They still have some skills, Spain. That's the thing. They are a skillful team at their best.
That's true. Yeah. Well, we're sure we know all Spaniards can play football, so it's pretty much true. So we want to see them be a bit more skills based. And even before the start of the Rugby Europe Championship this year, they were saying they were going to be modelling themselves in Japan and being Europe's tier 2 Europe's answer to Japan. That ended up being Portugal, as it turned out, because they really instead of doing any of that, they became just a very brutish, very thuggish entity where things would go against them and then they compounded by like punching someone in the face.
They were giving away crazy cards, like the kind that'd make Lavanini blush. It was like they were like they just lost the head to such an extent that you were kind of looking at the game going, what is going on? I can't remember who they were playing, but one of the games
it was Romania. The cross kick where the ball was hanging in the air and he creased the potential receiver, and then there's like 2 more seconds of hang time before the ball comes down. He's already broke him up. 2 or 3 cards at once could have been given, and then they I was watching that game thinking they might have to call this off. They literally might not have enough players because they could all go. It was bizarre to see, and I hope that they've rectified some of that and have gone back to just playing rugby and bringing a bit of discipline to proceedings. Sure.
On the other side of the coin, obviously Fiji, we all love to watch Fiji.
Their box office as it comes to flying Fijians against Los Leones. Yeah,
they have a temporary coaching staff that they've put in for these autumn international fixtures.
Vern Cotter didn't travel.
He didn't. He is saying he's in contact with them, like he's doing Skype stuff.
And halftime chats.
Yeah, he's remotely involved, I'll say that anyway, in communicating with the coaches. But as it is, former Wales international Gareth Baber is taking the team. Now he's the guy who was coaching the Sevens team at the Olympics
to victory this year, so he has some pedigree with the Fijians already.
Yeah, they'll listen to him.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then obviously he's going to be assisted by a few more 15s experts, including Rory Best of our own land, and then ex-Scotland fly half Duncan Hodge. And then Richie Gray is in as breakdown coach.
Yeah, I think he is in there in their normal setup as well. So that's a bit of continuity for them as well. But quite a colourful coaching ticket as well. But then similarly, players, it's European based players that they're utilising as well for the squad. And even at that, a few of them are unavailable. Guys like Semi Radradra is unavailable for both Bristol and for now Fiji.
Lavani Bhatia playing for La Rochelle this week.
More top guitars. Release your Fijians so I can watch them play. Mind you,
they probably don't need them this week, but hopefully they get them for the weeks to come. They have games against Wales and Georgia coming up, and I'm looking forward to nice to have
Bhatia locking down the defence for them if possible.
For real, they on the evidence of what we saw last week, they could give Wales a real game. They've lost Priscilliato to injury as well. Johnny Dyer is also out. But Rotuni Rowewa comes in as a huge lock option, and they still have plenty of talent in the squad.
Still have Nakarawa in there as well, don't they, available?
Yes, he's starting at number 6.
And Ben Volavolo there as well, Perpignan now, and former Racing now, Perpignan 10 and stalwart in this team as well. So there is a bit of continuity from what we saw in summer. They obviously had the 2 games against the All Blacks in summer that was kind of treated as a why are we making these games thing in the reaction to it, but they've aged pretty well.
Oh God, I didn't think that at all watching these games. They frustrated the All Blacks.
They defended them better than most this year.
Absolutely. They're Fiji are a proper team, and I think they're probably, even without Vern Cotter and some of their Southern Hemisphere players, I think they're going to show it this autumn.
True.
Just looking at the game, first of all, from the point of view of Spain, who obviously have nothing to lose coming into this one, they gave a good account of themselves against Italy A, but the real Italy would be hammered by Fiji probably if they met next week. So I mean, it's quite a bit of stepping up, but they have some good players. They need to keep their composure and play a solid skills based game, and I think this will be a good test for them to do that. Sure. I do like their centres, Kimeno and Stewart, who last week were very, very good.
Yeah,
lovely touch on both of them. They play like a nice offensive kicking game. They like to pin teams back. That's a good strategy against Fiji.
Against Fiji for sure. If you can get a few 50-22s and dial in a line out maul, you could be in business for a try or two, and maybe even a competitive game from there. Take it one step at a time. But they need to play their own game, be solid like that. Few points of difference, including the kicking game. They should be fancying their ability to more than mix it with Fiji, but obviously without being too loose, because loose kicks will be punished by transition replay as well. And then once 1 or 2 scores go, or 1 or 2 things go against them, that's when you'd like to see the core leadership group keep the temperatures in check.
I think that's the challenge. Obviously they've got the big game next week against Russia, which colours all of this, because that is a last chance.
Has World Cup qualification
if they lose it, I'm ready to say full time. Try again in 4 years. If they lose it, I think they're done. Realistically,
if not mathematically, then probably
they will probably. When you're starting to when you're starting to have to put wins against Georgia in your column as a team like Spain, it's not going to happen. But if they win next week, they're kind of back on the horse, and it's a long process, and they've still got all of next year's competition, and who knows. But I think the real test is that they're not going to win this game. They're going to be blown away. Fiji are better athletes, crazy strong guys, ferocious in the tackle.
Top level rugby players.
Yeah, it's going to be guys who excel in their clubs at top couture and Premiership and Heineken Cup level. There's just these guys not only feature, they excel, and for all of these teams. It's a scary prospect for them, no doubt about it. But what's on them is whether they can keep their composure in the face of a team that is aggressive and physical and still get some stings off, stick to their task, try and probe with the quality of the kicking game is going to be so important. But they have some of the cleanest passing you'll see at Tier 2 in Europe anyway. Apart from Portugal, probably they have the cleanest passing. They do pass the ball well. They link up. They like to run. I'd like to see them try and go toe-to-toe in a shootout. It's a tough defence to go against, but Fiji do leave some spaces. They rush out aggressively.
The best way to defend them is to have the ball in your own hands.
Yeah, that's true.
Just hold the ball for a while and maybe try and find a score or two yourselves. That's definitely an MO for them. They will have to be dialed in at set piece because Fiji people sleep on their set piece, but they have some big units and they will fancy it as well, both at scrum and line out. Under Vern Cotter in general, they've improved in those areas and they've emphasised those areas a bit more. So you can't be shocked when the ball gets nicked in your line out and you're like, wait, but Fiji don't normally compete, or you get scrummed off the ball and be like, oh, I thought Fiji were not a great scrummagers. Not a good way to thinking. They need to be dialed into trying to do their stick to task, stay on point, lock down your set piece, win your own ball, and then try and use it. Try and
drag it into the dirt a little bit. Play a composed game and keep it tight as best you can for as long as you can, and maybe nick a couple of scores.
Yeah,
and stay focused on your task. That's the challenge for Spain.
For Fiji, the opposite. Try and break it all up. Run round them. Basketball passes around the air, through them, round them, over them, under them. Doesn't matter. They have to find the space, find the tries. Try and hit the ground running here. They have a few good tests coming up.
They have a game next week against Wales, which they will be targeting.
That is exactly true.
They had a good win a couple of years ago against France in the autumn series.
Yeah.
And they have a game coming up against Georgia as well, which will be in Georgia. And the Georgians are putting together, obviously, they have a better camp than they've ever had. And that has the potential to be as good a Tier 2 game as you'll ever see as far as standard.
Yeah, very much so. And
so they don't want to lose that.
No,
they have a good record against the Georgians.
Good record. Their most recent showing, which was a World Cup game, which was important because Georgia now have had to qualify for the World Cup, where Fiji have in third place. Very, very important. And they did win the race for that between Fiji themselves and Uruguay.
Despite their pants being pulled down in that game.
Yes.
That's a point of encouragement for Spain, is that Uruguay game. Try and replicate that as best they can. But I mean, they're getting ready for this Wales game and trying to show the same sort of defensive cohesiveness we saw against the All Blacks as a first port of call. And you talked about the set piece as well. And then it's just about letting some of these players go to work. I'm particularly looking forward to Tuisova coming on off the bench. What a player he is.
What a kind of bringing on to the bench.
I know,
of course, Spain.
It's cruel. It is very cruel. But even guys like Naya Kalevo, Tuisuvu at fullback, Wainakolo on the wing, class player. Albert Tuisui at number 8. He's had a great season so far.
Well. A lot is on just the halfbacks to get these guys, facilitate these guys and invite them on to run onto it. That's going to be the MO, because they will run support lines, they will look for offloads. It'll be interesting to see who takes up the bodyer role of leading the line speed in defence. They have been doing it from 12. Will it remain from 12, or will they push it out?
Might be Naya Kalevu,
Might be. But yeah, you'd like to see a bit of consistency, which we have seen from them in the last couple of years more so. They've been a more consistent side in terms of what they're trying to do. They've been better at set piece. They've been better on defence. And I think in this game they will just be better. And that will probably tell. I think they will likely be rewarded for just a gung-ho attempt to play rugby. They should just do what the All Blacks rocked up to the US with, in terms of just run it at them first, and then maybe kick it if they stop you. But don't kick it until they stop you.
No, exactly right. Let's just see if Spain are here at all for the game. Absolutely right. I would agree with that. And I'm just curious as well to see what the Gareth Baber, obviously sevens man, but him and Vern Cotter putting together the attack remotely, like what kind of shape are they going to bring?
A set piece strike move in them, which is not normally their MO.
But they do have a competent 10, and at the top level they do need They need to become more about working their athletes into space rather than getting them to do everything and make things happen from nothing. Actually work them into a bit of space, and Vula is their man to do that. So he's out there today or this weekend against Spain. That's definitely going to be a point of emphasis that I'm going to be looking for. Is what do they do off set piece? What's the first phase, second phase? How are they trying to unlock this defence, especially ahead of the game against Wales next week? Because they are going to come into that game hungry.
They definitely will. They fancy a few scalps in November, and they're very often right, because you can catch some of these teams cold in November, and Fiji, when you're cold against Fiji, they will make you look very, very silly. And so with all that said, how do you think this one goes?
Well, it'll be a Fiji win.
Yes, I would agree.
I don't really know what to expect from Spain. I think in the early goings, Fiji will be a little disjointed. First game of the season vibes for them. I think, obviously they didn't have a PNC. They haven't played since July, so I would think that, maybe 30 minutes in, it might be a tight enough game. I think Spain might be able to hold it together for that long, as a kind of maybe a 3-all, 6-3 kind of a game. And then, as the game wears on, the pressure will tell. Fiji will start running up the scoreboard, and maybe Spain to grab a try. So something in the regions of 35 to 8, maybe final
something
score
like that. Yeah, okay. I would,
maybe even it could be 50 to 8. Like if Fiji
that's where my
are
head's
off,
at. If Fiji do arrive to the pitch, then even Spain keeping it tight could look a little bit more like 14 or 18-3, and that's before it blows out. Could end up happening that way. I would hope to see more discipline from Spain. I'm looking forward to seeing whatever Fiji are bringing, and curious to a certain extent, but confident that they have too much for Spain. But I'm glad that this fixture is happening. There's a lot made of why are we making these tier 1 v tier 2 kind of fixtures and whatnot. This isn't quite the same bracket, but it's like that little stat you gave about Spain, just this is their top ranked opponent for this century. You need to remedy some of those anomalous stats. You need to give these guys exposure.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it's not quite the Autumn Nations Cup that we'd pictured, but it is functioning as something of a festival of rugby this November, and I'm definitely enjoying it happening for all of these teams. Speaking of which, we've got another tier 2 game to take you through. We've got Portugal hosting Canada. This is
a very interesting game. From objectively, just the way both of these teams play, very pretty game going in store in this one.
100%. It's in Portugal's venue, the Car Rugby do Jamor in Lisbon. Obviously going to be taking place this Saturday, same time actually as the Spain Fiji game. It's going to be a 3:00 kickoff, local time and our time in Portugal. Refereed by Frank Murphy of Ireland, Ben Blaine and Adam Leal on the sidelines, it's a funny old game because it's a game between two sides on very different trajectories. Portugal are hunting their second ever Rugby World Cup appearance and look better than they ever have, while Canada have obviously just failed to qualify for the competition for the first time in their history. Canada, obviously with a great rugby tradition, have won all 4 of the previous meetings between the sides.
There you go.
But Portugal have just been a revelation this year, and if you're not abreast of it at this stage, you should be, and just watch these guys play, because they have been, without question,
their backline's great.
They've been the story of Tier 2 this year.
Have,
I mean, even Chile, step aside, because Portugal have been this year's story of Tier 2. They have played some sparkling rugby. They really have.
No, they have, and they bounced back even from that heartbreaking last gasp defeat to Romania where they had them all but beat, and then they kind of dialed out. They celebrated prematurely, and then they kind of blew along doing it and got wrestled down, but they bounced back and managed to streak away with wins. Portella's a very, very nice young 10, but their wingers, Marta and Storty, I think, on either wing, lightning, lethal. They just, particularly that game against the Netherlands, they were just scoring for fun. I think it was 4 tries for one of them, 3 tries for the other. They have lovely shape. They put lovely shape on the ball. They actually, as far as converting line breaks into tries, they are as good as you'll see in Tier 2 level, which is where Canada want to be in terms of how they aspire to play the game. But as far as the tools and as far as what we're seeing on the evidence on the pitch, Portugal look the superior side at the moment. So you're right in saying it's 2 different trajectories. If Portugal were to qualify for the World Cup, it would only be their second, whereas obviously, as you're saying, Canada only missing out for the first time. But it is in Lisbon. It is. I'm making Portugal slight favourites here as we go in, but I suppose we will look at preview.
Yeah, I mean, for Canada, it's sort of the long process of rebuilding kind of begins with this tour. I mean, as far as just the host point of view for Portugal, they are getting ready for a game against Japan next week, which is very much kind of the team on which they model themselves.
That'll be
idols. A great game to watch. I'm just really looking forward to that one. They are missing several of their sort of marquee players, which includes the talismanic Samuel Marques, who's playing for a Pro D2 team, and he's moved to 10 for them.
Oh wow! He's a good footballer.
He does run the game very very well. He has been the linchpin of the attack, the tempo setter, a really, really special looking player from 9.
Yeah.
But they have all kinds of talent in their backline. They really do. Portela at 10 has been excellent. But on the wings, Rodrigo Marta and Rafael Storti have been some of the stories of the year. But likewise, even in the centre, Jose Lima, very fine looking player.
Appleton, who's captain, I think, and their most capped player as well. He's grabbed a few nice tries. Been the
the whole backline has been special.
They just dial in how to run off each other. Like once the line's broken, they all have lovely support runs that they run, and very often their passing is on the money, and they can carve teams open. They
opened up some robust defences at tier 2 level, like Russia 60 odd points or whatever it was, 49 points. The Netherlands 60 points they put on them, but even Romania, like they caused that defence all kinds of problems. They put it up to Georgia at times, but they really do. They work it so hard. Like they look for the space. They have this wonderful consistent blindside wing position which kept working against defences in rugby.
Giving the little inside ball to Portela, it works every time.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. They got the blindside wingers coming in, running lines off each other, and then someone running a line off him, sort of like that classic All Black stuff that you would have seen back in 2015, obviously at a lower level, but those same kinds of explosive inside outside runners running off each other, and it's been working all year for them, and I see no reason why it won't against Canada.
Are bringing on the defensive end, you're thinking, ooh, this is a very attackable team for our attack-based team, which is very much what Portugal have been about. They should obviously be looking to improve in the pack and be less shocked. They do have guys like De Freitas, who's a very exciting prospect in there. They have a few good players, but every now and then when it goes wrong for them, it's because they're getting kind of swallowed up at set piece and in the contact zone. So
and we saw Canada hustle pretty well against the US at times in that area, and I'd say the US would probably be stronger than Portugal at set piece.
Sure.
So that's definitely a point of concern, and a point of focus for them is improving in those areas. But it is about the offense, and they should be looking to shock the Canadian defense, because they're like the US and Chile both opened up Canada at times, and they play slower than Portugal do. Portugal play at a lightning speed. They get their back rowers on the ball. They try and just avoid rucks. They turn line breaks into tries really, really well. They're so good to watch. If you have the means of watching, you absolutely should, because they're box office. The game is going to be broadcast, by the way, on Vimeo via Portugal. They have a Vimeo account, so
everyone
you can get it on.
Loves when something's on Vimeo and you have to go on Vimeo instead of
whatever
YouTube
the hell
or something.
Vimeo
normal.
is.
No, I know Vimeo. I've been down this route. Not normally for rugby matches now, I have to say. But then sure, it's a weird old autumn where you have to do Amazon Prime to watch test matches anyway, so it's all getting weird. But at least it is broadcast, and as you say, it is worth watching. For Portugal, to be honest, are worth the price of admission alone. They are a great team to watch.
Yeah, and it'll be a test. I'm just curious to see how they cope without Marques as well, because he's the leader of the offense.
He has been, in terms of setting that ferocious tempo. Like Portela's a young guy at 10, Marques is kind of pushing 30 now, or
he's in his 30s.
He's in his 30s, so he's a bit more of an experienced head. So don't know who the stand-in is, but whoever it will be is going to have to kind of drive a similar tempo, or try to drive a similar tempo, and just facilitate those runners that they have out wide, and make the game a high-tempo, high-scoring shootout, because I think they should be confident in their ability to win that. If they can set up a shootout, they'll win.
They'll win probably by lots. They'll win probably something similar to what they did to the Netherlands or something like that. I mean, they might not stop. I mean, they could put 50 on Canada if Canada aren't careful.
True.
From their point of view, obviously the Canadians licking their wounds. It's a very similar squad to what they brought to the party in that very disappointing game against Chile. They've got some good players. They've done something interesting this week, which is that they've taken Nelson out of the team, because I don't disrespect Nelson, but he's so not the future or the present of this team. No. It's like he's just.
And we watched him he played for Ulster for a few seasons, and he was in reserve for Ulster, and he wasn't quite cutting the mustard at URC level. And it's like I was delighted for him when he got the Canadian call up, but I was also looking at Canada going like, really? That's the answer at 10, finding this guy from the URC who's not quite at the URC level to be your test level 10.
He's not done much wrong.
No, he hasn't. They do need to be
leaning on themselves and building from the ground up as well.
You look at what Uruguay are bringing at 10 and 9 and 10 and the like, and then similarly Chile, like the you don't need to be
those teams, and even
they're built on local talent.
I would say Portugal as well.
The same.
Exactly. It gives you an easier identity rather than just putting together some hodgepodge of journeymen from all over. over who don't even know what it is to be Canadian, and it definitely it dilutes it a little bit when you're doing that, and especially when it's tier 2 level and you're not top class players anyway. I think it's just it's okay to do it in moderation, but a little too much, a little too often. So what they've done this week is they've still got Brody in. Speaking of which, he's a Safa, but he's a pretty good scrum half.
He is a good scrum half.
And they've got Spencer Jones, a Kiwi, who's a 10 but has been playing for the Arrows. He's coming in. He had been playing 12 for them over the course of
one of their better footballers out there as well.
So he gets a go in the 10 shirt. I like the look of that. And just as I'm seeing it now, Peter Nelson switches to fullback, so he's not totally out of the squad. But Spencer Jones getting a go at 10 is definitely interesting, and it's all about sort of width and distribution and trying to have a cut at the Portugal defence, which isn't perfect by any stretch.
They're slight players. Like, mind you, Canada aren't the biggest team either, but they probably will have a slight physical edge here in terms of their pack men. They do have some big units in that Canadian pack themselves. They should be, it's an unusual state of affairs, but they should be targeting things like scrum to try and get an edge on, because Portugal have been vulnerable there before, even at tier 2 level. That's where they tend to sacrifice some of their great control that they have when they have the ball in their hands. But sometimes at set piece, at source, they can lose the ball very quickly because they're slight, they're small. You should be looking to rough them up, make it a bit more of a dogfight, and then try and execute in that dogfight, find your own tries. Because a shootout, as much as they do have ambition and their shape through Kingsley Jones, I think it has been kind of pretty to watch them kind of run these patterns.
When they do it right, they look good for moments.
For a moment, they look good.
And they can take tries, which is always a good thing for a tier 2 team. It means you're not totally out of it ever.
Yes,
and I do like that. And listen, if they can edge the set piece, if Connor Keys and Lucas Rumble can have similar, if they can have similar games to what they did against the US up in Canada, be physical, own the contact area, win the physical battle, and turn it into a shootout in which you can get some stuff off the Portuguese defence.
If you're winning the advantage line, then that's good.
You make it interesting. You make it interesting. If they come out here shoulders sagged away from home,
then they will be cut to ribbons. Cut to ribbons. They can't, like those back, the centres particularly will have to be alert to the danger all the time, because there is danger all the time with Portugal. They're dreaming of very, very impressive passes and very, very nice lines, so it's on them to be proactive on the defence and shut them down.
They have to come with a bit of heart. Like they've got a match here against Portugal, then they've got a match next week against Belgium, then that wraps them up for what has been a catastrophic year for them. The rebuild process begins slowly, but I think they will want to end on a high. They will want to put a positive footnote on the year at the very least.
Sure. It's hard. Grab a few wins and arrest some momentum to take it. Obviously, it's like there's very few. Like, momentum's a curious thing, but when you get dumped out of the World Cup in qualifying for the first time ever, that tends to run your momentum meter right down to zero. You kind of grind to a bit of a halt there. It's not just the season over, it's the cycle over. It's 6 years before you can be at a World Cup again.
And here's hoping that some form of good competition can be put together in the Americas next year, so that COVID notwithstanding, so that they can actually get some games of consequence, because obviously the World Cup qualifiers have ended on quite a bum note for them. But they're going to give this a go anyway against Portugal. How do you see it going?
I'm going to back Portugal here. I'm going to do the same thing that I was doing in those World Cup qualifiers, and I'm just looking at it going, like, I like Portugal, I like what they're doing. And I was looking at Canada going, don't really like Canada, don't think I'm convinced by what they're doing. So I think Portugal are going to be the ones who win. The last time I saw them, they were great.
The last little 2-match cycle they had against Russia and the Netherlands, they were better even than they had been at the beginning of the year. They learned some lessons.
Because they took that Romania dished them out a very harsh lesson at the very beginning of the season in this ground at home, where they had the game all but won. They were like 2 scores up with around 10 or 15 to play, and they were celebrating. The subs were flooding in, and then they kind of had an adrenaline dump, and the big Romanian pack sniffed it out and managed to maul them into submission then for the remainder of the game and nick it on them. And since then they've been very, very good. Literally since then they've dialed in not doing that, being disciplined, being focused on next play mentality, next ball mentality, and just having good offensive instincts to kind of go and attack any team.
I mean, they're last. Like this year in terms of points scored, they kicked it off with 16 points registered against Georgia. Since then, 27 points up against Romania, 43 points scored against Spain, 61 points scored against the Netherlands, 49 points scored against Russia. In Russia.
Yeah.
Insane. I mean, they should be bullish about trying to put 50 on these Canadians.
They should be arriving with an All Blackian chip on their shoulder.
It remains to be seen. Obviously, there's always the caveat of like once you put everything on ice and then you're starting up again.
Everything has to. Form takes a while to bed in, but there's a touch of class is permanent to the difference in these teams, I suggest.
Yeah.
But like it's possible that Canada are more at the pitch after their competitive games or their campaign they're just coming off. That is a possibility, but no, I think Portugal have the tools to get this done.
Yeah, 100%.
Get it done in style.
I would think so, and yeah, definitely a fun team to watch. We're going to move on to another fun team to watch, and that is Eddie Jones's Charges here.
I thought you were talking about Tonga.
Oh yeah, they're fun to watch too. It'll be definitely a bit of a mismatch, but a fun game. We're England hosting Tonga this Saturday, similar to kick-off time, 3:15. This is in Twickenham. It's going to be reffed by Craig Evans of Wales, an all-Welsh officiating team, Adam Jones and Andrea Piardi. An Italian woman, Andrea Piardi on the sideline with Adam Jones and Ben Whitehouse in the TMO box. Obviously, this is a bit of a mismatch, Tier 1 v Tier 2, classic stuff, and as we'll run through, England haven't taken mercy with their squad selection.
No.
So in their last meeting in the pools in the World Cup, England beat Tonga 35-3. And all previous meetings between the two teams have occurred at World Cups. England obviously having beaten Tonga on every occasion. That's right. I think it was in 1999, 2007 and 2019. So this is the first time they're playing them outside of a World Cup, which is somewhat intriguing. From Tonga's point of view, the Tongan team, obviously nicknamed the Akeli Tahi, they are, we were illustrating it last week or talking about it last week. They are kind of struggling for players. They're struggling to fulfill these fixtures. They have some men back this week. They have a good squad, but it's going to be tough for them to just fulfill these fixtures and get something going. Scotland demonstrated last week what they're going to be up against, really, because England are going to try and move the ball, and some of the set piece strike plays were bamboozling them, but they showed good defiance and good kind of heart to grab that try. In Fiva they have a very good place kicker as well, so it's not all doom and gloom, but I'm cutting them all kinds of slack this time round, because I know that this is just going to be tough for them. Well, there's another reason why. I think even starting at at England's point of view, they have named their team, and it is
merciless.
Pretty merciless.
Yes.
Jamie George was all lies. He's right back into the starting team, as he should be, one of the best hookers in the world. Ellis Genge partners him. Kyle Sinclair partners him on the other side in what is a ferocious front row.
Yeah.
And just when you couldn't get enough of that, they've got Maro Itoje and Johnny Hill in the locks. Courtney Laws, Sam Underhill, and Tom Curry in the back row. This is a
World Cup final starting.
This is a full English team. This is unbelievable. A full English breakfast for the Tongans. Ben Youngs and Owen Farrell at 9 and 10. Manu Tuolangi and Henry Slade in the centres. What did Tonga do to deserve that?
I don't know.
Johnny May, Adam Radwan gets a shot at right wing, and Freddie Stewart, after an impressive start to the season with Leicester, gets a run at fullback. They've also got Marcus Smith, obviously, as we know, and Alex Donbrandt to bring in off the bench, those class Quins players. It's Alex Mitchell in as well, Joe Marler to bring in off the bench. Very, very impressive looking England team. And
scary looking England team.
Yeah, they don't have a match against the All Blacks this November, but they do have matches upcoming against the Wallabies and the Springboks.
Yes.
And obviously that World Cup final replay will have been circled in their calendar for some time. They want to write
12 job.
Many times he had to say the scoreline.
I'm just going to drop the comment in before the Safa guys drop the comment in down below.
They will have had that game circled on the calendar from quite a ways out, and the Lions tour only rubs salt on that, so I think they're looking to get ready early and set out their stall with a massive win here.
Yes. They're going to try and hunt what the All Blacks have been doing, which is 100. They're going to be in that kind of ruthless form, because we saw them in the summer be a little bit dialed out with their changed outfit and kind of sometimes cough up. They allowed the US to grab a couple of maul tries in the second half, which is kind of unheard of for a Tier 2 side. I don't expect we'll see that from this England side. They are obviously playing for jerseys and playing for continuity as well. Very excited to see Tuilagi return to the field of play for England.
Yeah, looks pretty trim this year.
He's lost a few kilos in the off-season and he started well. So yeah, no, definitely good to see him back, and I'm sure English fans are delighted with that as well. Dombrandt is exciting. He's the one who, because I think Sam Simmons was released from the squad during the week. I mean, he may come back in. They reduced the squad to 28 before this, which included a few guys who were injured, so basically just pick the match day squad and allow the other guys to play back at their clubs. But Dombrandt is one that has been touted, and he will probably be getting a run against a slightly fractured side, which is where he looks very, very good. Is kind of rangy running, and he has good offloading instincts as well. So yeah, no, there could be a field day for all these guys like Adam Radwin, who's been all hype as well. Like, if they execute, he will be on the score sheet very early.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting to see if the offense can generate its same rhythm. And to be fair to Tonga, they'll come out of the line and they'll hit teams, and Scotland showed that you can get after them if you fracture them, but you got to play accurate and you got to play smart.
Yeah.
And England at their best have a sort of a pulsing offense that's really just full of options, but a really lovely rhythm to it. True. Which is, it just looks...
a few deceptive distributors like Jamie George out there, who, like, a Tongan would be forgiven for lining up to smash because you think here comes the smash, but then the ball could be gone. Yeah. And that is, for England, the sleight of hand and subtlety is what you want to see, because as much as they could kind of try and smash Tonga into submission, and probably would do that even though Tonga are big, it would be a little uglier and they might pick up a few injuries themselves, and it's definitely not the cleaner way to do it. Whereas Scotland did a very clean job last week of like scoring with their strike runners and their strike plays first before getting things like the maul going and whatnot. And I'd say England, with a team like they have here, they should be looking to do something like that, set plays and patterns off scrum and line out to try and unpick this defence, and then with a mind towards going towards bigger things.
It's a team they've picked to be cruel. It's a team they've picked to give Tonga no ins, because Tonga's in is their kind of physicality, and this England team
potential dialed out disjointedness from England.
This is their full team with full physicality in display. They'll look to attack them at the line out, attack them at the scrum. They got to obviously watch the discipline. That's one of the few ins when they're dialed out. They give up penalties, silly things like a Toji at line outs, maybe missing the ball and then grabbing an arm, that kind of stuff.
Needless in this context. And they probably they likely won't, to be honest, annoyingly.
Be patient and build a score and be physical, and I think England will be hot favourites to run up a score here. That said, Tonga, they have announced 9 changes themselves. The French clubs have released their players to the Tongans, mercifully, and we have Big Ben Tamifuna back in at tight head. A good battle between him and Ellis Genge upcoming, and he is...
Although slightly harsh on Lola Hea for grabbing the only try of last week.
I know, but Ellis Genge is such a monster of a scrummager. Big Ben is at least a tough man to move, very tough man to move, to be fair to him. They've also got the very exciting and really top quality Toulouse Vianu coming back in at fullback.
He is dangerous.
He's very good. I remember
whether he can get any meaningful balls.
Yeah, and even off kicks and stuff like that. Like he's hungry. He has a good boot on him, but he's a lovely attacking footballer. True. Very exciting player. Delighted to see him back in there, and so it's a little less depleted than it was
last week. And if guys like Fafita can carry on, he was good last week as well. Link up with him, maybe create something out there. It would be nice. Similar goals that I'm setting for pretty much all tier 2 teams in general when they face up a gauntlet like this. Can they not pale in the Twickenham shroud that tends to swallow up even top level teams, but certainly Polynesian teams historically don't travel to Twickenham very well, and they do. There is just that hoodoo that ends up with them being a little bit passive, which is exactly what you can't be. Like the only route to any success, not even a result, but any success, is being game for it. Like being dialed out, it results in what happened to the US when the All Blacks came to town and they were grinning at the haka, and you end up getting ripped apart. They need to be bullish and get themselves to the right place mentally before kickoff to play at least play their game. Force
England to have to not give anything cheap on the inside. Yeah, to smash people. If England can run,
that's what I would like to see. If they're getting going around the corner in a little bit of a predictable fashion, line them up and smash them. Remember that big hit they put in on Billy Vunipola in that World Cup
game?
Do it
to Tom Curry.
It'd be great to see. I do want to see good technical hits from Tongans. I'm understanding that it won't go their way. I would like for the longest time possible for the heads to stay up and for them to stay as cohesive as they can.
Yeah, and they have maybe grab a score. They do have some ballers out there as well. So if the chances fall to them, Vianney, Fafita, as you say, They do have some lovely attacking players as well as big players, and can take a try if it's there. So I'd love to see them get on the scoreboard, grab a couple of sneaky ones.
Yeah.
But I must say overall, there's not much to analyse here. It is a mismatch.
It is a mismatch. That's true. Tonga doing right by fulfilling these fixtures, I guess. But it's a pinch of salt and all the slack that I can cut them. England. Why would you pick such a team? Would you not play England A or close to? No,
they don't. They want to get ready for. They don't want any momentum.
I know why.
Because do you know why? It's because they don't need Eddie Jones to be full of annoying Tonga related "why did you misfire" questions in the build up to these games against Australia and South Africa.
True.
It needs to be all momentum. England are a momentum craving kind of side.
It's true.
And so they need to rack it up here against Tonga. Tonga have 2 more games to go after this. They play the French Barbarians next week and then finish up the series against Romania.
That's a better game. That's a better game, and they'll be primed for it after being thrown in the deep end, so to speak. But for this one, I see nothing but red roses. Really, a dominant show from the home side is what I'm expecting, and I'm gonna say they put 60 on them, but don't quite get to 70.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that Tonga's introduction of their 9 players means that they're going to be more bullish, more hungry. It's not going to go all England's way in the early stages. That they are going to show up with a bit of aggression and energy and make a fist fight of it at times.
Yeah.
It was 35-3 in the World Cup when Tonga were physically there for the challenge and geared up. And I backed them a little bit on the defensive side to try and stymie England. I hope they get 1 or 2 tries as well. I'd take
emotionally charged sippy towel pre-kickoff.
That kind of stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and say it'll be like 50 points to 11 and not quite as good as the Scots did.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I'm anticipating slightly more than that. Who do you got, and what's your spread? Because if anyone's predicting Tonga, you're a brave man. But to my eye, England are the stronger side by quite a distance, and Twickenham is a factor in and of itself, and it's going to be full of bullish English fans, and it's all coming up good for England this week. But they have big tests to come themselves.
Absolutely. But listen, with that, we're going to move on to the next game. And next up, we do have one of the big games of the weekend. It is the repeat of the World Cup semi-final in 2019, that tight, tense
parentheses, game. The competitive one.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Have a shot there, All Blacks. Wales hosting South Africa, the Principality Stadium in Cardiff, 5:30pm on Saturday. This is a huge game. Paul Williams has taken it from New Zealand. Andrew Brace and James Dolman as AORs, and Ollie Hodges in as the TMO. Obviously, the last
clash, and Kiwi and Irish officials
walking into a
half
bar.
of them be seeing no crossing, and the other half being like, "Isn't that cross? No." And
come to blows.
Like, nah, let's fly on.
I mean this game is obviously one of the more intriguing of the past number of years. The last time they met, it was that dramatic, tense, physical semi-final, which became nearly a stalemate before Damien Del Indy got in over the line to win the game for the Springboks. Obviously, overall, the Springboks, as you'd expect, have dominated the rivalry. They have a record of 29-6-1 against the Welsh. However, 5 of their 6 defeats have come in the last 7 games. And Gatland's Wales had something of an Indian sign over them.
They did,
for a time.
Towards the tail end of his tenure. It took him a while, I believe, because he was there for so long. But it took him a while to get that scalp. But then when he did, they managed to be wily enough to get that result. Although that trend was booked very comprehensively at the World Cup when the chips were down. I
wouldn't say comprehensively. It was a tight game.
It was a slight game. It was a tight game, but they were just edged in it. And to be honest, Gatland's Lions this year were doing similar things and being just edged as well, because South Africa are very, very good at that kind of game. But I don't think that's what this Wales team are necessarily about. So I think we are in for a slightly different spectacle than what we got the last time these two met. Obviously it depends, because I don't know where the Welsh confidence lies at the minute, whereas the South African one is probably through the roof. They just beat the All Blacks, even though it's a funny old thing. Momentum is a strange thing. Like after week 4 of the Six Nations this year, Wales were so excited and so bullish, and they were going for a Grand Slam, and since then it's been kind of it's been L draw L L. for Wales since then, and so the momentum's pretty down. Whereas even like a few games ago for South Africa, they were people writing obituaries for their defensive style of game because they'd lost 3 on the bounce, including 2 to the Wallabies, and then they beat the All Blacks, and that puts gets a lot more momentum back in your camp very, very quickly.
There's no question that South Africa are the team riding high into this game.
Sure.
But that doesn't necessarily mean everything. I mean,
no.
they interestingly enough have lost 8 of their last 12 games in Europe.
There you go. Well, they very often rock up in these end of season campaigns, not quite to the pitch, and sometimes they send developmental sides and new camps and stuff, and
regardless, it's probably since Rassie obviously came in 2018 and they didn't have a great November that year, but this is his first obviously he's not in charge anymore, it's Nienaber, but it's the two of them really. This is their first time taking their team to November fully primed and fully ready to go and to try and right that wrong, and I'm sure they have their sets in sight on doing just that. Obviously Wales, as you say, coming in on a much worse ebb. They had that defeat against France. They had the win against Canada, then drew to Argentina, lost to Argentina, hammered by New Zealand last week. It's kind of backs to the walls, and they are depleted. They're missing quite a bit of their squad. Ken Owen's not there. Moriarty, obviously, last week.
Couple of casualties
Alan
from
Jones,
last week.
their hero. No Tipperick, no Navidi, still no George North, no Willis Halaholo. I believe no Liam Williams this weekend. William Williams did make it. He's on the bench.
Good.
That's obviously going to be important for them, and they do have some returning charges. They have the likes of Rhys Sammet and Josh Adams, and I think for those two guys it's
they'll
definitely
be very hungry to take on these Springboks where they felt they should have already done so.
Exactly. They're a little jaded by what happened in the Lions tour. They didn't get to quite take them on, even though they felt that they would have felt that their form deserved it. And obviously I think for Dan Biggar as well, that Lions tour sits a little cold on his shoulders because everyone's talking about Finn Russell comes in and they look different, and he was just sticking to the game line, doing what is best he can. So a chance for him to take on the Springboks with what will be a more expansive attacking game plan.
Well, they were playing a more attacking game with in Wales with him at 10 and with all of these guys out there than they were ultimately in that Lions tour. It is a different outfit and a different team. So chance for somewhat of a redemptive arc for the likes of Dan Biggar, but also just a chance to go for the guys like Louis Rhys Sammet and stuff, and just you want to get them excited and primed to take the field. Because even like last week, looking at Louis Rhys Sammet when he probably should have been in Cardiff taking on the Boks, he was in his Gloucester colours, wasn't he? And he was had the cut of a frustrated man for the first time. You never really see him. He didn't have his cheeky grin. It wasn't quite coming off for him. He was looking frustrated out there, possibly because he felt he should have been with the boys in Cardiff. But hopefully that he can hit the ground running in the Welsh jersey now.
It's we have the full squad here. We're going to start just looking at the from the point of view of the home side, that is Wales, coming off that rough game last week. They have made some changes. Wyn Jones drops to the bench, the impressive form of Rhys Carey earning him a start at loose head. They've got Ryan Elias they're keeping the faith with at hooker despite a really tough showing against the All Blacks last week.
Truly.
Thomas Francis at tight head, huge job for him to step up. Will Rowlands taking the jersey of Alan Wyn Jones. Looked slow last week, didn't play well off the bench. Needs to improve. Adam Beard needs to take on a leadership role in that second row. Moriarty's replaced by Ellis Jenkins of Cardiff, who's had an impressive start to the season, and Tane Basham and Aaron Wainwright make up the back row, and they did play well last weekend.
They look good.
They've got Thomas Williams in at 9, same selection as last week. But Dan Biggar crucially coming in to take hopefully the kicking duties entirely off his shoulders and run that offence. Nick Tompkins interestingly comes in at 12, bringing a bit of speed to the midfield. Jonathan Davis at 13. I would have thought with those two on the pitch that you might have inverted them and put Jay Davis at 12 and Tompkins at 13, but they may yet as the game develops. And then obviously that back three, Josh Adams, Louis Rhys Sammet and Johnny McNichol with Liam Williams to come on, is pretty tasty.
That is very tasty, to be fair.
So I mean they're obviously, they have a decent squad on paper, but there are a few sort of alarming areas of deficiency from last week that are in serious need of addressing.
Set piece, line out and scrum starts with them. They were shambolic in both throughout.
The All Blacks are very, very good at line out and scrum. The one side in the world that's better than them are the Springboks, and the Springboks are going to be coming to town hungrily looking to attack them in those areas. They looked so vulnerable last week. It is a mammoth task, but they're going to have to try and right that ship if they've any chance of winning this.
It's very much true, and they do have to stick to their guns. They do have to attack, but if they're slightly off the pace, they will be gobbled up as well in the open space by the Bok defence as well. So it has to be accurate. It does start with set piece, because they shot themselves in the foot. They were, as much as they were reeling from the opening bell last time out, they had chances to get into it, but they consistently squandered them, and it came at set piece.
Two attacking scrums that ended up in penalties against them. 3, as we talked about, overthrown lineouts.
Yeah, well, they had 3 in a row towards the tail end of the first half, 3 or 4 in a row, where they kept doing the same error and kept giving the All Blacks ins, and they may not be punished quite like it probably a similarly dominant showing from the Springboks or a similarly abject one from Wales probably won't amount to 50 points with this Bok team in the same way that it does for the All Black team.
Yeah, and yet it might hurt.
It might hurt more. Yeah, no, it might feel, you might feel it all the more when you wake up the day after. So no, they need to rediscover some of their sharpness, and I think Biggar will help with that, because a lot of what came off 10 looked like ring rust at a lower level than what was, like, it was the All Blacks he was facing. Poor Anscombe. Like, Anscombe looked great last time he was in the Welsh jersey, but that was in a warm-up game before the 2019 World Cup. So it's like, it's a long time out of the test arena to then be thrown in to try and unpick an All Black defence that's mighty. So they'll probably be a little less cavalier in terms of how wide they look to go very quickly. Dan Biggar will use his boot. He's engaged with in this kick tennis with the Boks before. He will try and kind of navigate them safely a bit more as well. Try not to take them on as much.
I think obviously set pieces we talked about, and then the physical confrontation as well.
Yeah, the game
on the game line.
Like,
the All Blacks just went.
I worry about the likes of Tompkins against Dale India in that regard.
I actually think certainly in terms of the immediate addressing of the problems, it was narrower than that.
Yeah.
It was all first runner off 10, just little balls to Savia. He was winning contacts where Talek was winning contacts. They're going to have big Dwayne Vermeulen and Eben Etzebeth and Lou Diager screaming down those narrow channels. They're going to know it's coming too, and they need to front up and make big tackles if they're to have a chance in this game.
Guys like Basham and Wainwright need to have mighty shifts to back up what they did last week.
Those two will have to be the key playmakers on defence and the tie. Some big red zone steals are an in for Wales.
But obviously, Elias, he can be good in the loose in that regard. He can be a nuisance at the breakdown, similar to what Ken Owens brings as well. He has those Welsh handsy hands that get in there and slow up the ball, which they will need to do.
And Will Rowlands as well, after a tough game last week, will also need to step up in that contact area. I mean, it's a real sort of masculine test against the Springboks. You know what they're going to bring. They're going to be relentlessly physical. They're going to come screaming down those narrow channels, and it's on you to just physically stop them. Then it's going to take some line speed, some chop tackling, some old school Sean Edwards, Juju. I know they don't have him in there anymore. That kind of defensive effort is what's needed to stymie them. Ankle tackles, to the Dan Lydiate plays, chopping them at source, being ready for it. I'm going to give them maybe the benefit of the doubt that they just weren't expecting from a defensive point of view to be overloaded in that area last week, and that's why they got caught so many times. This week they know it's coming, they know it's going to be narrow, it's going to be physical, it's going to be tough, and they also know that if they can front up physically, that the Boks can be caught a little clunky, and maybe if they can make them impotent and make them not as clinical in the red zone, that could be an in for frustrating them.
Definitely. Like, there are ins for them, and it starts with being trickier to play against than they were last week. Like, throwing a pick to Bodenbauer to start your stall off. No to all of that. And Biggar will likely be the wiser for that. I expect kicking in the early going, but crucially, if they are to win, it will involve Biggar and McNichol getting on the same page distribution wise and managing to access the wide channels where those wingers eat. Like, it's tough. It's always a tough task because the South African defence is so good at cutting out that outside, but realistically at home in Cardiff, if they're going to beat the world champions, they're going to need to find those danger men in space at some stage and execute. They
probed nicely in moments last week when they kept the tempo high. They just didn't read the game well from 10, and that's what Biggar brings. He brings that good reading of the game for the whole offense.
Who's covering 10 on the bench, actually? He didn't go
it is Gareth Anscombe. He's not totally cut from the squad. Sure. But I mean, you say there's going to be a lot of kicking in it. You're probably right. There has been bullish talk from Rhys Sammet, from plenty of people, that no, we did it wrong. I mean, Gatland has been thrown under the bus so many times since that Lions tour. Like, the fear that I have is that Wales come out and go, yeah, I know how you play the Springboks, you silly Gatland. You play by throwing it around, and then all of a sudden you're looking at these matchups of like Nick Tompkins against Lacanio Am in the wide channels, trying to get outside him and getting smushed and losing the ball.
Yes,
and
all risk. That's why I think it's on the path. Let the ball do the work more than that, and it's on the guys like when it's on, it's Dan Bigger who needs to spot it first, and McNichol needs to spot it too, because similar to what Villy LaRue brings to on the other side of it. Like McNichol needs to be ranging around. He needs to be that link man himself, and Jay Davis who can go through those hands as well. But if they're going to sit down that midfield, it's going to come through those guys.
I think
to be honest, Beard can do a lot of damage in the wide channels as well. Getting guys like he looks very good when you have him a little wider as well. Yeah. He's got a physique that can take on some of these Bok jerseys that may end up trying to shoot and smush him. But it's folly to just entirely kick the ball all day, but you do have to pick your moments. Like what we saw in that Lions tour was like the first set play, try and whip it wide and get absolutely creased in that. You probably don't need to engage with that early in the early goings. In the early exchanges, it could be a little bit of a chess match and a lower tempo affair.
You saw what Samu Karevi did to fracture the Bok defence, trying to attack in and around that 10 channel. You probably want someone like a Basham or a Josh Adams off the blind side, coming in and off a shortened line out. Maybe Bigger makes the read, maybe it's just straight off 9, but just trying to isolate Pollard in that defence. Obviously you're going to have a Quagga Smith or someone like that coming out of the line from a Bok point of view. It's about picking the right pass to cut a line inside of him, hit Pollard, sit down the defence, and then it's about speed. You got to go. Whether it's just short passes wherever the space is, obviously it's on Bigger to call it, but from Thomas Williams' point of view, you can't let the Bok defence reset. And if you don't let the Bok defence reset and fracture them, they can look a little flat-footed. They often get caught offside in that scenario. Then you get your free play, you get a chance to have a cut at them on the wide channels. That's kind of the picture that you need to get. You need to punch a hole initially and then go. It's got to be quick.
The classic earn the right to go wide thing, because the Boks don't give it to you at the beginning of the game, so there's no sense flinging it there. It'll end much the same as it did at the beginning of the last week's showing. So for Wales, a lot of tidying up is needed just on their game in terms of cleaning house. Like one scrum, line out, particularly line out was the most dodgy one, because the scrum, I think they will be under pressure for most of the game in this matchup. Even if they're at their best, I think they're under pressure there, but at their best their line out is a polished gem, and last week it was anything but. So that those little incremental improvements, you have to be on point, and then from there it's about the key leaders to make the right call at the right time and pull the trigger when it's on, but only then, not beforehand, and hopefully manage to contain the Springboks, who tend to struggle to build a score for all their dominance too. They want to paint a similar picture to what the All Blacks painted, soak their pressure and be able to strike. They're not a dissimilar team in ethos to what the All Blacks are bringing, although the difference between what they're playing at the moment was illustrated last week. It's still a similar MO for this Wales team, as opposed to the one that went to the World Cup, which was Gatland's one again, which ended pretty much identically to how the Lions tour went, where it was like very competitive kick tennis game for the whole time. But the Boks ultimately edged it because they're slightly better at that game. This team are a slightly different one. They will have to engage with the kick tennis a bit, but they should be sniffing out their time to strike.
And they should be bullish about the kick tennis game as well. I mean, Josh Adams is going to need to have a big game, but I do expect him to. You've got Josh Adams and Reece Salmon in the wings, lining up against not Cheslin Colby and no Afalele Fassi yet either. They have Mapimpi and Jesse Creel on the wings. Jesse Creel was a centre by trade, usually on the right wing.
He did start his career at the wing and then switched into centre. He's been centre so long that
he's been mostly a centre, and they have Damien Willemstad fullback instead of Willie LaRue. Now he has been very good this year off the bench, but they should be looking to pressure
1v1 matchups, particularly Josh Adams, I would say.
Exactly. If they're going to win this game, they're going to need a big leadership kind of performance from Josh Adams, hunting down those kicks, winning that aerial battle, and then striking off the ensuing plays. That absolutely is the picture. And likewise, Johnny McNichol, he can hunt down. He can hunt down a high ball as well.
True. And then Liam Williams in off the bench is good impact in that area as well.
Can do it too. I mean, there's definitely there's promise there in that back three area, and making the game about that matchup isn't as bad as all that. From a Welsh point of view, I think they possibly have the more lethal wingers on the pitch, although I wouldn't sleep on Makazole Mapimpi. He is very, very good.
He has such a penchant for scoring tries for South Africa. He just loves scoring. And then they all love him as well. I suppose, is it from South Africa's point of view as well, or do you have anything else on what Wales need to do?
They have to be the quicker side. They have to set the tempo of this game. They have to surprise South Africa as Australia did, work some ins on multi-phase, catch them a little sluggish, catch them offside, and then strike off the free plays. And if they can score more tries than the Springboks, if they can get a couple of scores on, and then on the other side of it, put together a couple of goal line stands against a clunky enough offence, then all of a sudden you're making it a game.
Sure. I'd agree with that. Dial in things like restarts as a way to get in, things like the last 10 minutes of a half when they can sometimes switch off. All of these need to be good moments for Wales for it to come together. But to pivot on to the world champion Springboks and the Lion Tamers as they are, the All Black kind of game last week set the template a little. They're a little bit slight, this Welsh side, particularly in the tight five, and particularly after Alan Wynne-Jones went off last week. That's like the Boks normally would look at a team anyway and decide to beat them in the tight five, but in this sense, tactically, it makes sense to go after them as well. Even if it doesn't, a lot of the time the Boks will lean that way. So it's kind of set up for them to play their game and try and bully Wales.
100%. If they can do something similar to what the All Blacks did at set piece and just give Wales
and
nothing
defense,
to strike off,
get some push up in the face and cut off all the options to go wide, and then force them back into that contact zone where you're winning.
The All Blacks pretty early doors took away the Welsh attack and the Welsh set piece and left them pretty impotent. That is what the Boks will be looking to do 100%. And it is about just giving Elias the Wibbles, winning those individual matchups.
I think Daragh and Etzebeth up in his face all day.
Etzebeth in particular, I think will be looking to get a read off those lineouts. He's going to be putting his monstrous frame around the front of that lineout, staring down Elias with his big hands up, going, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And then can you forgive him for overthrowing? Exactly. And,
you can maybe for overthrowing, but don't crooked throw. Because then we have to scrum again, and the last scrum was a penalty.
Exactly. And that's definitely the easy picture for the Boks. I'd expect to see that sort of pressure game, that usual defence that we do see from them, flying up, Quagga leading it on the inside, leading it on the outside.
Formidable thing.
Just daring Wales to try and play the game that they say they want
accurate.
to play.
If you want to go that way, you just have to be freaky accurate to get over us.
Accurate in a way that the All Blacks couldn't be.
Exactly. The All Blacks, who were so accurate last week that it put them to shame. They couldn't break down this Bok defence, which is quite a frightful thought for a Wales side that's fledgling in its identity and looking to play a similar kind of attacking brand, high tempo attacking brand.
We do have the Bok team as well. I glanced over it. They've gone with the Oxenche, Bongi and Banambi and Big Trevor starting at front row, and then the bomb squad of Kitsoff, Marks and Koch to bring on. That obviously has worked so well.
It's worked as their first choice. It has arrived as their first choice and second choice in terms of units. They think of them collectively, and they just it works
very, very well. Obviously, we were talked about Etzebeth and Daragh, but just the small prospect of Sia Khaleesi, Quagga Smith and Dwayne Vermeulen in the back row.
Very good.
Herschel Yankees gets the nod at 9.
Interesting. Would have thought it would have been Reinach.
So would I. Reinach obviously on the bench. Then they've got Pollard, Del Indianam as we know, Mapimpi, Creel and Willemse as we said. They have gone 5-3 on the bench, but they do have Franco Mostert and Jasper Visa to bring in.
Very good players.
And then they've gone Reinach, Elton and Franz Stein as back
similar
cover.
Usual suspects in many ways. A very familiar team this with a few exceptions. The back three is interesting for sure. New
Creel,
combination.
It's good to see Creel in there. I suppose he's been in the squad so long. He hasn't played much rugby because I haven't seen him feature for the URC in the URC.
That's true. He was very firmly in the second choice centre pairing. That was where he kind of found himself during the Lions tour. Like that's where I'm at. I'm in the guys in behind Delindianam. When you want to rest Delindianam, in steps Creel.
I think the real challenge for the Springboks obviously is what they're doing on the ball, and we've seen in moments
the gauntlet laid down to just improve their offense a little.
I think we've seen evidence that they're trying to do that. They're not quite as kick heavy as they were at the start of the season,
and their passing needed to improve. Certainly the worst it looked was in that Wallaby game that they lost with 4 tries, where they were then chasing the game and their passing looked poor. And since then it has improved. In both of the All Black games it was better. So they're obviously focusing on it. But as we were saying in the roundup of the Rugby Championship, they're not ripping up the script at all. The script is very by rote. They're one of the easiest teams to preview in World Rugby for us, because it's very often it's the same thing. It's what's coming, but it's whether you stop it or not.
Try and get outside them. I mean, they want to force defensive tries. They want to just own the game at set piece. They'll score a maul try, a defensive try, and give you nothing.
Chaos play try.
Give you nothing and win the game that way. But what they did add in those All Black games, and crucially this was with Faf de Klerk at 9, was that fizzing offense and what
multi-phase for try.
Yeah, exactly.
You're rarely seeing multi-phase Bok try.
Correct.
Yes.
And that's what I'm curious to see this week, whether Herschel Yankees can replicate that kind of faff performance where he takes it off, he has a number of runners and he has to hit the right man, whether it's Etzebeth coming on a flying line or whether it's time to screen it back to Pollard for the next runner.
Not on that guy to read the game well, because sometimes he's quick of action before kind of realising what he's doing.
That's the challenge. And I think exactly. He's a frenetic bundle of energy, which is similar to Faf, but whether he can read the game as well and pick the passes, I think is still to be seen. He's still very young.
True. His touch of bomb squad. Normally they do 6-2 splits, but having a guy like Reinach to chuck in off the bench is quite a good steadying force, even if it's not going Herschel's way as well. It's a very, very good team. Obviously, a few people missing. It's a shame to still not see Colby out there. Obviously, we were hoping.
Yeah, he's out for the November series, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know. He's missing out on some test level rugby. He's always box office, but they do still have some quality in there. And watching that back row go to work, albeit without Peter Steph Toyd also missing. But to be honest, they finally landed on Quagga as the correct kind of speed substitute for him in terms of their system, rather than trying to play Mustard out of position, which didn't work. They've kind of arrived now at a passable solution. They still have Peter Steph to come back into this team
at some point, whenever he gets healthy again.
Their pack are monstrous, and their centres and just the way they defend is very impressive to watch. And it's whether they arrive hungry is the only question. Sometimes they don't in November, and it's questionable. But I have a suspicion that we're seeing a hungry side. Even the selection reads of a squad that is taking this seriously and wants to win their games.
Exactly. They want to right some wrongs against Wales. Wales look and feel vulnerable at the moment. They're missing most of their key players.
True.
And the Springboks are an extremely good rugby team at their best. They're just very, very difficult to stop at line out, maul, on just in the physical contact area. And when you saw how badly Wales struggled in and around the ruck last week, you can't help but think that guys like Malcolm Marks coming in off the bench, but also Etzebeth starting the game, Sia Khaleesi, they're just going to go to work on the inside, win those contacts.
When Etzebeth runs into Will Rowlands, who goes backwards,
Will Rowlands, and that's probably the picture that they'll be looking to paint. It would take a mammoth effort from Wales to contain them, to catch them clunky, to force a few steals and nick a few tries here and there. Do you think they have it in them this week? Do you give them a shout?
Well, I know they have it in them, because I've seen them be dominated by packs all year in the Six Nations and still get tries off. I know they have that capacity in them, and that is the dynamic they need to find. They need to know that they're outgunned in the pack, but be the sharper side. They do have it in them, but I don't quite see it coming good this week for them. I think it's a very tough campaign they've set themselves up with Fiji to come next week, which
and then
isn't
Australia the week after.
Yeah, it's as tough as a November gets for them, especially given the injury profile of them. But I suspect that the Springboks will be just too strong.
Yeah, too strong, too good. I would agree. I think I think it took an incredible effort from the Wallabies even to catch them dialed out.
Yeah.
I think Razi coming back in this week, obviously he's going to be in the coach's box this week. He won't be allowed to hand water out, but he will be there in the squad setting out his stall. It's one of the many things that was wrong with South African rugby before he came in that he wants to rectify is their away record in places like Europe. They've picked a full team. They're going to be determined to show up. They're also a little fresh now after that All Black win.
True. They've had some time off. Certainly, like all of their top flight players have yet to grace the URC with their presence at all, and the ones that have been playing have been in the top couture of the Premiership and looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I potentially Wales rock up more at the pitch because they have that it's a wounded pride thing after a home loss like that.
Now it's 3 home losses on the bounce is what would be if they lose this game. It would have been Argentina, then New Zealand, then South Africa, which is no good. But just on matchup on paper, I worry for Wales. I actually worry for Wales' offense. I was worrying for the All Blacks offense when I was watching Havili be class all season long and then get swallowed up. And I like Nick Tompkins, but there's little matchups like that across the park where I'm just thinking, I don't think it adds up to a Welsh win at all.
Could be a bad one. I'm going to predict a big win for the Boks here. I think it might be 30 points to 6.
No, I'll say Wales do get some stuff off. I'm going to say the Boks 25 to 12
Okay.
in a game that's never really in doubt but doesn't quite kick on.
Yeah, you could be right.
Yeah.
It depends how slick the Boks are and whether Wales can rise to the occasion. But yes, that is that game. Obviously, big one this weekend, but there's more to come. On prime time on Saturday, we have a big game as well between France and Argentina. This is at the Stade de France in Paris. Kick-off 9 p.m. local time, 8 p.m. ours. I love a good late French kick-off. They love it too. They've cleared the top couture for it.
Yes.
Ben O'Keefe takes charge of the game, obviously of New Zealand. Luke Pearce on the sidelines with Christoph Ridley and Brendan Pickrell in as the TMO.
Yeah.
Obviously, France have come into this on quite a high ebb. They had a curious season of ups and downs. They obviously were the only team to beat Wales in the Six Nations this year and ended the season with an ugly defeat to Scotland.
They did. They won a great game over in Australia, but lost the series.
Lost the two, yeah.
And upon reflection, they probably should have just kicked it out in that first test.
As they should have done against Scotland when they got the ball back in 80 minutes. One of the
things, crazy.
They just have moments of madness that'd make you doubt, but they also have moments of absolute brilliance to them. They're a young side, but a very hungry one, developing a lovely attacking offence that is pure French brilliance, and the nuts and bolts of the team look
well. They actually stumbled upon, given that it was accused that they picked a third string side to go to Australia, but what they ended up having with Kuyu and Jamine was kind of a better kicking acumen and a better ability to exit and play a kicking game than they had in the Six Nations, although they weren't quite as flash with the running game, but they still had plenty of flash. They have loads of talent. But just a little bit of history on this. It's actually France are Argentina's most frequent opponent of all time, which is interesting. I think in total they've met 51 times. France have won 36, Argentina 14, and they've drawn once. They've also met each other 3 times at the World Cup. In tournament opening game, France won 17. In 1999 France knocked them out in the quarter final, and then in 2007 Argentina beat France 17-12 in the tournament open.
They beat them twice in that tournament.
In the playoff then as well. Yeah. So they have an interesting history. Yeah, I think during Argentina's kind of formative era from 1949 to 1979, they played each other 13 times. So France were kind of very involved in the development of rugby in Argentina. And it is always a colourful game. Like France obviously with the winning record overall, but interestingly, since 2000, which is kind of the pro era, which is more relevant, but since then the series has been very close fought. Argentina has the edge, is 10-7 Argentina in wins, but the vast majority of those games were decided by less than a converted try.
And there you go.
That's always a tight one.
Interesting.
Good game.
It is a good game. I mean, I think that this French team is obviously in a much better place than the Pumas team right now, and they will come in as hot favourites.
And there was about a decade here post 2000 where France were nowhere, whereas Argentina
post 2010.
Post 2000 in terms of that record, a lot of that happened where Argentina managed to get themselves to the World Cup semi-final and then get into the Rugby Championship and do very good things, and now momentum has kind of shifted the other way, where Argentina aren't quite so good as those teams from before, and France are starting to rediscover some of their verve for playing and some of their offensive instincts and just some of their quality, of which they have lots.
Right now this is a match between one team that is embracing their identity and one team that is not. The Pumas for me are, well, as much as they do reference the idea of being a scrummaging team as a forward oriented team, and I'm sure if you ask Ledesma what an Argentine rugby team looks like, he would put together something like what he has put together. But in my mind, certainly, if you look at the success of the aughts, they are a footballing team, they're a hungry team, they're an offensive team, they're a team that scores some incredible coast-to-coast tries, as they did in that World Cup in 2007 and again in 2015.
True.
Those two teams were special, and those two teams should be the template for this team. So far in the season, we haven't seen too much of that.
True.
And it'll be on them to right that ship this November, and we'll see what kind of ebb they come in on. From France's point of view, we're just going to look at it from them first of all as the hosts of the game. We have their squad. Somewhat settled front row: Cyril Bay, Julien Marchand and Mohamed Ouas. They've been together pretty much throughout the
Six Nations. Anyway, did they go I'm not sure if they went to Australia.
No, they didn't. But I mean, since Galtier's taken over, I think they've been his first choice 3. They got Flamont and Willemse in as the two locks. Willemse, of course, has taken his game to another level in recent times.
He was very good during the Six Nations, wasn't he?
Yeah, super player. Francois Croix Cameron Wokey and Anthony J-Launch make up an interesting back row.
J-Launch getting just reward for his really good showing in Australia, and he was captaining the side when on that campaign.
Yeah, and interesting little back row. No Charles Olivon, and as such, Antoine Dupont takes on the captaincy.
That's always interesting. He is a very, very much a box office figure. It'd be good to see him back in the French jersey. Obviously, Couillou, he ceded to Couillou for the summer campaign, but he's back in now.
Yeah, indeed, and
he started very well.
Dupont started the season freakishly. So too did Roman Ntamack, but he is not the out half for this game. Jalibert starts at 10. Ntamack moved out to 12 to partner with Gael Ficou, who will obviously clean up any defensive issues that yields.
Yeah.
That is a very good midfield.
And they still have the guys like Vakatawa, who isn't in that midfield, who's still able to be in. And spoiled for choice.
They have Penaud on the right wing, obviously all class, and then two of the three who played against Australia rewarded for their form. Jaminet, who you highlighted with that class boot, keeps his position at fullback, giving them that kicking option.
Sure.
And they have Villiers on the other wing, who is a
awesome
lethal finisher
he was
himself.
Awesome in that tour. Yeah, lots of quality, as is always the case. What are they rocking on the bench?
6-2. Interestingly, they've gone Movaka
with the extra 10 out there on the field already, and Jaminet has played 10 as well.
Yeah.
So
just the two back subs. Luku, who you like, obviously.
I think he's a very good player.
Bordeaux, he gets a shout covering scrum half. Jonathan Dante covering the rest of the back line, mostly a centre. But they've got Movaka, Jean-Baptiste Gros, Demba Bamba, Roman Taufi Fanua, Gregory Aldrit, and Siku Makalu to bring on his forwards. Very good forward impact in this game, and lined up against a comparatively weaker looking Pumas bench that could definitely yield results for them.
Sure.
It's an exciting game. I love the idea of this Ntamack Jalibert access, and I'm curious to see what they bring out.
And with Ficou outside them, the passing could be so good. There's potential for them to absolutely light it up if they can hit the ground running, because the Pumas will likely give them a lot of ball with which to attack, and with the addition of Jaminet in the backfield, they might have solved some of their exiting woes, because they have two out halves and a really good kicking fullback as well as a passing axis. It looks rounded enough that it could bring them forward to that next level that they were missing, because they went toe to. They were the other argument. It was Wales were the most clinical side in the Six Nations, but the other argument was France, because whenever they got a sniff of the try line, they got there. The issue was that they would only get 2 or 3 chances to do it a game, because their kicking game was pants. And that's like, they improved that. They flipped that on its head in Australia, to be honest. They were the team exiting with more efficiency than Australia throughout that whole tour. So it makes sense that they've taken some of these learnings and these positives into this game now, where they should be trying to kick themselves down the field, confident, like beyond confident, that the consequences aren't that severe against this Argentinian team. If you just run up in a line, more than likely they'll kick it back to you and try and defend themselves, and you'll probably inch your way up the kick in kick tennis ways, inch your way up the field that way, or deal with a sloppy kick from Argentina and get your counter attacking running flair going, but doing it on your terms.
I mean, they're a wonderful matchup on offense of sort of structured attack. I mean, we saw against us the Wallabies, they isolated a few areas of weakness in the Aussie defence.
Was it England, that set piece try they scored against? Was that against England, that absolute peach?
And they scored some glorious tries. Villiers grabbed a couple as well in that Australia tour. And then they have the chaos opportunities, the little bouncing ball off a kick, and they just know so well what to do. No side floods a channel. No side can execute a 3-on-2 in a phone box quite like France.
It's true. Even the All Blacks don't do it quite the same way. Well, like all within the tram lines. 4 players, 4 sets of hands against 3 players, and it's well
somehow
executed.
they work it. Exactly. That's the kind of team they are. It's a wonderful test for them, because the Pumas' defense is stingy as all hell. They hold their width.
They will defend them well. They'll shut them down a few times for sure. But the issue what France should be banking on is that, like, if they are to kick, just kick deep and back your own defense to deal with their kind of fledgling offense, they will kick it back to them eventually, like 100%, if they can just hold their discipline. The only danger is the one that was illustrated by the 2020 vintage of the Wallabies, where if you get a bit too too gung-ho and start flinging the ball around with reckless abandon in your own half and on your own 10-metre line, then you might get gobbled up by this game defence and give kickable penalty, and suddenly 3-6-9-12 the Pumas are in the game.
Don't play a silly game, especially when you can lean on your Sean Edwards defence if you need to. That defence was one of the stories of the Six Nations as well. They gave up a lot of ball to a lot of teams, as you said, couldn't exit, but they did hold their own in most games because their defence was so good. Gail Fiku in particular from 13, fantastic defender, but they just, a bit like the Springboks and that old Wales team when Sean Edwards was in charge, they just seem to have an extra energy about them on the fold. Whenever they get exposed on the outside, the cover defence just seems to get there. And that is what's...
They're holding sprint a lot of times on defence, which a lot of teams don't. There's a lot of times they're onto jog mode when they don't have the ball, and it's when you're exposed.
Ireland, by contrast, they're a hungry team off the ball now, France, and that is just a night and day difference to what they used to be. It used to be kind of shootout, you score, we score. It is not that anymore. They show some serious pride in defending their line, and up against a sort of a developing offence with some good players, Facundo Issa back in for the Pumas, and some good physical players like Matera, obviously some talented players out wide,
good ball runners,
but when it's such a fledgling little offence, they should be hungry and they should be keen to get out of the line. I'm curious to see, like Francois Crowe, he doesn't need to earn his name. He's been brilliant as a defender, on the blind side flank, but how good can Woki be? We know he's got all the skills. What can he do on the defensive side of the ball? He's up against a good back row. Can he win his contacts? Can he get some jackal steals? It's a good little debut for him, and likewise Shalonch. I mean, there is competition in that back row, and obviously the likes of Aldrich to come on off the bench, so there's a bit of pressure on those back row forwards to deliver.
I think it's kind of audition time for all of them. Put your hand up if you want to stay in the jersey. I think generally if they can manage the territory and manage their discipline, they will find more scores than the Pumas, and that's going to be their recipe. The only trapping is to get kind of vexed by what the Pumas are doing and then end up, like, you don't need to be giving away a silly yellow card or something, getting instigated up into being frustrated and then giving away something silly. Those are the ins that you need to contain and control, and that little bit of game management. But I kind of back Chalibert as the 10. Like, it's good that he's the 10. I think he's slightly better at it than Ntamak in those kinds of games, because to be honest, Bordeaux just manufacture those kinds of games all the time and manage to win them. So it's a good balance of the team, and the few trappings they have to avoid, I'd be confident they can avoid.
And now just to look at it from the Pumas' point of view, obviously we have their squad, and they've got Thomas Gallo, Julien Montoya, and Gomez Cadea back in the squad at tight head. So they have bolstered their squad with a few men who they're missing from the Rugby Championship. It's still the Guido Petty, Lavanini maniacal second row combination. Then Pablo Matera and Marcus Kramer, the madman, at 7, and Facundo Issa mercifully back into the side. He's a baller and a physical one at that. And,
True.
He's definitely a welcome addition, and gives them a little bit of ball playing for me, especially in the absence of Bruni. They have gone for Cabelli at 9, which I don't always love because he's a little slower, more kicking oriented. But they have good for them going for Santiago Carreras at 10 again. It kind of looked a little better.
It did look a little better.
He's on the wing for Gloucester, but playing well.
He looked very good for Gloucester in the last game I saw them play last weekend. So it's good to put a footballer at 10 more so than a kicker of it. But what I really want to see from them is a bit more shape, because they started with Carreras. They looked better than they had done, which was abysmal without Carreras at 10. Then Carreras was at 10. He's a running threat and he likes a decent pass. It was instantly better with that.
It was quicker.
But what you notice is, like, they go through 2 or 3 phases and then it's just improv. Like, it just looks like pure improv, and there's guys over here, some guys running, some guys not running. Like, what is the plan with ball in hand? Because at the very start of the season they weren't even running, they were walking when they didn't have the ball, so the only plan was to kick. Then they put Carreras in, it got a little bit more exciting, you saw a little bit more, but you're seeing, like, they're going up against top defences, which was the story all throughout the Rugby Championship, and it's like, you gotta have something more after the first 2 phases, especially if you're repelled through one, because once that happened, they would just go round the corner, get poached.
And we know as well that we know that De La Fuente and Moroni
can exist players within a great system for attacking.
Mateo Carreras on the wing, Baptiste Delguy, who's a fine finisher. We know how good Buffelli is at fullback. There's a lot of talent in this team, and we might end up reflecting on this and wondering how on earth Ledesma and co have manufactured at such a blunt offense with this pool of resources in them.
Similar accusations, the kind of criticisms we chuck at Munster at our local level, going like, look at your back players, they're actually pretty good. Where's the system?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm looking to see. I'm looking to see from the whole November series, develop the offense. Literally nothing else matters anymore because it's become beyond farcical. You can't just not have an attack.
No.
How do you ever
as much as they've looked
anything?
Impressive in some of the defensive drills that they've managed to turn some of those test matches into for themselves, they kicked the ball away all the time to the All Blacks. They had 30% possession against the All Blacks and they defended them very well as you could possibly expect to defend the All Blacks for 70 minutes of game time. They didn't concede.
Not even the Springboks would be so brave.
No, indeed.
They like to do something off turnover ball, but I mean the defense is a part of this game. I mean it's definitely France. They've got a lot of distributing players. They haven't got that sort of that hard. I mean, Fiku can run that line, but they haven't got necessarily the big guy at 12. Between Ntamak and Jalibert, we might catch them a little lateral. They will hold their width well. They'll get out of the line. They'll look to sort of chop.
Send the likes of Matera down that channel at speed.
Yeah, but on the defensive end as well, just chopping. Generating some turnover penalties is going to be a huge part of it if France overplay, forcing them to kick the ball away in less than ideal circumstances, being an oppressive physical presence, especially with the record you have against France. You know that the matchup isn't terrible in the past, and plenty of these players will have positive memories against them. So it's just a question of winning that pack battle up front, getting on top of the likes of Woki, forcing some knock-ons, some errors, and creating a bit of a dogfight.
That's the stuff for them.
Within that, then they will have to do something with the ball,
true.
and that's what you want to see. You want to see them applying a bit more shape and structure to what they're doing, as you say, folding quicker and bringing tempo on the ball, getting your likes of Issa in a bit more space, maybe getting Issa a bit wider, Matera a bit wider, because
he can play a bit of ball, Montoya even a bit wider, some of these
right.
forwards who can link up then, because I want to see a plan of action with the ball in hand. I haven't yet seen Cheika's fingerprints on this team. I've seen Ledesma's all over it, but when Cheika came in, I was excited. I've yet to see the impact really. Carreras is now at 10, which is positive. Sanchez is still at all class,
and he's on the bench. Sanchez, if they need him, bring the kicking game, the 50-22s off the bench.
Sure, and their maul is decent potentially as well. That is an in for them. But we just broadly what you want to see is just nuggets of thought given to the offense, because if they rock up again and they defend really well and they just have no interest in attacking with the ball,
eventually France will get them.
Exactly.
And win it by 2 scores.
Exactly. Even if they create a dogfight in that scenario, they'll only accrue 9 or 12 points and they'll lose that dogfight then, and that's that's got to be a point of concern for them, because as you say, their identity isn't just bullish forward pack. It may have been at the tail end of the 1990s, which is when Ledesma's kind of harking back to, but no, at their very best they are silky and flowy, as well as having all of the nuts and bolts and having a good set piece and a good forward pack in general,
and a good kicking game.
They can run the ball, and they have fast wingers, and they have so many wingers that it's tough to kind of pick a back three. They actually have loads available. Argentina XV or Argentina 15's back three is invariably class as well. You just got to be executing a few plans to try and find them.
Absolutely, yeah. With all that said, do you see the Pumas putting up a fight here?
No. Well, yes, I do see them putting up a fight, but whether it's like a legal fight, I don't know. Is Kramer just going to lay out Woki when the ref's not looking?
Yeah, there's definitely an awful lot of yellow card candidates still in the team.
Yeah, and France are a team that can frustrate you just by playing good ball, and this Argentinian team can be tilted, very much so. I'm hoping that we see a combative Argentina that managed to marry being good and aggressive in both line speed and defence and all of this with discipline, because that's the main, as much as the offence that we that from a 2-year picture, the offence needs to be started to be developed, but from a next week kind of picture, similar to what we were saying about Spain earlier on, it's just rein that in. They've been on the wrong side of the whistle all season long, and it doesn't look set to change unless they do something drastically different. But not too, they still need to bring the energy into the thing, but just some of the bizarre penalties that they've been giving away need to stop. If they're to have any chance of winning in Paris, it needs to be a pretty clean but physical, combative display.
No question, and they do need to get on top of the offence. That much is true. We can agree on that, Ledesma. But you also got to have an offence of your own. I think that France, too strong, too good, too quick. I kind of just see them it'll be sort of a combative enough game. It'll never look like France are head and shoulders above, but they'll find tries in moments. The Stade de France crowd will get cheering. They'll maybe work a 17-3 lead that gets pegged back to 17-10 with a Montoya Maul try, but then they'll get another try, and then maybe a kick or two, and win it something like 27 to 13 or something 13. Like that.
Yeah, it's
just a comfortable win.
Probably accurate assessment of it. Like, I mean, maybe France get the heebie-jeebies and they're just a bogey side, and then you end up in a scrap. Maybe, but
I don't see that.
I don't see it. I just on paper.
DuPont's form so good. These guys are in
Toulouse
such good form.
Lighting it up. Like, I think too much quality and just too, like, as good as France's defense has been, and it was a story last season because they ended up defending for most of their games for the whole season and doing it well under Sean Edwards. They haven't neglected the offense. They haven't managed to negotiate the territory game as well as they ought to, but when they have a chance to strike, they do look to strike. And that was true with their change strip in Australia as well, with, you think, Kuyu linking up with Teddy Toma and all these guys. Like, they have never ignored or shied away from their offensive instincts, and certainly in Galtier's project, that is a firm part of their focus. I think they'll win handy enough 2 or 3 scores in it. They're
moving really in the right direction, whereas the Pumas, I don't know.
It's not quite the same as like England, Tonga. Like, the Pumas are still a tier 1 side, and they have a tier 1 physicality and a tier 1 defense. They're just not a complete team at the minute.
No, that's correct. Yeah, so I would back France on that one. We do have another tier 2 contest to look ahead to, a Sunday game as Romania host Uruguay. Yeah. Although they don't. They host them in Italy.
They do. Yes, it was rescheduled. It was initially going to be in the Arco de Triomphe in Bucharest, but I think it was rescheduled. It was meant to be a Saturday game as well, but it was rescheduled and pushed back a day. So it will be in, was it the Il Paganini Centre in Verona in Italy, kicking off at 2 p.m. local. That's 1 p.m. our time.
It's definitely going to be a hungry enough game. Angus Gardner taking it, interestingly. The Aussie ref. Good to see him back in the whistle.
Good to see him back. Yeah, he was going to be on the Lions tour and then he wasn't, and he couldn't. Yeah, no, it was a weird one.
Yeah,
so it's
great communicator, Angus. Colours the game nicely. He likes to let it flow. Big fan of him. And it's definitely, this is one of those fun tier 2 games that I'm a big fan of, because it's real proper. Like, obviously
stylistic matchups. You could slap a Springbok and an All Black jersey on either one of them and have your stylistic matchup, but it is a lower level.
Yeah, this is defence and forward oriented European tier 2 rugby versus what Uruguay have been bringing, which is this flair and this verve and this tempo and this South American samba rugby.
Swagger through it,
and which obviously Uruguay are at the very top. They are the best tier 2 team in the Americas. They're at the in the World Cup, at the minute, whereas Romania are struggling to qualify for the World Cup. So it's not quite Uruguay, Georgia, the best versus the best. But we will get an illustration as to the kind of the level that each side has been playing at. Traditionally, the European tier 2 sides stronger than
physically stronger for sure,
and
generally,
others, but the Polynesians usually. But Uruguay have been on the march in recent times, and it'll be interesting to see how well they'll stack up against this Romanian side. Has the game moved on? Is the rugby that's being played in South America truly improving, perhaps beyond what's going on in Europe? That's exciting.
Because the record is in Romania's favour, but Uruguay recorded their first ever win in 2018 over Romania in Romania, and it was a 27-20 win with a last second intercept. But that was obviously part of their progression from 2015 to 2019, where they ended up in that World Cup and turning heads with that great victory over Fiji as well. So previous to that, I think their best result was a 2010 draw in Montevideo, which was a Rugby World Cup qualifier as well, but Romania ended up doing for them in the follow-up leg in Bucharest and qualifying in 20th spot for that particular World Cup. But this one doesn't have any of that kind of stake to it, but it is just interesting that Uruguay have definitely been on a progression, a trend of positivity, and you cite that 2018, the last time they played, was a Uruguay win.
Yeah, so, indeed.
It was their first win ever against this side, but it was a win, and they went to the World Cup and they looked good.
I do think, though, to the credit of the Oaks, they have not. They were on a Canada. They were on a Canada-like free fall trajectory in the build up to the last World Cup, and even though they technically would have qualified because of that bizarre Belgium-Spain game.
Yes.
They
fielded
an
like everyone else.
Yeah, exactly, and they technically got kicked out by a technicality, but in reality they were kind of usurped by Spain noticeably that year, and didn't deserve to go to the World Cup, and that was their first time not going. So it was very Canada-esque free fall. this year and this cycle.
Credit to Andy Robinson, who has a good project for under him. Yeah.
And Andy Robinson has come in. They've got their new stadium and they are playing better rugby. There's no doubt about it. They're physical. They're combative. They had a great performance against Argentina, which is that was their last game out. Was a 17-24. Just lost that game at the death
out in Bucharest as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, against the Pumas. That was very impressive. Yeah. They beat Spain. They beat Portugal. They had a combative game against Georgia, which they lost, like they always do.
Yeah.
But they put it up to the Pumas. Like, they're definitely playing some solid rugby. It's nothing special, but they have a decent forward pack. They defend gamely. They don't miss tackles very often.
And they kick threes. They kick for territory. They do diligent nuts and bolts man rugby. It is a contrast in styles in that way. They will try and turn the screw and squeeze Uruguay into submission. Is definitely the Romanian way. Their tempo is slightly slower, but their physicality is not in doubt. They can hang, and as they did with Argentina, who
and that was a full Pumas team, by the way, as well, with Materas and
that was our first little inkling as like, what are Argentina up to this year? Because they couldn't attack, because Romania kept kicking them the ball and defending. That was it. And like Argentina kept kicking Romania the ball because they just wanted to defend. And then what ended up happening was that you end up in a bit of a scrap.
That's right. They do have some solid players though. Obviously they've got Andre Gorin, big number 8. He's a fine looking player.
Captain for them.
And they have a nice back three. They do have a back three that'll take tries, which you don't often say, but Melinta at fullback, Dumitru and Onutu all on the squad on the wings. We don't actually have the team sheets just yet because it's a Sunday game, but we do, I think they'll go with their usual boys, and those guys can finish tries. They definitely, they're not a blunt instrument. They do find tries when they're there, and they do go looking for them. They're a little more rounded than like a Russia, for example, who are all defense,
no speed at all.
Yeah, exactly. They're a better team than that, and they can hustle hard and win breakdowns. Their pathway for winning this game is to get on top of the Uruguayans physically and to kind of shock them with something like the US in the middle of that first game did shock Uruguay briefly with a bit of physicality, but the US kind of folded and went to sleep and slumped their shoulders in a way that this Romanian team doesn't necessarily.
No, it doesn't. It goes 80. Their recipe, their game against Portugal, who we were touting earlier in the podcast, Portugal had beaten them out the gate before they managed to wrestle control of the game back in the last quarter and nick it at the death, diving a nice little dagger into another very optimistic, very momentum filled, very attacking based team. So that's a good little kind of thing to have in the memory bank going into a similar enough test in this Uruguayan side. They're going to try and bully them, try and be the bullying bigger side, bigger pack, try and make it about that, try and control the tempo, control the territory, and squeeze.
Work penalties, not give them anything. Obviously on the kicking game they'll have to be sharp, but they do have a back three that can counter pretty well. So if they force Uruguay with a bit of pressure and a bit of physicality to kick off the back foot, they can counter off that, set themselves up in good territory, go to work, win some contacts, win some penalties, kick some threes, get an edge on ahead of this Uruguayan team. I don't think the venue suits them particularly. I think they'd much rather be in Romania than Italy, which is kind of almost a
Uruguayan vibe. Could have been Montevideo.
Exactly right. But they will have a game forward pack, and they will be looking to take the game to them. I think.
I wonder. I'm curious who will kick their threes, because actually I was highlighting Florin Vlaicu, but this is the first Romania squad I can remember where he's not in it. He's their top. He's most cap player with 128 points and most points for Romania with 1,024, and he does normally kick their threes from 12.
It's a problem. He was a very, very good goal kicker, Vlaicu, and I think Melinte. I don't think Daniel Play, who starts at 10 for them, is a great goal kicker. I think Melinte was taking them the last time out.
A part of 10-man rugby that they're playing, a part of that is a very accomplished goal kicker, which they did have, which was yielding results. So that is a curiosity for them, is how clinical they can be with those threes.
Exactly right. If they miss too many of them, they could be made to pay. But I do back this team to find tries. I do back them to be physical. The question is, what are they up against? And in Uruguay, they're up against a very, very good side.
They really are. Uruguay, they will be slightly shorn. You're missing a few regulars, the likes of Arata at scrum half, Berchesi as well out half, Ormachea, very much a stalwart.
No Kessler either.
Lamana, no Kessler in the front row. So they are shorn of a few players, but we've seen with Uruguay they've been chopping and changing a bit over the summer because they don't always have all of their players available. They still play a pretty consistent brand, and they are still very competent and very disciplined and very organised. For a tier 2 side, they're very disciplined. That's one of my favourite things about them, is just how calm they are, and they don't tend to tilt even when they're losing, and they can lose pretty badly. They don't tend to throw in the tilted penalties, not like what we were accusing Spain of. They kind of do the opposite, which is a very good instinct, because sometimes you'll be blown away, and the risk here is that they get blown away. But they did have in that Rugby World Cup qualifier back-to-back tests against the US. They did better the second time. They were shocked the first time, but better the second time. They know what the recipe is. They need to make the game about attacking space at pace and not about kind of physicality on the game.
Controlling the tempo is so important.
Whoever is standing in for Arata at 9 has a big job to do.
That's right, no question.
Because they do set a lovely tempo, and when they click, they can be very, very good. They also all need to bring their kicking boots. I know Berchessy's not in there, but whoever's in at 9, 10, 15, and even some of the centres, they have decent kicking acumen themselves. They will have to expect that Romania will try and make the game about that. So both fielding and kicking will have to be on
countering
point
as well. They have in Freitas and Rodrigo Silva, they have some really lovely players.
They do.
Wise players, very good attacking instincts. They can move the ball extremely well and take tries when they're there. And that's what the difference has to be in this game. It has to be that when Romania, because they do defend, as you say, very patiently. They don't give up things easily. They'll get the jackal steal.
They'll miss a tackle before they give away a reckless penalty.
Exactly right. But they don't miss tackles too often either. Like they're pretty robust defenders of their line when they're at their best, and they need to be that again. And then it needs to be a tale of Uruguay's line breaks result in tries because they're clinical, they pick good tracking runs, they're quicker than the Romanians, so when they bust up the line, when they find an error in the defence, they turn it into 7 points, and Romania don't. And that was the case actually against Fiji in the World Cup. They defended incredibly well in terms of their line, and Fiji had loads of chances but just couldn't get outside them. That's what they need to make Romania look like, and Romania will keep it tight, so it's important that they're packed front up physically and don't let them get on top of them in that area. But if they can hold it together, they could leave them a little blunt, give up the odd penalty here or there, but ultimately score more points.
And as you highlighted, for Romania, the track should suit them. The move to Italy with an extra day to prepare, it's probably a better field to play on than the Arco de Triomphe in Romania, which can sometimes be a little bit scruffy, they should be trying to stay true to themselves and move the ball with pace and precision and purpose throughout. It definitely can't be wishy-washy, which it was at the beginning of that the first leg of that US thing. They were not particularly purposeful with their own ball, as well as being shocked by the US in contact. So it was just it amounted to them kind of being blown away for the first half at least, which they can't afford to have happen here. They need to be sharp, and they are gearing up for. You were saying they have a game against Italy in the coming weeks, which is a big one for them.
They play Romania. They play Romania, then they play Italy and then they play Italy, which is an interesting little run for them. That's definitely and obviously they're into the World Cup as well, so that game against Italy is going to be a World Cup dry run, so they'll be focused on that.
As of this game being moved to Verona, that means they are camped in Italy, and they have a chance to kind of do a camp leading to that Italy game, which is a big kind of finals mode for them. So this will be a very informative one about where they're at since touching down. Obviously last time we saw them, they were in imperious fashion booking their ticket to France in 2 years' time. They need to carry that momentum on and try and just play their game, run the Romanians ragged, show them what Montevideo footy is all about, which these days is high tempo, high flash, very pretty scores.
Is that how you see it going? You see this being...
I kind of have faith in Uruguay. I do have some faith in Romania too. I think this could be a tight kind of jostling one that twos and fro's, but I'm going to give Uruguay the edge in Italy, which is a neutral ground now. Had it been in Bucharest, I probably would have said Romania, but no, I'm going to back the team that are exciting me more by attacking well and running in lovely tries, and I'm going to hope that they can get that stuff off against Romania and make it a pretty Uruguay win.
Interestingly, Uruguay 16th in the world, Romania 18th.
There you go.
The US apparently sandwiched in between them, despite the Uruguay's big win over them recently. I do think Romania are pretty good. I think Portugal behind them all in 19th. That's dubious. But then they've only just come to life this year. But it's definitely a tight one in the world ranking context as well.
True.
I do probably agree with you. I think that that ultimately I think that Uruguay are just a better team. I think a game between Uruguay and Portugal is interesting as well. Like it'll play out similarly, but I think that Romania were just about lucky to hold on against Portugal.
Oh yeah, Portugal, they should have lost that game. What was so impressive about it was that they didn't deserve to win, and they did anyway, which is a good sign of clutch in a team.
A good sign, no question. They do have a bullish pack when they're at their best, but in the main in that game, they failed to control it. And Uruguay are a better side, and I would think they're a better side than Portugal, even though Portugal have impressed me. They do play a similar offensive style, but they're a little more polished and a little further
down the line. They had that big win against Fiji, which I can't imagine Romania would be able to replicate at all.
Yeah, so it might play out similarly, where they like Portugal, shock them with a bit of offense, grab a couple of tries. Romania will respond, it'll be tight, but I do think that Uruguay, too good, probably win it by about 7 or 8. But it'll be a good test, because they don't have a good record in Europe, and it's time to right that wrong.
Yeah, no, this is it. So I'm excited to see how they get on over on European soils in Italy for the next few weeks. Yeah, very exciting game. Who do you got?
Yeah, let us know down below. But we're going to move on for now to perhaps the game of the weekend. Sunday, it's all by itself. Sunday afternoon, Murrayfield, Scotland against Australia. This is a pretty joyous game, to be honest with you. I just can't see this being anything other than a banger. Yeah. We've got Roman Poit in charge. Hopefully he doesn't disrupt things too much.
You can't see it being anything other than
we got Matt Carley and Al Jacobs of South Africa as AORs, and Marius Jonker as the TMO, also Safa. This obviously feels like the game of the weekend. We have a high-skilled, high-quality Scotland team who have done nothing but impress me all year, like to the point where I think if they had a bit more clutch and a bit better game management at times, they might have won the Six Nations. They were that good. People don't consider them in that tier, but they really have been exceptional this year. They have an opportunity here to show that they belong on the big stage in front of their raucous and bullish home support in Murrayfield, which I'm really excited to see as well.
True.
But on the other side, we have a Wallaby team fresh off 5 straight wins.
You want to talk about momentum? There's the Wallabies.
Jeez, this team are looking very, very special. Back-to-back wins over the Springboks was just an awesome effort. They're now 5 on the bounce. They had a good win against Japan away. That was an awkward game.
It was awkward.
But they saw it.
They were asked a few questions, but they looked the better side and got a deserved win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I don't quite know how to split these teams. I think this is a really good litmus test for whether there's a distinct gap in class between what's going on in the Rugby Championship and the Six Nations. If Australia look head and shoulders better than Scotland, that's probably a worrying sign for everyone in Europe about what's going on, because they are very similar teams and it does feel like a really close match. Historically speaking, the two-time world champs obviously hold the edge. They have a 21-11 record over the Scots. But that actually reduces to 11 and 8 in Murrayfield, so pretty tight. It tends to be about 50-50 when they play in Scotland. The last time that they met, back in 2017, Scotland put 50 on them in an incredible show of offensive brilliance against a somewhat floundersome Wallabies at that stage.
Very different
in the mid-World Cup cycle. That was no good. The Scots beat the Wallabies in Sydney that same year. But that Murrayfield blowout was the only game since 2006 that didn't finish as a one-score game between the two sides. They tend to be close, and none more so than that dramatic World Cup quarter-final in 2015 that finished 35-34. They tend to play out those kind of games. I know Scotland had a couple of low-scoring wins in the wet, but usually these games tend to be offense, honest as the day is long as well. It's just you play, I play. We'll see who wins the matchup. Both sides like to attack, both sides like to jackal at the ruck, both sides play pretty clean, but I just think this is a really fun game.
I agree with all of that, to be honest. Nothing more to bill it. Dave Rennie returning to Scottish shores, obviously he coached Glasgow as well. There's that for a bit of colour as well.
And Steve Tandy as well, who's the Scottish defence coach, was with the Waratahs for a couple of years, so he'll have an eye on what the Wallabies are doing as well. So there's definitely a few links there. The other bit of colour that I can offer you is that it's an opportunity for the Scots to claim the not often talked about Rayburn Shield.
The Rayburn Shield.
That's the World Championship, the boxing style World Championship, where as soon as the team loses, they relinquish it.
Yes.
The Wallabies won that off the Springboks and haven't looked back since.
That's right.
And if the Scots can nick it,
like Tyson Fury talking lineal heavyweight champion
lineal,
stuff.
that's the word for it. The lineal trophy of the world.
Sure.
Scotland could be the lineal.
I thought you were talking about one of those made up trophies that like Scotland.
I'm sure there's one of those.
There's one of those. The Haggis Cup or whatever.
The 18 who cares cup.
Haggis Koala Cup.
Haggis Koala Cup.
Yeah, something along those lines. But Yeah, no, like that is an opportunity, all right, for the Scots to poach that, and then to be honest, we wouldn't hear the end of that from the Scots.
No, if they were winning, you'd see it crop up.
Yeah,
you'd see it crop
for
up
sure.
Then,
I suppose to look at it from both sides' point of view, including we're going to start with the hosts, who are Scotland. As you say, it's a Sunday game, so we don't actually have the match day 23 to hand, but we do have a rough idea of what we can expect from both. We saw Scotland obviously last week, and we saw the Wallabies take the field in Japan a couple of weeks prior as well.
That's right.
But we have a few more messers returning for Scotland, guys like Finn Russell, Chris Harris, Hogg, Duhan van der Merwe, Sam Skinner as well. These big guys, lots of lions to be bolstering their pack, as well as some good flash out wide.
Yeah, they might need Sam Skinner as well. They're a little depleted in the locks. The guys they were leaning on in the Six Nations, Scott Cummings, Johnny Gray, no sign of them. Alex Craig, who came in later in the tournament,
went
also injured.
A whole load of locks in the Six Nations. They tried a load of different combos.
That's right, and then I think the front runners at the moment for them are going to be I would think Grant Gilchrist and Sam Skinner. They could also go with the uncapped Jamie Hodgson and Marshall Sykes, the Edinburgh duo. But I suspect it'll be Gilchrist and Skinner in at lock, unless they want to do something funky and put a back rower there. And then they've got obviously that all singing, all dancing back row of Jamie Ritchie, Hamish Watson, and likely Matt Fagerson joining them as well. And then they've options as to whether they want to go for Haining on the bench or the much touted Dylan Richardson, who they poached from the Sharks in South Africa. I think on account of a Scottish grandmother. He's obviously very highly regarded and might feature for his debut this week as well. As far as the backs go, obviously you're going to be looking at Ali Price, Finn Russell. I would suspect you're looking at Sam Johnson and Chris Harris, that defensively sound pairing that also can attack as well. Very, very fine players. And then it's kind of dealer's choice out wide. You got Hogg at fullback and a load of very good wingers.
They do, well, the two boys last week did very, very well.
You wouldn't blink if you saw the two of them, except for the fact that you got Duhan van der Merwe, who is scoring a try a week in the Premiership, perping someone along the way. I mean, his little GIF highlights are just a thing of beauty of their own.
That was what Gatman was seeing. He was like, ooh, get me this in my team.
It's my new George North.
Yes, pretty much. A very very physical player. So no, they have lots of options out there. It'll be tough. Whoever has dropped up McLean or Stain will, or
even Darcy Graham,
Darcy Graham, whoever has to bow out will feel a little aggrieved, because they all play pretty well and they got themselves scores. But it is a bigger test this week. But It's not a clash of styles for Scotland so much as it's a question of playmaking. It'll play out like a shootout, but a shootout in all areas. The Wallabies who's winning the breakdown battle, who's winning the set piece battle, who's managing to get something off at maul time,
the scrum is definitely a point of concern. The Wallabies have become very aggressive scrummagers,
and as good as some of these Scottish props are, and they are good, they don't have a talent like Tupou coming through at all.
That's 100% true. I mean, they've brought in Ollie Kebble and moved him to tight
Pierre
head.
Schumann as well, got his first cap last week. He'll be a useful asset.
They don't have Rory Sutherland, obviously, who was their aggressive scrummager, and I remember against France, even in that game that they lost, their scrum was doing a bit of going backwards a bit, and they had a couple of rough games. Cian Healy gave Xander a tough time.
He did.
They've struggled in moments at scrum time, and that's an area they'll look to work on, just because striking off set piece is such a thing for this Scottish team.
When they can set a scrum, they look beautiful, peeling to the blind side off it and overloading channels with loads of players.
They will take some solace in the fact that France managed to grab a good few tries against Australia in July on the first phase, which is exactly what Scotland like to do. And actually, this Scottish attack, when it's at its best, is probably the best wide attack that the Wallabies will have come up against since the Bledisloe game. The Springboks, to their credit, all credit to the Springboks, we know what they're great at, but wide attack is not really where they go to eat. And so the Wallabies' defence, while decent, probably hasn't had that tough a test in this 5-game winning streak that they're going to get this week from Finn Russell and the boys.
Well, Japan gave them a rattle for times, but they managed to dominate the contact zone too readily.
Japan are very good, but I think this Scottish team, when it's polished and on its blow, some of the tries they scored in the Six Nations were absolutely special. The way that they worked the space, they just off first phase, they look to access the wide channels, and then Finn Russell will have such a read. If you bite in, as some of the Wallabies wingers are wont to do, you could see last week the space that they put Rufus Moses McLean in off that scrum when they worked just a little bit of a screen, put the 10 Kinghorn in behind on the back of the screen. If you put Finn Russell in that position, get him off the back of a screen and the Wallabies are biting in, he'll find his man 10 times out of 10. And that's the scary thing from a Wallaby point of view, but promising from the Scots. It's all about striking off set piece, being quick, grabbing tries, being hungry. They're a proper offensive team, really moulded on manufactured off the old Australian model. It's like Australia versus a team modelled on Australia. It's a fun one.
It is a fun one. It's who's going to get more off. I'm not sure. I like clean ball is what they'll need. Whoever's generating the quicker ruck speed will probably be the winner in this one, to be honest. Like, that's just the way the ball.
What about row battle? What about like Hamish Watson and Jamie Ritchie going up against Valentini and Hooper? Ooh.
Really good. Like,
tough task for Watson and Ritchie.
It is, because Hooper has looked faultless.
And so is Valentini.
Valentini has grabbed the jersey with the scruff of the neck. And
Perpin Springboks up over here.
Indeed. So, I'm looking forward to that collision there. There's just the collision zone and the amount of work rate that all of those back rowers will be forced to get through and do get through all the time. For Scotland, they need to kind of ride the crowd a little bit, try and use their kicking and use a bit of game management to try and get a bit of squeeze on and then strike.
They're a lovely attacking team, so are the Wallabies, and I would give the edge to the Wallabies probably in the forward pack, especially when you consider one or two of the injuries that Scotland have.
The Tupou factor.
Not just the Tupou factor. I mean, we'll talk about the Wallabies in a moment and the plethora of options they have to choose from. But one area that I would give the Scots an advantage on the evidence of this year is the kicking game. Yeah. And before the 50-22 game, before the 50-22 came in, Scotland, I haven't looked up the stats on this, but I'd be shocked if they weren't the most if they didn't kick the most 50-22
long spiral from Hogg's boot that was dialed in all tournament long at Finn Russell with some good ones
switch kicks from Russell and long spirals from Hogg. You're right, those were absolute peaches, and that's what can set. Like, they need to set up. You talk about whoever's going to get the cleaner ball might come out on top. Whoever sets up the most offensive drives,
who can dial in that 50-22. To be fair, the 50-22 came into effect before Bledisloe, and we just didn't see it in those two teams. Just didn't care. They were like, no, we'll just run the ball.
Exactly.
And it's like, okay, fine, but it comes up to Europe and it's straight away teams are looking for it, very much so. And Scotland were dialing that in even before the law was in as a good in for them to play the territory game. It certainly worked wonders for them against England. Like, they absolutely punished them France, all day long.
They had some great ones against France. They pretty much bossed the territory game in all except the Ireland game.
Sure.
They bossed the territory game every time. They were competent up front and bullish. Didn't get dominated by any of those Six Nations packs apart from Ireland, and put together some very nice offensive shows. I think probably the main flaw that they showed was just in big moments. You look at that Wales game and just like a knock on here, a ceiling call there, right when the clutch moment was on. They probably didn't recognise the big moment in the match and take the try when they needed to win the game.
That's probably an edge that I would give the Wallabies in terms of their ability to do that.
Recognise moments.
Well, spot a try when it's there, or spot a chance when it's there. From Scotland's point of view, that is the big work on. It's a big intangible as well. Like, you get no inkling into it when they're hammering Tonga last week, because it doesn't even enter into the conversation. They look so good then because they're playing with confidence and with supreme kind of security in the fact that they're never going to lose the game. Whereas as soon as the result is thrown into the balance, that's when you see the worst of Scotland come out. And hopefully we see more of the best rather than the worst, because I don't want a game like this to be decided by a horrendous pick or something, or like something, because if it is, that's probably not good for Scotland. Not necessarily, because the Wallabies have done that this season too, but I suppose to pivot on to the Wallabies, who are just in frightening form themselves. They are a little shorn of some of their talent. Obviously, the special K factor they were talking about, your Corabettis, your Karevis staying at home. Obviously, no Quade Cooper as well, recently. Sean McMahon too. They're all staying. I think Japan, the top league, is where they're playing, and that's a little black mark for them. We normally shake our fists at the top couture, but top league, why are you not releasing players?
When your games aren't going on right now, it's very curious one that.
It is.
But
James O'Connor returns in his absence.
In response to that, they have broken out the artillery and said, hey, European-based class players, come on down. Into the squad comes Curtly Beale, Will Skelton, Rory Arnold, Tolu Latu, Colby Fayanga, who you remember from Connacht a couple of years ago.
Very good player.
Really, really good player. And Duncan Payaoa. who a class midfield player as well.
Yeah.
That is some real firepower to add to this squad.
Long overdue addition of Skelton to this squad. I'm excited to see.
Rory Arnold as well. Now all of a sudden, like once upon a year, you were talking about the Wallaby locks as a real problem. Now they have a choice between Isaac Rodda, Darcy Swain, Matt Phillip, Will Skelton, and Rory Arnold.
Awesome.
How do you pick even 3 from that bunch? That is exciting as all hell.
Yeah, no, now they're putting the piece together. Even last season, when they were very, very much improved and had some good things, it was in those kind of tight 5 areas that they were struggling, particularly the locks, where they were struggling with the likes of the All Blacks, and then more recently even the Pumas last year as well were swallowing them up in that thing. No risk of that with the likes of Skelton and Arnold. It just adds. And I think Swain and Phillip have been brilliant this year as well. No, this is it. They're doing a great job of spreading minutes around this season. They really are, and still getting results. They're 5 wins on the bounce, but they've given so much good time to so many. Like going back to that France tour, it was Noah Lolosio kicking winning kicks and stuff and getting a load of confidence for a young man. And the Rugby Championship was all Quade Cooper. Now they come north, it's probably going to be James O'Connor getting his minutes.
Lolosio is back in the squad as well, which I'm happy to see. I was kind of bamboozled by his not being in the squad. He's still very much a big part of the future of the Wallabies and needs to be involved, regardless of the fact that JOC and Quade are still a bit ahead of him. But it's a very exciting Wallaby team. They do have some issues that they've no Reece Hodge. They've no one really covering that fullback position.
So that's why Curtly Beale comes in.
No Tom Banks. Well, Curtly Beale could come into the team straight away. I think what's touted to happen is that they might move Kellaway to fullback, which is interesting.
Because he's been all form, give him the ball.
I mean, listen, working him into the offense is no bad thing. Although sometimes there's a question of why change something that's working so well.
True.
But the real test from the back 3 is covering that backfield. Scotland will kick it aggressively, hunting 22s, and that's one area that the Wallabies will have to focus on covering and defending and working the pendulum.
If it's Pataya, they'll all need to dial in the aerial contest and just the coverage, because those spirals can cover a lot of distance very quickly and are tough to cover if you're disconnected as a pendulum. So they will have to dial that in. I'm sure they will be. Like they were alert to that danger with the Springboks and diffused it very, very well. In terms of just the kicking game. But more so, it's about attacking. That's what's lovely about this offense, or about this Australia team, is that they will defend you. They'll do their due diligence, but they want to play ball. They want to get the ball in their hands and play with it.
It's another great matchup as well. I think we saw from Scotland's point of view, we saw Chris Harris defend the French really, really well.
Very good defender.
Shut down much of what the French were bringing. But we know from even the Wales game, but we know from Scotland teams past, always under Gregor Townsend, that you can catch them on first phase as easily as they can catch
Sometimes
you.
True.
And the Wallabies will be looking to puncture holes and test that midfield really from the off. And I'm definitely just looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. And likewise on the defensive side of the ball, the question of how to defend Finn Russell is a real quandary. I would caution against being super aggressive. I know I did for the All Blacks last week against Wales, and they went super aggressive and it worked out super well. But I think this Scottish side is polished enough. And I just remember what the Wallabies did in Bledisloe, especially the first Bledisloe game, when for a period they defended really well by holding their width and just reducing
the options for the miss passes and the wide play.
Offering up some soft yardage on the inside, but always having that jackal threat from the likes of Hooper, so that if Scotland want to attack there, they'll have to be tactical
in the tight as well. Like if you're bolstering your rows with, or your locks with that kind of heft, hold your width and force them inside into those big pillar men and just smash them all day. And then get Hooper involved in the turnover game. Try and pounce on turnover if you can. Target the ball in contact of the Scottish carriers. You might be seeing a greasy ball of a what is it, November 7th in Murrayfield in Edinburgh. It could be a bit wet up there. Target the ball, swinging arms at the ball carrier, try and dislodge that thing, try and transition very quickly. They will still just engage in the shootout philosophy here and be bullish and be confident in their ability to win it, but it's up in the air though. I don't know who's the better offense at the minute, but they should be trusting themselves in their game, because they should be trusting their forward pack. That's what they should be trusting, really, because the Scots, they do have in Jamie Ritchie and Hamish Watson 2 top class back rowers, and at hooker they have a plethora of really quality options to choose from as well, whether they go with McAnally or Turner or Fraser Brown. They do have some serious options in there. But the Wallabies look a little stronger.
player on that inside. Falau Faianga's form is great. They've got Tolu Latu now coming in at hooker. That tightens up that position, which had been a bit dodgy. Falau Faianga finding some form is definitely great for them.
Going all out attack, pick Tupou to start and go for it.
Well, geez, pick Tupou. Whatever. I think wherever you pick Tupou, whether it's on the bench or starting, put Skelton with him. So if you're starting with Skelton on the bench, start Tupou on the bench, so you can have the two of them together and just watch that right side of the scrum go to destructive work.
It must be one of the best right sides of a scrum you'll ever see.
Perhaps the best in the history of the game. It could be that good. I mean, like the just the sheer heft on that side. It'll be difficult to see even a Schumann or a Kebble or anybody living with it.
And if they can dominate that will be
win the forward battle.
It'll take the crowd out of it. It'll take the Scots options out of it. They need to try and arrest control of that. Like, they need to try and put the squeeze on from pretty early and exert some pressure so that they can get on top of both team and crowd, and then navigate the game successfully using their good halfbacks to do so. And they've demonstrated an ability to close out games, even games that are in the balance, like that Japan game a couple of weeks ago. They were away from home as well, but they managed to get on top early, assert themselves early, and keep them at arm's length from there, which is the MO here as well against a dangerous Scottish side.
Exactly right, and I'd love to see some clever kicking from them as well. We know the Scots are going to bring a good kicking game.
What do they have by riposte?
I'd love to see whether it's Nick White. If it's Nick White who starts or comes on, you know he can bring in some lovely little kicks in behind to pin the Scots back and frustrate them more so. But definitely winning the contact area and attacking them, that's the key for the Wallabies. It's definitely going to be a fun game. I don't know how I see it going, but you tell me. You go first.
It's tough to know. Like, they're both flying high after this. So, like, can I just say a 30-all draw that we're all going to enjoy? No, I'll say 30-29 to
30-29. I love
to
it.
The Scots.
Wow.
Just
Rayburn Shields, lineal champions of the world, Scotland.
I'm gonna give them the win here. I don't know if that's too bullish, because I think Oz are bloody good. It could be an Aussie blowout win as well, but I'm expecting a shootout, and I'm just gonna give a slight edge to the home side in this one, but only a slight one.
I can't wait to watch it. This is 100 for me. This is 100% the game of the weekend. It is. Like, it's just high-powered offenses going at it, and I really do love Finn Russell. I think he is an X-factor player to the extent that Tupou is up front. Finn Russell is in the back line. I actually think he's better than JOC. He's better than probably Quade Cooper in my book as well. I think he's one of the best 10s in the world, if not the best, apart from maybe Moanga. He's a lethal player. And if him and Hogg can get that axis going at home, where they're pinning the Wallabies back, where they're striking off set piece, just give themselves more attacks, give themselves more chances to launch off midfield lineouts and scrums, and then poke holes in the Wallaby defence and find tries that way and get the Murrayfield buzz roaring. Then you're talking about a reel in. So I keep flipping. It's coin flip game in my head, but. You went for Scotland. I might say that the Wallabies, just with the bench impact, just with the ferocity of the forward pack, with potentially Skelton coming into the game, might just have enough. You know what'll decide it, if it's wet weather or not. I'm literally going to Google the weather in Edinburgh.
If it's raining,
Scotland win. That's how I predict games. That's proper analysis.
No, I don't think so.
Sunday, clear skies. Japers.
You're saying the Wallabies then?
Yeah, Wallabies to steal it late and hold on to their winning streak with a very dramatically, we'll say 34-33.
There you go.
It's going to be
something class.
Anyway. Something
unreal,
really good. Something so romantic. You're going to be so let down if this game ends up being
a wet weather scruffy game that's edged by, I don't know.
I just don't think so. I'm looking at the history of these games as well. They're always bangers. This is going to be great. Buckle up. This is going to be a fun
Sunday afternoon entertainment for you. Definitely can't wait for this one.
100%.
All right, we will move on though, because there is another game.
There is another game. One last game for us to preview, and this is not an Autumn Nations game. This is a Rugby Europe game.
Yes. So
we have the Netherlands hosting Russia in a Rugby Europe game that is also a World Cup qualifier going on.
Yes,
this
as you
weekend.
Know that this year's Rugby Europe Championship and next year's Rugby Europe Championship serve as the qualifiers for Europe. So the Europe 2 spot is up for grabs.
That's right.
Because Georgia have already all but sewn up Europe 1 as they often do.
They have indeed.
Unless they get third in their pool in the World Cup, which blows the whole European race open. But at the minute, no, it's Georgia probably in 1, and an absolute scrappy-do race going on between the likes of Portugal, Russia, Romania still fancying it.
Spain still hopeful.
The Netherlands have just arrived on the scene, having ousted Belgium earlier in the summer in their playoffs, so they are new to the competition. They have yet to record a win, but they have grabbed a few nice tries and they play a nice little brand and they have a good little stadium as well.
Yeah, that's right. This game's going to be played in the National Rugby Centre in Amsterdam. It is a Saturday game. 2 o'clock kickoff in the afternoon, 1 o'clock UK standard time. That it's a curiosity to see where the Netherlands are. Obviously, they have the they have the genetics to play rugby. South Africans, the Afrikaners are that are Dutch descendants, and they do look physical out there. They do kind of remind you of a South African team to watch them. They're big stride, good strong running in the contact. They're quick off the mark. Yeah. They do seem to get the game. Yeah. And I wouldn't be too discouraged. They had big losses their first 2 games: 48-15 defeat to Georgia, 61-28 defeat against Portugal.
I don't think they will be in for anything like that in this game, purely because Russia are not Portugal and are not Georgia and will not rack up that amount of scores. Even if they are dominant from minute 1 to minute 80, I don't think it amounts to 60 points. Now I might be wrong. Hopefully the Netherlands arrive at a pitch to stymie some of that.
Yeah, this is like the Netherlands. Are they a team that wants to qualify for the World Cup? I'm not. Well, obviously everyone wants to, but are they serious about doing that, or are they just sort of building their progression?
They'd rather consolidate their position in this tournament.
Yeah, which it is going to require a win somewhere along the line. Otherwise, they'll be right back in that playoff game against Hungary, probably Belgium again. Who they only beat by the squeakiest of margins in that game, if you'll recall. So they have no points so far. They're 2 games in. If they lose this game, I think you can put to bed any hopes of qualifying for the World Cup. I think they simply have to put away the Russians. Likewise for Russia. Russia have played 3, won 1, lost 2. They still have Spain to play next week, but these are the last 2 games, and they
need to accrue some points to stay in the hunt. Yeah.
Accrue some points to stay in the point, but I mean Portugal are 10 points clear of Russia, but they're finished.
Yeah.
Russia here have an opportunity. If they can get a bonus point win here against the Netherlands and set up a match against Spain, a side they'll fancy beating, they will be within touching distance of Portugal and Romania.
It's the French style of bonus point, is it not?
Is it?
I believe so. 3 try, 2. You have to
win the game by 3 tries. That's almost more doable for this Russia team. Possibly. Score 3, concede none. That's the kind of team they are.
Yeah.
It's definitely. It feels like a huge game for them. The next 2 weeks, Russia are playing the Netherlands and Spain, wrapping up their Rugby Europe. They need 2 wins at a bare minimum. They need 2 wins to get themselves back in, and this is mission 1. Starting just to look at the Netherlands as well, They've had a baptism of fire, but they have shown some promise. They have physicality.
They grabbed some good tries. Jordy Hop on the through. Lovely run from him. They scored 4 tries against Portugal.
That's right.
So they have a capacity to score. And to be honest, it's a fast track in that Netherlands thing. And it also has a very, very big in-goal, much like Murrayfield does as well. Very deep in-goal area. And they do like an attacking kick. They scored a bit off a little attacking kick. And with the new laws, you're less punished for that tactic. They were going to it anyway, but if you kick it through and they dot it down, it's a goal line dropout rather than 22. So a few little probing kicks
any
like
ball
that.
in your own half, just leather it deep and force them to kick a goal line dropout.
Yeah, indeed.
It's a heck of a nuance. I really hope they fix that rule because it's a nonsense tactic. You can just make the in-goals massive and hammer the ball into it.
It's true.
It's
a factor.
It's a serious tactic for the Netherlands in this game to give themselves some territory and some purpose, and they look competent on the ball and quick out wide, which they will have over the Russians.
They will have over the Russians.
Their wingers look better than the Russian wingers.
They need to make it about them. They need to make it about finding tries, and they will frustrate. If they can even find 1 try in the first half, that'll annoy the Russians something fierce, and it could result in it unravelling for them potentially, because the Russians are sticklers and very good tacklers on defence, so they will cause them problems. They should be going to the boot when they're stymied in the middle third. Shouldn't be overplaying and throwing picks or giving away penalties that are just the ins that Russia are looking for, and they have been guilty of that kind of naivety in their opening 2 games. Like they went wide in their first couple of sets against Georgia, which was like, way good lads, good on you. Now,
let's find out. Let's find out what happens when you do that. And they did find out.
It wasn't good. So maybe if they can dust themselves off from those 2 opening games against who are sitting Georgia the imperious ever champions, and Portugal the team of the year in this thing, and first and second rightly in the table as it stands. So it is as tough as it got in those two games. Now they kind of know what it's about, what the level's about, and they will be the quicker team on the park here. So they need to try and play to their strengths.
But both of these sides got leathered by Portugal, but I think the Netherlands are a team that can learn some lessons from that game. In that, look, one thing that Portugal have been doing to all of these defences, bar Georgia, is catching them with blindside wingers and inside balls. Old school Wallaby rugby.
Yeah.
You move to the open side, you flood a bunch of players inside the 10. The 10 catches the ball, straightens the line. All of a sudden, the whole Rugby Europe defence folds in on him. You pop an inside ball, and away you go.
Yeah.
The Dutch should do that.
Yeah.
The Dutch should model
running and the like.
Model an offence. They should have been doing that now in the little break period of just looking at what Portugal are doing. How are they racking up such scores against every defence in this competition? How can we do same? Because it's a little bit of innovative thinking goes a long way at this level.
It does.
And I'd love to see them work their wingers in off blind channels, pick those inside lines, confuse the Russians and play with a bit of speed.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you got an interesting game.
This is it. And if you're talking about Russia under feeling backs to the wall, need bonus point win, yeah, the thing that puts a spanner in that chat, or a spanner in those words, is that they go behind. The Netherlands are the ones finding tries. They're the ones finding the outside. That would be nice. They need to show a bit of tactical nous, a bit of surety, but they also need to tidy up on the defence.
Start fast.
Start fast as opposed to slow, which they had done in the previous two as well.
Absolutely start fast, because the Russians, they're not a team built to chase the game.
No.
From their point of view, they have been very defensively robust. They have been tough to play against the Russians. They are a bit slow, but they don't miss tackles. They're physical. They're tigerish at the breakdown. And like to punish teams for being a bit loose against them, which the Netherlands might be.
Yes.
Punish them not by scoring, sweeping, counter-attacking tries, but by winning penalties, kicking threes, getting themselves down the pitch, mauling you.
Yes,
they are
all of that. They're very physical. They are very physical. They showed up. They shocked Japan in the opening game of the World Cup, but they caused even Ireland some problems in contact. Some of those guys, like they're a good.
You can see they don't get shocked by Georgia.
No.
They're one of the only teams in this competition that don't get shocked by Georgia. They lose to Georgia because they can't play rugby as well as them, but they don't get shocked by them in the contact like other teams do. And they can hence
bully other teams.
Bring a bit of shock factor of their own when they play these games.
It's true.
And that's what they're going to be looking to do. Maul them, be just relentlessly physical.
The first contact needs to be a dominant Russian smash for them, and it's all built on them. It's a game plan built on the gain line, where they will be looking to win it through contact. Because they aren't built for anything else really, and my gripe with Russia is that they need more speed desperately. Like they just need more in the back line. They aren't quick enough to execute anything, and that's as such they're not that clinical. They tend to leave scores out there a bit, but against the Netherlands, their recipe is still to kind of turn it into an arm wrestle and just drag what is a very exciting, very optimistic Netherlands side into a very kind of physical, bludgeoning, kind of slow paced.
They opened the season with a wonderfully frustrating victory over Romania, which really did look to be a nail in Romania's coffin, although they've rebounded very well from that. But it was just built off defence, jackal steals, and then they have a very solid place kicker in Ramil Gaisan who just nails them from anywhere.
And that's as such is built. And when you have a team that's a pack oriented, slow kind of team like that, that pack needs a 10 like that, or whoever's taking the kicks, they need a kicker like that who can convert that pressure.
And they do need to be mindful in the backfield of what we talked about with the Netherlands, which is that bomb towards that in goal. They do need to be just a little bit mindful that the Netherlands might just try and absolutely leather the ball downfield and force a goal line dropout. They'll need to stand deep, cover the backfield, make sure that they don't get a handle on the territory game and kick it back to them and force until the Netherlands start to attack, at which point your defence goes to work.
Yes, they'll hope to gobble them up all day that way and just exert pressure in every collision. And if you can get a kind of a helter-skelter Netherlands just popping offloads for the sake of trying to avoid rucks because they're afraid to go into them, that's what the Russians want to paint that picture. Be afraid of our contacts, be fearful of us, we will crush you. That is kind of what the MO is. So it is an interesting stylistic matchup that way, and it is on it's a 4G surface, quite a fast track, so like on paper that kind of, as well as being a home game, that should favour the way the Netherlands want to play it.
No question.
But the pedigree and the history and probably the quality is on the Russian side. The Russians were at the last World Cup, albeit technically, but they performed at it as well. They caused some problems to the likes of Japan. They got there. Very much so. So it could be a matter of there are levels to this, and the Netherlands aren't up to it. Or it could be a matter of the Netherlands have got their baptismal fire from the first 2 games, and now they are up to the challenge and they're able to get some stuff off.
Yeah, how much did they learn from those 2 games? It remains to be seen. And do you see any upsets here, or is this a Russian win? Big 2 weeks for Russia.
It's probably a Russian win, but I see potential in this Netherlands side to cause them problems. I would like to see them be the first points on the board.
Yeah, just to make it interesting.
I would love to see a Netherlands 7-pointer, bang, try. Now we have a game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, there's definitely scope for it. I think they probably could find tries a little easier than Russia in terms of out wide, in terms of passing, in terms of speed. Russia may just wrestle it with things like mauls and scrums and penalties, and just even if it blows out at the beginning, they could arrest control
and it's the defence as well. It's the defence. It's whether or not the Dutch just look completely impotent, trying to get to the edge and failing.
Well, and also the Dutch defence, which has looked pretty impotent as well. That has been
whether the Russians can just trot forward on short carries off 9 and win
off 9 try. That could happen, because they did that both against Portugal through the scything runs and Georgia through the kind of bumfa runs. They weren't tackling well. They weren't defending well. They looked decent on offence. They look like they can grab a try, which is encouraging, but their defence was porous, and it needs not to be.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking a win for Russia here. Not a particularly pretty one.
No, it could be 24-15,
24-7, something like that.
Yeah, probably more likely.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. I'm kind of rooting for the Dutch, because just in the spirit of this festival of rugby, I kind of want the quicker teams winning. But I don't know if that's what's going to happen. I think Russia are probably going to engage right the ship mode and be ready for next year, where there will be a proper knife fight going on for second Rugby Europe even.
Next week as well. It's a big couple of weeks. They got Spain next week, and we'll be looking forward to that one too. But with that, we are going to move on. And that does wrap up all of our previews for today, all 10. I'm sure you slogged it out with us. And if you've come this far, perhaps you're willing to come a little bit further, because we have other rugby to talk about just as we wrap up the show. We are going to make note of the World Rugby America's Pacific Challenge of 2021, which is taking place with some of the development squads in South America and the Americas in general. And it was quite a good little tournament. There was certainly a nice final to it, as Uruguay put up a nice fight against Argentina 15. Uruguay A, so the two backup squads played each other, and it was only won by 24-17.
There you go.
And we used to, not too long ago, so in the duration of this podcast, it was just a standard thing that Argentina 15 would hockey the first choice teams of all of South America.
True.
Now all of a sudden Uruguay A are putting it up to these Argentina 15 teams, and Uruguay's development, I know we touched on in the show, has been very, very good. In the last matchups, we had Chile A beat the US select team 29-14 in a worrying
premonition. Who knows? Those two sides, the main sides, will face each other for all the marbles, and America's 2 on the line.
And then in the 5th and 6th playoff, Brazil A stuffed the pretty hapless Paraguay A.
Unfortunately,
58-19.
Yeah, no, that was the story for Paraguay A, unfortunately.
Yes. But congratulations to Argentina 15, who are once again champs, but definitely curiously not as dominant as they once were. And certainly the SLAR, the Superliga, and all of the development going on in South America points to a really good, well-rounded development.
Definitely.
Although Paraguay work to do.
work to do in Paraguay, but yeah, no, between those great grounds in Montevideo and in Valparaiso as well, and some little hotbeds of rugby coming up in South America, which is great to see. And tournaments like this is great credit to World Rugby for putting them on. It's
and the unions as well.
It is just feeding the development in those regions as well.
So much good footy going on there.
It's great more development actually. Another note on that is that the Kenyan team are going to be touring South Africa, and they're going to play a Currie Cup All Stars kind of thing in the Carling Champions Cup in Pretoria. That's Saturday. This Saturday going on. Some more games to we're not going to fully preview, but
now let me take you through the squads. Who is the Currie Cup Select team? Well, the Currie Cup Select team is being played by Kenya. That's going to be fun. And then that's a warm-up game for the Stellenbosch Quadrangular series is what they're calling it, which is taking place on November 14th and 20th. It's basically a semi-final situation, but Kenya are going to play against Namibia, and Brazil are actually hopping over to Africa, and they're going to play Zimbabwe. And then the winner of Namibia Kenya will play the winner of Brazil and Zimbabwe, and the losers will play each other as well.
Yeah,
and Kenya's tour, which is a little 4-match series, is going to round up with a game against the Cheetahs as well.
Class.
So some good experience for those Kenyans, and we know how good they've been on the 7 circuit. I'd love to see them make a go of it at 15s level.
Sure.
So
That Africa's qualifier is still up for grabs, very much so. It's normally Namibia, but it needn't be all the time. There's a lot of other countries there putting their hands up.
And good on South Africa for putting this little event on as well, even while they're...
It's a similar format to that under-20s one that they did the other year as well, in Stellenbosch as well. So, again, definitely good of South Africa in terms of hosting these kinds of nations and putting up a chance for them to show their stuff and to learn a bit as well. So this is developmental tour for all of these guys.
Yeah, but now after all of that men's Test rugby talk, we are going to take a look as well at the women's game, because there is some good action going on in the women's game in their November series as well. We had quite a game between England and New Zealand. It was perhaps not unforeseeable. I might have thought that something like this was coming just based on what I was seeing from the England team.
Yeah.
But New Zealand very much caught with their pants down. 43-12 win for England.
Record defeat or win, depending on your lens.
Persuasion, exactly. But I mean, it was a very, very mighty and professional England win.
Professional is the operative word when it comes to English women's rugby. It is
a Freudian slip. It's what they are, It's that they play with them. I know the New Zealand have their Super Rugby tournament starting next year, and they will improve with that. And they'll also now be aware of what the standard is. This is a great game for them, just to let them know what the standard is that England are playing at. They have some sumptuous pieces of play, lovely moves. They play with wonderful speed, physicality. They're just taking the game to all kinds of new heights, and the New Zealand girls just could not cope. Mostly with the physicality, but also the speed and everything.
No, they started with an offensive few sets that they couldn't break them down with, and then it just ended up being normally in this clash we've been the quicker, more skillful team, but not anymore.
Yeah, and England they found the edge. They worked it really well with some lovely passing. They play a lovely brand of rugby, and New Zealand kind of in their panic tried to replicate it and ended up throwing a pick, and it just got worse from there. They didn't really cope for any of this game. They did pick up a couple of tries, but they didn't actually have a patch or a momentum where you felt like they were on top at all. It was pretty much constant England pressure for the whole 80 minutes. And it was their first game in a long while, so they'll have another go at it this week and a chance to respond. And they do still have some real talent, as we know. I mean, they were a little dull there. They were shocked. The play that really did frustrate me was Chelsea Alley, the 12, when they got in behind England with the score at 0-0 about 8 minutes in. They put a little grubber kick through, and Chelsea Alley, it looked like it was going to run past the deadline, a dead ball, and she was chasing after it, and then she got a little bit of contact, like a tiny bit of contact, and then she stopped and threw her hands up in the air, and just as she did that, the ball took a wicked bounce and sat up, and like if she chased after it, she might have got a try out of it, but she was whinging at the ref, and that was just
no excuses for that.
Yeah, and she's a lovely player, and she set up one of the tries later on, but that was a really bad moment, an indication that they were just a bit dulled out.
Play the whistle.
They were a couple of years out of the game, New Zealand.
They were. It's the first one since post-COVID, isn't it? First Test match. So obviously England in the interim have had a couple of seasons in terms of the club game, and are looking imperious at Six Nations level, and have just been going from strength to strength. But definitely a dominant win, and a great crowd in Sandy Park, and great viewing figures on BBC as well. It was good. I think was it Brian Moore tweeting or something. It was like peak TV audience for the Man City Chelsea game was about 800k live streams, and then for this one it was about 700k, which is just way up there. And then similarly,
they had more live stream requests than Man City Chelsea in the FA Cup, or Arsenal Brighton, which was on BBC as well. Two soccer games, big Premier League games. England New Zealand rivaled at peak TV audience of 700,000. 97,000, nearly 100,000 extra on the live streams as well.
Great stuff.
Great on the BBC for putting this on. It was also a raucous atmosphere in a packed Sandy Park in Exeter.
Great and sounding great.
They are dragging this game into the modern era. They are. Like by themselves.
They
probably deserve to win the World Cup. If I know there's a long road between now and then, but it would be fitting if they blew that World Cup away, because they are dragging this game into the modern era. It's been brilliant to watch.
It's true, and it's also just a good little didactic one there, that like the BBC had the rights, they put it out there. it was in interest. You have a team playing the quality that they are. There's intrigue there. England v New Zealand. There's definitely intrigue there. There's enough to get eyeballs on it. So a lot is to be said for just broadcasting these games when it's in like a infrastructure like the BBC can get behind it. But then the other side of it is it's great when these big marquee women's games don't clash with other games of the same fixture, and I think they did make that decision now that they have their own window, which was forced upon them from COVID, but it should have been the case long ago. They're not going to be just doing the women's game before they do the men's game back to back on the same day, and as they do in the Six Nations, they're going to get a separate window, and that just makes all the sense because it is its own product and it is marketable.
Yeah, well, this England team are marketable. They are stunning. Some wonderful players in this team. They really are.
True.
And a thoroughly deserved win for England. Zoe Harrison's a class player as well. The other game that was going on this weekend was the US played Canada. It was a 15-9 win for Canada over the US. They scored 2 tries to none, and they were the better team on the day. Moved the ball really well. Had some lovely players. Paige Farry's in the 13 shirt. Looks a very sharp player. Likewise, Tessier at 10. They move the ball nicely. They play an attractive brand. And a bit like the men's iteration of this game, Canada are the quick team that look to score tries. The US are physical, looked to win contacts. And while Canada did sort of dial out and got frozen out for periods of the second half and allowed this to become more of a close game than it should have been, they were clearly the side with the more quality, and they showed it by scoring a couple of tries and definitely deserved to win the game.
100%. Yeah. Very dramatic finish, but like this, it could have been further. Like Canada probably should have had its own.
Yeah, with the hold up over the line on 76 minutes, it could have been a different story. Canada probably
could have been ruining missed opportunities, which they still should probably be slightly ruining, because as good of a win as it is, it could have been better.
Yeah, and they look good sometimes, and then in other times they get frozen out of games for periods. They kind of go asleep and go walk about this Canada team. And listen, it's a good hit out for both teams because they're also a long while out of the game. The dynamics are very fresh and very early, so it'll be interesting to see all these teams develop. But the talent on Canada's side looked very promising, and the US did look physical, but definitely have work to do with how they used the ball. It was a bit narrow and a bit bludgeoning, and ultimately they were made to pay.
Critiques to the lads in that regard.
Might have been a different result if the old laws were in, because they got held up over the line on 76 minutes, and then it was a goal line dropout, and they never got back. They never got back again, and that was
it's just for don't get held up over the line.
Ample punishment. Punishment for that. It was a decent standard game, and 2 years rust to knock off. I'm sure that we're going to see some improvements now in the coming weeks.
They play each other again now as well this week, don't they?
They do.
We have a few juicy women's fixtures coming up this weekend, starting with that one from Infinity Park in Colorado. Friday game this is, USA v Canada this is, 5pm local time kickoff. That's 12 midnight over here. That's going to be an interesting hit out. US obviously looking to try and get that win back, or try and get the result back, but both of these sides, as we were saying before, just looking to knock off 2 years plus of rust and get themselves purring again, because the World Cup is only next year for these girls, and it is homing into view now.
All of these sides have a mind to win it, for sure. Those two do, and they definitely have improvement to get to the level that your Englands and your Frances and your New Zealands are playing at. It was a little more clunky than that, but there was promise in both sides. And both sides, they just have a bit of work to do. Like things like the lineouts were a bit of a mess, which you can understand. And phase play in general just needs to be that bit sharper compared to what's going on at the very top of the game. We have another interesting game that going on this weekend. France taking on South Africa. That's in the Stade de la Rabine in Vannes this Saturday, 3pm kickoff. It is, like on paper you think France, South Africa, this is going to be, a monstrous game. It's actually 4th v 13th in the world. It's a mismatch in favour of Les Bleus. And a dry run actually for the pool games that they have in next year's World Cup. The French team, for context, in the women's game, they tend to be absolutely box office as they are in the men's. They're just all about grace and swagger, moving the ball really well, playing with tempo, speed, offloads, tries. They pushed England all the way twice this year.
At 10, what's her name? It's escaping me now. Druan, I think it is. Yeah, she's awesome. Awesome player, and she's only young as well at 10. Yeah, they play with similar verve and attacking flair as their lads do. They're always box office to watch. It had traditionally been that them and England would duke it out for for the Six Nations title, and it still kind of is, except that in recent years England's growth has eclipsed their own.
Yeah, although
they still give it a rattle.
They have pushed them. They lost 10-6 and 15-17 to this class England team that just put the pump on the All Blacks, and in their other games they beat Ireland 56-15 and Wales 53-0.
Yeah.
This French team know how to score. And so South Africa should be a little worried. The South Africa women's game has lagged behind what they do in the men's. They don't have the same tradition there. And to be honest, they're a little bit of a disappointment when you consider the rugby tradition in South Africa. And I'm sure that the powers that be over there are determined to...
Razzie in there now, I would hope that they are trying
to
make
keep
steps
an eye
to
on
give
it.
it.
This is something that they should be a bit more prideful of. We're into an era now where you absolutely should have a good women's team if you have a good men's team.
Yeah.
And it's something that they'll have to work on. And I'm sure they'll be determined to do that. They've played just 2 games, just twice since... 2019. Both were in August. They started with a 29-22 win over Kenya, and then backed that up with a 66-0 victory over Kenya again.
So they knocked the rust off. Some learnings from the first one, obviously, and got into it.
And yeah, maybe they'll put up a fight. I'll definitely be curious to see if they can hang with that class French team.
Yeah.
Then the other game that we have is England-New Zealand, the rematch.
Yeah. This time it's Franklin's Gardens, Northampton. Yeah, an inferior spot to Sandy Park. I would. It's
a good stadium, I think.
It's a good stadium, but it's a bit far out, isn't it? That's always the criticism. It's like far out of the town. Yeah. It's not quite in the heart of it. Anyway. But it's a Sunday game as well, 2:45 kickoff, November 7th. And is it England going to be flexing again, or will the Black Ferns adjust and at the very least not be shocked and perhaps give us a bit more of a game here?
Yeah, they do have the skills, they have the offloads, they have a bit of speed, they have some good players. I expect they'll close the gap a little bit this week, but
they won't be blown away quite so much, but they might end up being blown away again in the end, because England are just very, very, very good.
A polished machine of a team, it's true. And then the final game that we have this week is Wales-Japan, which is actually in the Cardiff Arms Park in Cardiff, also on Sunday evening. Both sides in next year's World Cup both have serious work to do before they can compete with the top teams. Wales had a pretty dreadful Six Nations. They were absolutely stuffed, as we mentioned, by France 53-0. I think they lost to France and Ireland by an aggregate score of 98-0 before falling 27-20 to Scotland.
And yet they are managed to beat Italy. I don't understand how that happened.
It's funny. It's definitely a funny one. They'll obviously be determined to right the ship. They've actually announced this week, Wales, that they're going to bring in some professional contracts
for women.
For the women. It's not ideal. It's like, I think it's like minimum wage. It's not like
they have
nothing particularly advanced.
No money. The British government did a big, massive, multi-million sports grant, and exactly none of it went to Wales.
No. There you go. So they're obviously, I hope, doing as well as they can for the women's game, but it's still lagging a little bit behind.
It's more likely if there are professional standard players from Wales, they're going to play in the Premiership.
100%. 100%. And then from Japan's point of view, their side is called the Sakura 15. That's their women's team's nicknames, and they haven't played at all since November 2019, since pre-COVID, when they did record a win over Scotland and a draw against Italy in a 2-match tour of Europe.
Interesting.
And
2019 was the year of Japan beating Scotland, was it not?
It was.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea what this team is going to be like.
No, I would be optimistic that they have good skill set and try to play with pace, but that is literally only based on what their lads do, what the Cherry Blossoms are up to. So I don't know about the Sakura 15, but Wales, I know, are gettable, so I'd like to see them go and give it a rattle. I think that could be a good one. I think it could be a very good one, but it's definitely a good feast of women's rugby going on. I
believe World Rugby are broadcasting all of those games as well. Last week they had them up on YouTube, which was dead on.
Perfect. It means you can watch them. It means you get the eyeballs on it. But credit to BBC for chucking that one out there as well, in terms of picking it up and sending it out on the national broadcast. Does it a world of good.
England definitely the queens and kings of women's rugby, no question about it right now. We're going to also just move on before we wrap up and touch on some European rugby.
No URC this week because it has gone on ice, but it is the last week of fixtures in both top countries and I believe Premiership as well before they take a wee break to allow for all this international footy to take place and give us a break towards the tail end of these podcasts as well. So Sound, lads. Why couldn't you do it last week?
But we've got there wasn't much interesting that happened last week apart from Montpellier continuing to go from strength to strength and crushing Lyon. Racing beat Toulouse. Toulouse took their first L of the year.
Yeah, Racing got their home win, and actually interestingly Perpignan beat La Rochelle comfortably 22-13. That was a bit of a shock. Not a great start to the season for La Rochelle.
No, and they have a few young new coaches in. I know Donncha Ryan came in. I've heard Rog talking about the difficulties that they're having with a young coaching group, and it's definitely not ideal. There's some rocky waters up in La Rochelle, and we'll watch it, but it feels like it might be a little dip of a season
transitionary season. They just couldn't. Toulouse kind of killed them last season twice, which just rocks the confidence.
They have a game tomorrow or this evening on Friday evening up against Bordeaux Bègles that they'll be determined to win at home. Then the other picks of the games this week, Lyon hosting Cast is going to be a good game. And then I would say
Montpellier travelling to Stade Francais could be a good one because Montpellier looked a better team, but then the home advantage.
I would say Montpellier might win that game, and then Clermont-Toulon is the Sunday game, which will definitely be a banger as well.
Definitely.
And Toulon with their new coaching ticket, having thrown the rattle out of the pram, did get a 13-9 win over Biarritz, but choppy waters still there, and no sign of Colby.
No sign of Colby either.
They forked out the money
signing.
For.
Yeah, no, indeed they are. Not my favourite French club. They're a bit of a basket case a lot of the time, Toulon, although it has bought them a few stars on their jersey.
When they looked out on Wilkinson. I say looked out, they got Wilkinson, and Wilkinson managed to make them a professional outfit that they haven't been before or since.
Yes, it's definitely true. If you're going to do the mercenary team, it's very, very tough to get them working, and that translates across all sports. You see it with PSG and football. It's like we spent squillions on these players, but none of them are pressing sprint. It's like, because they're all being paid squillions.
Toulon are probably a comparable team to PSG in that sense themselves, and maybe Racing. Racing are good though. But we're going to move on. We're going to look at the Premiership as well, which had some good games last week. Exeter squeaked a win against Gloucester in predictable fashion after Gloucester should have perhaps won that game. But that's just a Gloucester story. Then
Gloucester were the better team in that game. I can believe how they contrived to lose it because they do it very, very often. Although credit to the new coaching staff, they look a little better these days. They've got their rolling maul going. They're a little bit more robust. They have guys like big number 8, big ball carrier for them who's been out for ages. Ben Morgan was back in the saddle and doing damage. So they look a slightly more polished Gloucester side, but still top level clutch, letting them down. Where in Exeter's credit, they managed to dig out a win there on Friday.
Leicester flexed their muscles with a big win over Northampton.
50 on Northampton in the Gardens, which is normally something that
we do.
This is what we do in November, and that's
exactly. But good win for Leicester there. Bristol back on winning ways out in London Irish in a bit of a shootout, 145-33. Worcester managed to beat Sale in a bit of a shock one for Sale. And then the game of the weekend was Quins against Saracens, which was a great game and stolen at the death with a winning try from a 22-all game by Lewington, and it was just brilliant. Saracens managing to steal it at the death, came on strong with 13 straight points.
That's a win that ages very well away in Quins and the Stoop. That's gonna be very good in the season.
A little bit of shame on the schedulers for making this on a weekend where they wouldn't have their internationals. It just could have been an even better game, but it was still a great game, and there was still plenty of top talent out there, and a deserved win for a great Saris team and themselves and Leicester, the two Challenge Cup teams.
Challenge Cup looking like a procession towards that final at the minute.
Might well be.
Maybe Connor. I don't know. Definitely they look the best two sides in England at the minute, and they won't be in the top flight of Europe this year, but they will be next. Newcastle Falcons, is it this weekend's fixtures rattling through any intrigue? Leicester are taking on Bath at home. They will probably be winning that comfortably. Bristol v Worcester, probably a Bristol win. Saracens v London Irish, also probably Saracens. Sale v Northampton Saints could be an interesting mixed up game there, because both of them coming off losses, so there'll be there could be a bit of niggle in that game and hopefully some quality. Exeter will likely have too much for the Newcastle Falcons in Sandy Park. Well, probably the game of the weekend is the Sunday game as well, where Wasps are hosting Harlequins. That could be a bit of a humdinger. It's a bye this week for Gloucester, who have a week off to dust themselves off and get back into the saddle next week. Not next week, in a fair few weeks. Both of those competitions will now go on ice after this weekend until the end of November.
Absolutely. And then we also have the Rugby Europe Super Cup, which also is going on ice until December. You'll be delighted to know.
Fair play to them.
We had a few games last weekend. Unfortunately, the Anasai STM Black Lion game was postponed.
Right.
I think due to COVID restrictions. Your classic.
Yeah.
The Lusitanos of Portugal managed to a big win over Brussels Devils in the 38-13 win for them. Then the Iberians of Spain beat Delta 41-7, and the Tel Aviv Heat went to Russia and won again 29-23.
Tel Aviv are here to play a bit of ball in this one. They're an interesting coming force in this one. And as is always my comment on this, I'm just delighted that they're getting fixtures played, and they're going to get a season in the books, and then hopefully a next season.
We didn't mention it, but like Portugal, loads of their squad playing for the Lusitanos, and it's
winning.
just it's helpful. And Georgia were bigging up the presence of Black Lion as well. The Georgian coaching staff were saying they've never been as delighted going into a test window as they've been in this one.
In terms of their preparation.
Yeah, they have players starting in the top countors, and then the guys who aren't in the top countors are playing regular rugby
together as a team. So there's continuity there to mine from. Definitely. This just does wonders for for just tier 2 rugby across Europe, I think. And a great addition, and I hope they get the whole season finished and played and then roll on the next one, because it's been good so far. Let's keep it going.
Absolutely. We're going to move on now and wrap up the show as we do every week with all of the rugby news of the week. And now to start us off, unfortunately, we have some pretty horrific news. Unfortunately, former New Zealand tight head prop Carl Heyman has joined a legal action against World Rugby after being diagnosed with early onset dementia aged 41.
Dreadful.
He joins the litigation, which we talked about before. Obviously includes Steve Thompson,
a myriad others,
a myriad of others indeed. But Heyman, for some reason, just a guy who was playing up until so recently into 2015. It just really does hit home that all these games that we were watching as kids growing up, that the
cost is real, and
the danger that these guys were putting themselves under, and I really certainly felt at the time, from our point of view, like we didn't know quite the extent of the concussive blows and how badly it'll tell. I think of the people who played in that that much touted South Africa Lions tour back in 2009, and just the danger they were putting themselves in, the Brian O'Driscolls of the world. Carl Heyman is such a young guy, I would have grown up watching him, and that's just absolutely brutal news. And he's talked already about how it's messed up his mind, and he ended up having issues. He constant headaches, alcohol abuse. He ended up with a domestic violence charge, and obviously you tend to have no sympathy for people in that situation, but this is clearly an example of just a guy who got screwed up in the head by the game, playing the game he loved. And it's not the risk that people thought they were taking on, and nor should it be.
No. And I think even you say it now, but we have said before, some of the actions they've taken have been progressive, and Carl Heyman's tenure was during the height of professionalism in terms of the power in both packs, and yet some kind of amateurish stuff in terms of I think he was very much in that crouch, touch, pause, smash into each other kind of period of the play, rather than binding beforehand and any of that, as well as just the non-HIA aspect of it, where you could be concussed and you weren't removed from the game. So they have taken positive steps since, but it is just very unfortunate that whole generation of players are at risk now in terms of this.
Certainly we like to think that it's kind of peaked. If you go back a decade ago and look at the pack weights, plenty of them are over 1,000 kgs, which you don't see nowadays. You actually see 800. Wales' scrum at the weekend was 838 kgs, much more trim, much more sort of athletic.
There's a focus on stamina amongst the forward pack. Where the game's gone now is that the forwards can play a bit like backs, and even if you're 6'10", you have good hands and distribution and stuff like that.
Not that there weren't players like that a decade ago, but it was a lot more brutal, and as you say, the HIA protocols weren't kept serious. So we had guys like Caelan Daragh who took time off, and he was talking about the issues he had with concussion. He was experiencing some worrying symptoms, took some time off, saw an expert. You do need to encourage that stuff, and you do need to let experts in the game as much as possible. There are head specialists talking about the game, saying they're not sure that it's still safe, and obviously there's going to be some element of risk with the game of rugby. It is a contact sport, and we're not about to end contact sport as a result of this, but you do need to be so mindful when it comes to things like this, like early onset dementia is just not a risk that you should be taking in any reasonable degree, and hopefully measures to mitigate that come in. That's the only positive spin you can take off it, but it's really, really horrible, and just lots of love to Carl and his family, and listen, wishing him well. Hope he's as well as can be for as long as can be. Then just on the note of player welfare as well, hopefully a more positive note, player welfare in the women's game is going to be overseen by a new steering group. It's an announcement by World Rugby, so there's going to be a 13-person group of experts which will be chaired by former Canada international Dr. Araba Shinto, and they're going to focus basically exclusively on interventions and initiatives designed specifically for women's rugby, basically making recommendations based on surveillance studies, filling research gaps, considering findings from existing research, and identifying elements of the game which would benefit from a women specific approach, particularly in regards to the laws for head injury assessments, because we've actually had some data that women suffer more from concussion, and that they're actually more at risk than the men comparatively, which is a worrying stat. And
it's easily missed by the naked eye, where you just look at a collision in the women's game versus a collision in the men's game, and there's obviously more force in the men's game, but that doesn't necessarily hold true, which is why you need medical eyes, discerning eyes, to be able to objectively view it and then listen to them. Hopefully we get to a place, and it's great to see a women's specific institution like this come in, because you do not need to be cutting corners and being clunky when it comes to the data on this stuff. You do need to understand it, and I hope that we get to a place where we understand fully what the risks are and what the nature of CTE is and how likely the risk is, and then mitigate it as best we can while keeping the game to itself, and then just allow everyone involved to enter into the game from an informed point of view. Because it is important to note that it's not everybody. It's not like, everyone who played is guaranteed to have that. It's not.
There's an element of risk with it, but you have to be smart in how you manage head injuries, and certainly, like, as much as you think like, everyone gets a million subconcussions and you don't notice them and they're as dangerous as what you'll hear some people saying, but at the same time, like, when you have a guy who's been rocked and you see that he's been rocked and you send him back out there, and then you hear these horror stories from the era a decade ago where guys were like knocked out and suffering headaches and all kinds of concussive symptoms at home, barely able to think, and then they go out and play. Go out and play in that condition, and thankfully that's not something that's not going to happen anymore. I was even discussing
it with a few mates earlier tonight. The game we were at way back when Brian O'Driscoll faced off against England in Croke Park, in the second time that they met in Croke Park, and he was concussed like 3 or 4 times in that thing, and he ended up scoring the game-winning try because he wasn't removed, but he got like kicked in the head, he got elbowed in the head, he got dropped in a massive chest-shattering contact as well, and never went off. He sat down for a bit and got back up and went on, and like, as great as that was and heroic at the time, like, I'm glad that those days are kind of gone, where you can't just kind of get up and go back out there and go into those collisions, because it is a scary place to be, and you need to listen to the doctors and listen to it's all relatively new research. It's all based on research that's been done in the NFL for many years, but then from that women's specific one, like, not only is it new in terms of CTE and the women's game, but like, to be brutally honest, like, a lot of medical science is only catching up with a lot of women specific things in the last few decades, because prior to that a lot of medical research was done with like there's a lot of now debunked studies that were just exclusively male things and then applied to women, even though the biology is different and the physiology is different. So we do need to treat that separately. So that is encouraging from World Rugby that they've set up that group for the women's game.
100%. To move on to a more sort of, I suppose, less sober note, we do have a very interesting story brewing about player eligibility. And Daniel Leo and co pushed idea.
Dan Leo will push it all day long, and he's right.
Really positive law for the Pacific Island countries is under review, and basically they're looking to relax the eligibility laws such that people can switch countries
after being capped.
Given a set period where you step away from the game, provided you have all of the qualifications. You're
either born there or
born there, or citizen of there, or etc. Whatever it is. qualified through residency or
so
whatever.
guys like Malachi Fekitoa is one who's been in the thing. Charles Piatow is one who's been talked about in context of this.
Theoretically, Billy Vunipola gets dropped by England. Eddie Jones says, Billy, you're not good anymore.
Yeah.
And then Billy Vunipola continues to light it up at club level like everyone Eddie drops. Yeah. And then 5 years later or whatever it is, after a betting period of 3 years, he wants to play for Tonga. This law would let him do it.
Yeah.
And they're going to vote on this now towards the end of this month.
I hope it passes. I really do.
Well, this is the thing, is that there's a few nations who have concerns and a few tier 2 nations who have concerns.
Georgia being one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Because think of the pressure that you as a union could put players to go. Like, this is not, at the moment, what's being proposed is not a one-way tier 2 to tier 1 or tier 1 to tier 2, which I think I would be in favour of. I think I'd be in favour of a one-way proposal where guys of Pacific Islander origin who are poached can go and play for their native country after they've been let go by the team
summarily capped once by the All Blacks or Wallabies and then never eligible for international footy again.
That is obviously a really frustrating dynamic that we'd love to see put an end to, and we'd all love to see Charles Piatow play test footy for Tonga. How much would we love to see that? I think it would make all the sense in the world.
Just vote on it tonight. Let him kid out tomorrow again. Let him go to Twickenham.
But what if France decide they really like Santiago Arata or whoever it is, and then say, you want
enough halfbacks.
You want
Leave Uruguay's halfbacks.
It's probably a poor example because they don't need Santiago Arata, but whoever it might be, they could put together programs where basically they, you're employed by a French club
and
in France,
coerced or pressured in other unspoken behind closed doors ways.
Listen, these things aren't supposed to be legal, but Nemani Nadolo, up and out of nowhere, retired from international footy in advance of the last World Cup. Fiji could have bloody well used him.
Yes.
He didn't go. Now he's playing for them again because he's left France, and nobody ever talked about it. Nobody ever talked about the fact that clearly Montpellier broke the rules, coerced Nadolo into retiring so that he'd play some pointless top couture's games during the World Cup, the showpiece event of the sport.
Yes.
Nobody ever makes mention of that, and that, those little loopholes worry me because
the big teams exploit them and the little teams don't know how to exploit them or don't have the resources to and end up getting exploited, which is the status quo anyway, and it's why Dan Leo is banging this drum, and he's right to. I think it would be progress, but I think you're right in saying that maybe making it a one-way system.
Let's just draw the line. What do we have tier 1 and tier 2 for? You cannot switch from tier 2 to tier 1, but you can do it the other way around. Why not just do that? I know it's unclean probably about who's tier 1 and who's not. Teams like Japan, etc.
Well, they granted Japan tier 1 status at the World Cup, so they are tier 1.
It's an official thing. So tier 1 v tier 2. I think that makes all the sense in the world, and I would be sceptical about it passing in its current form, but I watch with interest. I think teams like Ireland maybe, and who knows what the Six Nations decide to do with their votes whenever some of these things come up. They tend to just lean conservative.
They do.
Lean status quo.
We get loads of money at the moment.
Is this something that changes what's going on now? I don't even want to know if it's for the better. No.
Summarily, no. Yes, we are guilty of that. It's wrong-headed in terms of the growth of the game.
Anyway, listen, that's that story, and we will probably be revisiting it over the coming weeks and months as it develops. There was another interesting tidbit that I enjoyed, just from former referee Andre Watson, who refereed 2 World Cup finals, the 1999 and 2003 World Cup finals. He was outspoken about the current state of referees, and basically said that he believes that referees are too sensitive to criticism, while they're all too happy to accept praise and the benefits that come with the role. And so he's basically saying that
he's calling them out.
He's
banging Razzie's drum for him.
Well, he is, and it's important to note he is a South African and served as the head of referees for the South African Rugby Union for a number of years. But he says, my feeling is, and has always been, that if referees want to blow at that level, then they have to take responsibility for their actions. And I must say, personally, I agree with this.
Yes, I do.
I think it's so warped that I have all the respect and love for referees, and I think that they're a dying breed.
The respect for the referee mantra is still something that will be talked about in club level, and it's a great ethos to bring up with players, and it's why we can afford this game to be like what I'm keep keeps vexing me about watching football, the roundy ball, is that like the refs are mic'd up, but the mic isn't live. They mute that thing because they know that they can't put that stuff out. Whereas in rugby, no, the ref's mic goes live out on the broadcast, and whenever a big burly lad makes a penalty or a very violent action that comes inadvertently, they're very contrite and apologise, and that is where the respect the ref thing comes to the fore, is in-game communication between player and ref. I agree with that, but in terms of accountability after the fact, like, some refereeing performances are shocking and they should be kind of punished.
It's not a question of punishment, but it's just a question of there's just like zero accountability, and any public scrutiny of any of the top officials of the game like is seen as blasphemous. Is seen as like contrary to the values of the game. To say, nonsense. Hang on, Roman Poit on the biggest stage had a terrible game. He's after blowing the Lions tour. He's after blowing the Rugby Championship in 2013. He's blown the Pro 12 final here in 2012. And like, here he is, like, still at the top of the game. I don't know if he was ever held accountable in terms of his work. I don't know if his boss spoke to him. We don't get to know. We know that players come for all kinds of flack. If you knock on a ball over the line in a World Cup final, you know, there's some chance that your coach is done with you forever. It's like, it just doesn't seem to be the case with referees, and the fact that
the one instance I can remember is Chris White. He had that awful finish to the game, the game that Italy beat Wales in, where he told Wales that they had time for a line out, so they kicked to the corner and then he blew it up. And then he never refed at the top level again. That's the only instance where I can think of it, and I think that's probably right. He was a brutal ref anyway.
He had a long career though, Chris White. That was at the very end of it. But I mean, in general, it's just weird to me that criticism of referees is seen as unconscionable, and like there's this perverse thing where the referees who are at the very top of the game are the ones who get the least grief. Like if you give out about someone who's, you know, reffing if you're reffing at the very top of the game, you can make all of the consequential mistakes that you could possibly make in the games of the biggest, most utmost importance, with the most finances and money on the line that there could possibly be.
You're going to say, see All Blacks South Africa 2013.
See anything. I could see the Lions during the first test. I know I didn't think it was as bad as Razzie made it out to be, but like the fact that you can't criticise a ref, those refs.
Back to his Poit again, but it's not this Lions tour, but the last one, the crazy penalty and the we make deal that came out of his mouth. That's since been scrubbed from the highlights quite a bit, but he definitely said it. He was like, he gave, we have a deal up for the penalty. We have deal. It's like, what are you talking about? We have deal. And poor Kieran Reid saying, Romain, that's not the law. Romain.
Indeed. Like, and I don't want to be harsh on the guys, but I don't understand why the people in the biggest games are subject to the least amount of abuse and the least amount of criticism. Not abuse, I would never advocate abuse, but they're subject criticism. They're subject to the least amount of it. Whereas the people at the lower echelons of the game, the volunteers, the people at, like, I've seen games where there's been like all kinds of abuse been given to refs at the lower levels of the game. The guys who are volunteers, who are coming out, who are there's no reward. Morning. There's no reward for
maybe 50
and
quid.
That's exactly. That's the level at which you really do need to protect the refs, and yet at the top level, they're the ones who get the most protection. That's kind of the long-winded point I was trying to make.
Dubious infallibility. Refs infallibility in rugby.
I love that Andre Watson came out and said this, and I think that World Rugby need to wind their necks in as far as saying that no one is ever allowed to criticise a decision, because it's been too long and too hard, and now you're just seeing like it is like a bubbling beneath the surface. But a lot of
it held muster a little bit more in the early aughts, when it felt like rugby was a really well refed and very consistently refed game across the board. That there was very little discrepancy between Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere refs. That we had much the same game, but through ELVs and through rotation stuff, we've seen different like points of emphasis from different refs from different countries, and now there's all kinds of homework that gets done by the teams before they go take the field on who the ref is, what he tends to like, what all this, like, there's such a factor in the game that they surely should be in for some criticism when they get it absolutely wrong, which they do,
and some accountability. It's like certainly the story that Razzie tells about how the ref behaved after that game is not a favourable one. But that said, we'll move on. There's another interesting story coming out of the circus that is Australia, as good as their national team have been. Major doubt has been cast over the future of Scott Johnson at Rugby Australia. They're apparently, according to a report, they're thinking about axing him because they're basically cash strapped and they think of him as surplus to requirements, despite the fact that he's, you know, the director of rugby. I'm inclined
to agree with their findings. If they find like I think Dave Rennie's doing a grand old job with his hands-on thing, and I don't know that there's any. It's hard to know how much at his appointment initially, because I thought his time with Scotland was absolutely brutal. But
what's interesting is that they're thinking of cutting him loose because he's surplus to requirements and they're cash strapped a little bit. Meanwhile, they apparently paid a compensation package estimated at £80,000 to Scottish Rugby to buy him out of his contract in 2018 when they got him in.
Yeah, it's a bit more rosy now that that Oz are kind of bounced back and it's all fine. But like, what a clanger of a decision! Why would you? And they are constantly complaining about not enough money and like trying to generate revenues, and you're burning money like that. I don't understand.
Unreal. They meant for all the complaints about rugby to just burn 80 grand like that. And the other thing is, like, as soon as he came into Rugby Australia, apparently, this is according to Cheika, like, him and Cheika were at loggerheads. They did it a year out from the World Cup. Chex was in charge of the team, and then the two of them were butting heads, and the World Cup went to pot. Not a good decision. And now it looks like they're going to be parking him. So, like, as good, I'm glad Dave Rennie's in there because they're recovering on the pitch. They need to recover off it as well.
They do.
Then we have this news also that Joe Schmidt, just from our own charges, former Ireland head coach Joe Schmidt is going to take up a surprise role in the Blues, joining the coaching staff as an assistant coach from next year.
Good for him. Yeah, no, back to where things started. Like he was like that kind of guy from that. But thinking of his time in Clermont as assistant coach as well, and he can be very effective in that role. And he obviously wants to strip back. He doesn't quite want the intensity of the test level head coach job that he did for many years very, very well for Ireland. But this is probably a good fit for him. He's all talked about going back to New Zealand and repatriating and being with his family. So I hope it works out really well for him and for the Blues, because, you know, a bit of Schmidt ball accuracy is possibly what that big forward pack need to take them to the next level.
I'd like to think so.
Perhaps reducing some of those clangers in those clutch Crusaders games, you know.
Exactly. A Monday session dressing down for some of those boys after they lose to the Crusaders.
Could work wonders.
Although New Zealand and there's always been a curious conflict between New Zealand and how they play, and Joe Schmidt, the Kiwi coach, and how he wants to play.
Well, even what we saw with Warren Gatland, who was also a Kiwi, his ethos did not translate well to the Chiefs. But the Blues are kind of building a forward-oriented, pack-oriented juggernaut and getting a bit of accuracy into that. Could work wonders. I'll speak like we're Schmidt-ophiles on this thing. We have to be like, he's the best ever Irish coach, and that still is to his credit. So good luck to him, and good luck to the Blues this season. And
then we have one more story as well, just a little tidbit that came out from Keith Earls, who's going to be featuring for Ireland this week and is a stalwart of Irish rugby over the past decade.
He's releasing a book that will probably be set to feature here somewhere.
I'm sure it will. It seems alright based on the excerpts that have come out, that it's going to be a very interesting read. But he talked about being diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and not something that I ever knew. And he also spoke just very interestingly about the sort of wealth and class divide that sometimes crops up in rugby, which is definitely something to take note of. I think he spoke about like sort of the awkwardness that he felt when he was attending these sort of post-match dinners with the big suits at the IRFU, and like he was a lad from a very working class area in Moyross and Limerick, and did not come from these kind of South Dublin circles of poshness at all.
And tell me, Earlsy, what size is your TV?
Well, indeed, but like interestingly enough, he's saying he was talking about how like the attitude with which, I think it was his wife was talking about, she was at some of these parties and she was spoken to like really condescendingly, like dressed down horribly. And then, you know, she reveals she's Keith's wife, and then all of a sudden the tone changes. Oh, you're wrong. Well, that's interesting. And I just think it's I
believe him. I'm not always on Earlsy's side in every argument or every kind of selection thing, but in that instance I'm totally on his side, because I'm privy to that. The Aviva Stadium crowd can really vex me, especially at some of those big marquee Leinster games.
I went to exactly one game in a box in the Aviva a couple of years ago. I got to go in a box. It was a good few years ago now. was a game against Argentina, and or was it Australia? I can't remember. And yeah, I remember the particular brand of people we were in with was just unbelievable. Listen, they're the people with the money. They're the people who fund the game to some extent.
There's a lot of season ticket holders from Leinster who couldn't get tickets to that game.
Unreal to listen to. They really were
droning on about all kinds of nonsense while the
and not watching the game.
Yeah.
It's no way to watch a rugby game, and it's certainly no group of people that you'd want to be in with. But like, it's a little just reminder as to what the sort of the big club that rugby can be at the top echelons, and something that definitely we here at home, but also in many countries around the world,
it's similar in
need
lots
to keep
of places.
an eye on.
Yeah, you know,
because
when we're talking about it in terms of development here, using more of the AIL system than just the Leinster schools, which tend to be that affluent kind of skewed kind of working class versus rich class. Like it is something that constantly needs.
The game needs more Keith Earlses, more young working class lads.
You look at Makazole Mapimpi and that story for the Springboks as well. Like because South Africa is not dissimilar in that there are a lot of private schools playing rugby and stuff and feeding in. It is where it comes from, but you still need guys like that. You need talent like that mined from all over.
You want the game to live up to its inclusiveness and its
values.
Values.
Yes, what it states its values to be.
I hope that some of the suits in the IRFU have read what Earlsey has to say and will reflect on it and maybe reach out and try and see that
he's
their environments.
He's just a poor bogger anyway.
That those environments just are a little more hospitable for all kinds of people.
Yeah.
And the class divide in rugby is definitely an ugly thing, and there's just, I felt putting it in there was worthy of being reminded of it. And Earlsey's book sounds like it'll be definitely worth a read.
Mini plug there.
100%. Not that anybody's watching to this extent, because we've been going for so long that I think we're all swaying in our chairs.
Jumbo show must end at some time, and I think that now is as good a time as any. There is no more news, there is no more previews, no more rugby. All that is left to say is to say we will be back next week with our 112. We will have yet more previews, some reviews to throw in. It'll be even more intense somehow. We're going to have to try and work out how to do all that, but there won't be club footy or any of that. But if you do enjoy this form of long form chatter, and if you've stuck with us this long, more power to you. But please do like, subscribe, drop a share to your rugby loving friends, and drop a comment down below. Let us know your thoughts on all the rugby, who you got this weekend, any points of order, points of interest, any little tidbits, just drop them down below. We do like to get an active comment thread going.
100%. Listen, thanks guys, we'll see you next week. Enjoy the rugby.
Bye. Alright.
Oh, skim the top.
Skim the bottom.
Yeah, we suck.
We do.
Yuck. Moving on.